Chapter 23 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 23. Chupin's stupefying revelations, and the thought that Martial, the heir of his name and dukedom, should degrade himself so low as to enter into a conspiracy with vulgar peasants, drove the Duc de Sairmeuse nearly wild. But the Marquis de Courtornieu's coolness restored the duke's sang froid. He ran to the barracks, and in less than half an hour 500 foot soldiers and 300 of the Montaignac chasseurs were under arms. With these forces at his disposal, it would have been easy enough to suppress this movement without the least bloodshed. It was only necessary to close the gates of the city. It was not with fowling pieces and clubs that these poor peasants could force an entrance into a fortified town. But such moderation did not suit a man of the duke's violent temperament, a man who was ever longing for struggle and excitement, a man whose ambition prompted him to display his zeal. He had ordered the gate of the citadel to be left open, and had concealed some of his soldiers behind the parapets of the outer fortifications. He then stationed himself where he could command a view of the approach to the citadel, and deliberately chose his moment for giving the signal to fire. Still a strange thing happened. Of 400 shots fired into a dense crowd of 1,500 men, only 3 had hit the mark. More humane than their chief, nearly all the soldiers had fired in the air. But the duke had not time to investigate this strange occurrence now. He leaped into the saddle, and placing himself at the head of about 500 men, cavalry and infantry, he started in pursuit of the fugitives. The peasants had the advantage of their pursuers by about 20 minutes. Poor simple creatures! They might easily have made their escape. They had only to disperse, to scatter. But unfortunately, the thought never once occurred to the majority of them. A few ran across the fields and gained their homes in safety. The others, frantic and despairing, overcome by the strange vertigo that seizes the bravest in moments of panic, fled like a flock of frightened sheep. Fear lent them wings, for did they not hear each moment shots fired at the laggards? But there was one man who, at each of these detonations, received, as it were, his death wound. This man was Lacheneur. He had reached the Croix d'Arcy just as the firing at Montaignac began. He listened and waited. No discharge of musketry replied to the first fusillade. There might have been butchery, but combat, no. Lacheneur understood it all, and he wished that every ball had pierced his own heart. He put spurs to his horse and galloped to the crossroads. The place was deserted. At the entrance of one of the roads stood the cabriolet which had brought Monsieur d'Escorval and the abbe. At last Monsieur Lacheneur saw the fugitives approaching in the distance. He dashed forward to meet them, trying by mingled curses and insults to stay their flight. "Cowards!" he vociferated, "traitors! You flee, and you are 10 against 1. Where are you going? To your own homes? Fools! You will find the gendarmes there, only waiting your coming to conduct you to the scaffold. Is it not better to die with your weapons in your hands? Come, right about, follow me. We may still conquer. Reinforcements are at hand. 2,000 men are following me." He promised them 2,000 men. Had he promised them 10,000, 20,000, an army and cannon, it would have made no difference. Not until they reached the wide open space of the crossroads, where they had talked so confidently scarcely an hour before, did the most intelligent of the throng regain their senses, while the others fled in every direction. About 100 of the bravest and most determined of the conspirators gathered around Monsieur Lacheneur. In the little crowd was the abbe, gloomy and despondent. He had been separated from the baron. What had been his fate? Had he been killed or taken prisoner? Was it possible that he had made his escape? The worthy priest dared not go away. He waited, hoping that his companion might rejoin him, and deemed himself fortunate in finding the carriage still there. He was still waiting when the remnant of the column confided to Maurice and Chanlouineau came up. Of the 500 men that composed it on its departure from Sairmeuse, only 15 remained, including the 2 retired officers. Marie Anne was in the centre of this little party. M. Lacheneur and his friends were trying to decide what course it was best for them to pursue. Should each man go his way, or should they unite, and by an obstinate resistance give all their comrades time to reach their homes? The voice of Chanlouineau put an end to all hesitation. "I have come to fight," he exclaimed, "and I shall sell my life dearly." "We will make a stand, then," cried the others. But Chanlouineau did not follow them to the spot which they had considered best adapted to the prolonged defence. He called Maurice and drew him a little aside. "You, Monsieur d'Escorval," he said, almost roughly, "are going to leave here at once." I came here, Chanlouineau, as you did, to do my duty." "Your duty, Monsieur, is to serve Marie Anne. Go at once and take her with you." "I shall remain," said Maurice, firmly. He was going to join his comrades when Chanlouineau stopped him. "You have no right to sacrifice your life here," he said, quietly. "Your life belongs to the woman who has given herself to you." "Wretch, how dare you!" Chanlouineau sadly shook his head. "What is the use of denying it?" said he. "It was so great a temptation that only an angel could have resisted it. It was not your fault, nor was it hers. Lacheneur was a bad father. There was a day when I wished either to kill myself or to kill you. I knew not which. Ah! only once again will you be as near death as you were that day. You were scarcely 5 paces from the muzzle of my gun. It was God who stayed my hand by reminding me of her despair. Now that I am to die, as well as Lacheneur, someone must care for Marie Anne. Swear that you will marry her. You may be involved in some difficulty on account of this affair, but I have here the means of saving you." A sound of firing interrupted him. The soldiers of the Duc de Sairmeuse were approaching. "Good God!" exclaimed Chanlouineau. "And Marie Anne?" They rushed in pursuit of her, and Maurice was the first to discover her, standing in the centre of the open space, clinging to the neck of her father's horse. He took her in his arms, trying to drag her away. "Come," said he, "come!" But she refused. "Leave me!" she entreated. "But all is lost." "Yes, I know that all is lost, even honor. Leave me here. I must remain. I must die, and thus hide my shame. I must. It shall be so." Just then Chanlouineau appeared. Had he divined the secret of her resistance? Perhaps; but without uttering a word, he lifted her in his strong arms as if she had been a child, and bore her to the carriage guarded by Abbe Midon. "Get in," he said, addressing the priest, "and quick, take Mademoiselle Lacheneur. Now, Maurice, in, your turn." But already the duke's soldiers were masters of the field. Seeing a group in the shadow, at a little distance, they rushed to the spot. The heroic Chanlouineau seized his gun, and brandishing it like a club, held the enemy at bay, giving Maurice time to spring into the carriage, catch the reins, and start the horse off at a gallop. All the cowardice and all the heroism displayed on that terrible night will never be really known. 2 minutes after the departure of Marie Anne and of Maurice, Chanlouineau was still battling with the foe. A dozen or more soldiers were in front of him. 20 shots had been fired, but not a ball had struck him. His enemies always believed him invulnerable. "Surrender!" cried the soldiers, amazed at such valor. "Surrender!" "Never, never!" He was truly formidable. He brought to the support of his marvellous courage a superhuman strength and agility. No one dared come within reach of those brawny arms that revolved with the power and velocity of the sails of a windmill. Then it was that a soldier, confiding his musket to the care of a companion, threw himself flat upon his belly, and crawling unobserved around behind this obscure hero, seized him by the legs. He tottered like an oak beneath the blow of the axe. Struggling furiously, but taken at such a disadvantage, was thrown to the ground, crying as he fell: "Help, friends, help!" But no one responded to this appeal. At the other end of the open space, those upon whom he called had, after a desperate struggle, yielded. The main body of the duke's infantry was near at hand. The rebels heard the drums beating the charge. They could see the bayonets gleaming in the sunlight. Lacheneur, who had remained in the same spot, utterly ignoring the shot that whistled around him, felt that his few remaining comrades were about to be exterminated. In that supreme moment the whole past was revealed to him as by a flash of lightning. He read and judged his own heart. Hatred had led him to crime. He loathed himself for the humiliation which he had imposed upon his daughter. He cursed himself for the falsehoods by which he had deceived these brave men, for whose death he would be accountable. Enough blood had flowed. He must save those who remained. "Cease firing, my friends," he commanded. "Retreat!" They obeyed. He could see them scatter in every direction. He, too, could flee. Was he not mounted upon a gallant steed which would bear him beyond the reach of the enemy? But he had sworn that he would not survive defeat. Maddened with remorse, despair, sorrow, and impotent rage, he saw no refuge save in death. He had only to wait for it. It was fast approaching. He preferred to rush to meet it. Gathering up the reins, he dashed the rowels in his steed, and alone charged upon the enemy. The shock was rude. The ranks opened. There was a moment of confusion. But Lacheneur's horse, its chest cut open by the bayonets, reared, beat the air with his hoofs, then fell backward, burying his rider beneath him. And the soldiers marched on, not suspecting that beneath the body of the horse the brave rider was struggling to free himself. It was 1:30 in the morning. The place was deserted. Nothing disturbed the silence save the moans of a few wounded men who called upon their comrades for succor. But before thinking of the wounded, Monsieur de Sairmeuse must decide upon the course which would be most likely to redound to his advantage and to his political glory. Now that the insurrection had been suppressed, it was necessary to exaggerate its magnitude as much as possible, in order that his reward should be in proportion to the service supposed to have been rendered. Some 15 or 20 rebels had been captured, but that was not a sufficient number to give the victory the eclat which he desired. He must find more culprits to drag before the provost marshal, or before a military commission. He therefore divided his troops into several detachments, and sent them in every direction with orders to explore the villages, search all isolated houses, and arrest all suspected persons. His task here having been completed, he again recommended the most implacable severity, and started on a brisk trot for Montaignac. He was delighted. Certainly he blessed, as had Monsieur de Courtornieu, these honest and artless conspirators. But one fear, which he vainly tried to dismiss, impaired his satisfaction. His son, the Marquis de Sairmeuse, was he, or was he not, implicated in this conspiracy? He could not, he would not believe it, and yet the recollection of Chupin's assurance troubled him. On the other hand, what could have become of Martial, the servant who had been sent to warn him? Had he met him? Was the marquis returning? And by which road? Could it be possible that he had fallen into the hands of the peasants? The duke's relief was intense when, on returning home, after a conference with Monsieur de Courtornieu, he learned that Martial had arrived about a quarter of an hour before. "The marquis went at once to his own room on dismounting from his horse," added the servant. "Very well," replied the duke. "I will seek him there." Before the servants he said, "Very well," but secretly he exclaimed: "Abominable impertinence! What! I am on horseback at the head of my troops, my life imperilled, and my son goes quietly to bed without even assuring himself of my safety." He reached his son's room, but found the door closed and locked on the inside. He rapped. "Who is there?" demanded Martial. "It is I. Open the door." Martial drew the bolt. Monsieur de Sairmeuse entered, but the sight that met his gaze made him tremble. Upon the table was a basin of blood, and Martial, with chest bared, was bathing a large wound in his right breast. "You have been fighting!" exclaimed the duke, in a husky voice. "Yes." "Oh, then you were indeed." "I was where? What?" "At the convocation of these miserable peasants, who in their parricidal folly have dared to dream of the overthrow of the best of princes." Martial's face betrayed successively profound surprise and a more violent desire to laugh. "I think you must be jesting, Monsieur," he replied. The young man's words and manner reassured the duke a little, without entirely dissipating his suspicions. "Then these vile rascals attacked you?" he exclaimed. "Not at all. I have been simply obliged to fight a duel." "With whom? Name the scoundrel who has dared to insult you." A faint flush tinged Martial's cheek, but it was in his usual careless tone that he replied: "Upon my word, no. I shall not give his name. You would trouble him, perhaps, and I really owe the fellow a debt of gratitude. It happened upon the highway. He might have assassinated me without ceremony, but he offered me open combat. Besides, he was wounded far more severely than I." All Monsieur de Sairmeuse's doubts had returned. "And why, instead of summoning a physician, are you attempting to dress this wound yourself?" "Because it is a mere trifle, and because I wish to keep it a secret." The duke shook his head. "All this is scarcely plausible," he remarked, "especially after the assurance of your complicity which I have received." "Ah!" said he, "and from whom? From your spy in chief, no doubt, that rascal Chupin. It surprises me to see that you can hesitate for a moment between the word of your son and the stories of such a wretch." "Do not speak ill of Chupin, Marquis. He is a very useful man. Had it not been for him, we should have been taken unawares. It was through him that I learned of this vast conspiracy organized by Lacheneur." "What! is it Lacheneur?" "Who is at the head of the movement? Yes, Marquis. Ah, your usual discernment has failed you in this instance. What! you have been a constant visitor at this house, and you have suspected nothing? And you contemplate a diplomatic career. But this is not all. You know now for what purpose the money which you so lavishly bestowed upon them has been employed. They have used it to purchase guns, powder, and ammunition." The duke had become satisfied of the injustice of his suspicions, but he was now endeavoring to irritate his son. It was a fruitless effort. Martial knew very well that he had been duped, but he did not think of resenting it. "If Lacheneur has been captured," he thought, "if he should be condemned to death, and if I should save him, Marie Anne would refuse me nothing." Chapter 24 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau. Part 2, Chapter 24. Having penetrated the mystery that enveloped his son's frequent absence, the Baron d'Escorval had concealed his fears and his chagrin from his wife. It was the first time that he had ever had a secret from the faithful and courageous companion of his existence. Without warning her, he went to beg Abbe Midon to follow him to the Reche, to the house of Monsieur Lacheneur. The silence on his part explains Mme. d'Escorval's astonishment when, on the arrival of the dinner hour, neither her son nor her husband appeared. Maurice was sometimes late, but the baron, like all great workers, was punctuality itself. What extraordinary thing could have happened? Her surprise became uneasiness when she learned that her husband had departed in company with Abbe Midon. They had harnessed the horse themselves, and instead of driving through the courtyard as usual, they had driven through the stable yard into a lane leading to the public road. What did all this mean? Why these strange precautions? Mme. d'Escorval waited, oppressed by vague forebodings. The servants shared her anxiety. The baron was so equable in temper, so kind and just to his inferiors, that his servants adored him, and would have gone through a fiery furnace for him. So, about 10 o'clock, they hastened to lead to their mistress a peasant who was returning from Sairmeuse. This man, who was slightly intoxicated, told the strangest and most incredible stories. He said that all the peasantry for 10 leagues around were under arms, and that the Baron d'Escorval was the leader of the revolt. He did not doubt the final success of the movement, declaring that Napoleon II, Marie Louise, and all the marshals of the Empire were concealed in Montaignac. Alas! it must be confessed that Lacheneur had not hesitated to utter the grossest falsehoods in his anxiety to gain followers. Mme. d'Escorval could not be deceived by these ridiculous stories, but she could believe, and she did believe, that the baron was the prime mover in this insurrection. And this belief, which would have carried consternation to the hearts of so many women, reassured her. She had entire, absolute, and unlimited faith in her husband. She believed him superior to all other men, infallible, in short. The moment he said, "This is so," she believed it implicitly. Hence, if her husband had organized a movement, that movement was right. If he had attempted it, it was because he expected to succeed. Therefore, it was sure to succeed. Impatient, however, to know the result, she sent the gardener to Sairmeuse with orders to obtain information without awakening suspicion, if possible, and to hasten back as soon as he could learn anything of a positive nature. He returned in about 2 hours, pale, frightened, and in tears. The disaster had already become known, and had been related to him with the most terrible exaggerations. He had been told that hundreds of men had been killed, and that a whole army was scouring the country, massacring defenseless peasants and their families. While he was telling his story, Mme. d'Escorval felt that she was going mad. She saw, yes, positively, she saw her son and her husband dead, or still worse, mortally wounded upon the public highway. They were lying with their arms crossed upon their breasts, livid, bloody, their eyes staring wildly. They were begging for water, a drop of water. "I will find them," she exclaimed, in frenzied accents. "I will go to the field of battle. I will seek for them among the dead. Until I find them, light some torches, my friends, and come with me, for you will aid me, will you not? You loved them. They were so good. You would not leave their dead bodies unburied. Oh, the wretches who have killed them!" The servants were hastening to obey, when the furious gallop of a horse and the sound of carriage wheels were heard upon the drive. "Here they are!" exclaimed the gardener; "here they are!" Mme. d'Escorval, followed by the servants, rushed to the door just in time to see a cabriolet enter the courtyard, and the horse, panting, exhausted, and flecked with foam, miss his footing and fall. Abbe Midon and Maurice had already leaped to the ground, and were lifting out an apparently lifeless body. Even Marie Anne's great energy had not been able to resist so many successive shocks. The last trial had overwhelmed her. Once in the carriage, all immediate danger having disappeared, the excitement which had sustained her fled. She became unconscious, and all the efforts of Maurice and of the priest had failed to restore her. But Mme. d'Escorval did not recognize Mademoiselle Lacheneur in the masculine habiliments in which she was clothed. She only saw that it was not her husband whom they had brought with them, and a convulsive shudder shook her from head to foot. "Your father, Maurice!" she exclaimed, in a stifled voice; "and your father!" The effect was terrible. Until that moment, Maurice and the cure had comforted themselves with the hope that Monsieur d'Escorval would reach home before them. Maurice tottered and almost dropped his precious burden. The abbe perceived it, and at a sign from him, 2 servants gently lifted Marie Anne and bore her to the house. Then the cure approached Mme. d'Escorval. "Monsieur will soon be here, Madame," said he, at hazard. "He fled first." "Baron d'Escorval could not have fled," she interrupted. "A general does not desert when face to face with the enemy. If a panic seizes his soldiers, he rushes to the front, and either leads them back to combat or takes his own life." "Mother," faltered Maurice, "mother!" "Oh, do not try to deceive me. My husband was the organizer of this conspiracy. His confederates, beaten and dispersed, must have proved themselves cowards. God have mercy upon me! My husband is dead." In spite of the abbe's quickness of perception, he could not understand such assertions on the part of the baroness. He thought that sorrow and terror must have destroyed her reason. "Ah, Madame!" he exclaimed, "the baron had nothing to do with this movement. Far from it." He paused. All this was passing in the court yard, in the glare of the torches which had been lighted up by the servants. Anyone in the public road could hear and see all. He realized the imprudence of which they were guilty. "Come, Madame," said he, leading the baroness toward the house; "and you also, Maurice, come." It was with the silent and passive submission of great misery that Mme. d'Escorval obeyed the cure. Her body alone moved in mechanical obedience. Her mind and heart were flying through space to the man who was her all, and whose mind and heart were even then doubtless calling to her from the dread abyss into which he had fallen. But when she had passed the threshold of the drawing room, she trembled and dropped the priest's arm, rudely recalled to the present reality. She recognized Marie Anne in the lifeless form extended upon the sofa. "Mademoiselle Lacheneur," she faltered, "here in this costume, dead!" One might indeed believe the poor girl dead, to see her lying there rigid, cold, and as white as if the last drop of blood had been drained from her veins. Her beautiful face had the immobility of marble. Her half opened, colorless lips disclosed teeth convulsively clenched, and a large, dark blue circle surrounded her closed eyelids. Her long black hair, which she had rolled up closely to slip under her peasant's hat, had become unbound, and flowed down in rich masses over her shoulders and trailed upon the floor. "She is only in a state of syncope. There is no danger," declared the abbe, after he examined Marie Anne. "It will not be long before she regains consciousness." And then, rapidly but clearly, he gave the necessary directions to the servants, who were astonished at their mistress. Mme. d'Escorval looked on with eyes dilated with terror. She seemed to doubt her own sanity, and incessantly passed her hand across her forehead, thickly beaded with cold sweat. "What a night!" she murmured; "what a night!" "I must remind you, Madame," said the priest, sympathizingly but firmly, "that reason and duty alike forbid you thus to yield to despair. Wife, where is your energy? Christian, what has become of your confidence in a just and beneficial God?" "Oh, I have courage, Monsieur," faltered the wretched woman. "I am brave." The abbe led her to a large arm chair, where he forced her to seat herself, and in a gentler tone he resumed: "Besides, why should you despair, Madame? Your son certainly is with you in safety. Your husband has not compromised himself. He has done nothing which I myself have not done." And briefly, but with rare precision, he explained the part which he and the baron had played during this unfortunate evening. But this recital, instead of reassuring the baroness, seemed to increase her anxiety. "I understand you," she interrupted, "and I believe you. But I also know that all the people in the country round about are convinced that my husband commanded the insurrectionists. They believe it, and they will say it." "And what of that?" "If he has been arrested, as you give me to understand, he will be summoned before a court martial. Was he not the friend of the Emperor? That is a crime, as you very well know. He will be convicted and sentenced to death." "No, Madame, no. Am I not here? I will appear before the tribunal, and I shall say: 'Here I am. I have seen and I know all.'" "But they will arrest you, alas, Monsieur, because you are not a priest according to the hearts of these cruel men. They will throw you in prison, and you will meet him upon the scaffold." Maurice had been listening, pale and trembling. But on hearing these last words, he sank upon his knees, hiding his face in his hands. "Ah! I have killed my father!" he exclaimed. "Unhappy child, what do you say?" The priest motioned him to be silent, but he did not see him. And he pursued: "My father was ignorant even of the existence of this conspiracy of which Monsieur Lacheneur was the guiding spirit; but I knew it. I wished him to succeed, because on his success depended the happiness of my life. And then, wretch that I was, when I wished to attract to our ranks some timid or wavering accomplice, I used the loved and respected name of d'Escorval. Ah! I was mad! I was mad!" Then, with a despairing gesture, he added: "And yet, even now, I have not the courage to curse my folly. Oh! mother, mother, if you knew!" His sobs interrupted him. Just then a faint moan was heard. Marie Anne was regaining consciousness. Already she had partially risen from the sofa, and sat regarding this terrible scene with an air of profound wonder, as if she did not understand it in the least. Slowly and gently she put back her hair from her face, and opened and closed her eyes, which seemed dazzled by the light of the candles. She endeavored to speak, to ask some question, but Abbe Midon commanded silence by a gesture. Enlightened by the words of Mme. d'Escorval and by the confession of Maurice, the abbe understood at once the extent of the frightful danger that menaced the baron and his son. How was this danger to be averted? What must be done? He had no time for explanation or reflection. With each moment, a chance of salvation fled. He must decide and act without delay. The abbe was a brave man. He darted to the door, and called the servants who were standing in the hall and on the staircase. When they were gathered around him: "Listen to me intently," said he, in that quick and imperious voice that impresses one with the certainty of approaching peril, "and remember that your master's life depends, perhaps, upon your discretion. We can rely upon you, can we not?" Every hand was raised as if to call upon God to witness their fidelity. "In less than an hour," continued the priest, "the soldiers sent in pursuit of the fugitives will be here. Not a word must be uttered in regard to what has passed this evening. Everyone must be led to suppose that I went away with the baron and returned alone. Not one of you must have seen Mademoiselle Lacheneur. We are going to find a place of concealment for her. Remember, my friends, if there is the slightest suspicion of her presence here, all is lost. If the soldiers question you, endeavor to convince them that Monsieur Maurice has not left the house this evening." He paused, trying to think if he had forgotten any precaution that human prudence could suggest, then added: "One word more. To see you standing about at this hour of the night will awaken suspicion at once. But this is what I desire. We will plead in justification the alarm that you feel at the absence of the baron, and also the indisposition of Madame, for Madame is going to retire. She will thus escape interrogation. And you, Maurice, run and change your clothes, and above all, wash your hands, and sprinkle some perfume upon them." All present were so impressed with the imminence of the danger that they were more than willing to obey the priest's orders. Marie Anne, as soon as she could be moved, was carried to a tiny room under the roof. Mme. d'Escorval retired to her own apartment, and the servants went back to the office. Maurice and the abbe remained alone in the drawing room, silent and appalled by horrible forebodings. The unusually calm face of the priest betrayed his terrible anxiety. He now felt convinced that Baron d'Escorval was a prisoner, and all his efforts were now directed toward removing any suspicion of complicity from Maurice. This was, he reflected, the only way to save the father. A violent peal of the bell attached to the gate interrupted his meditations. He heard the footsteps of the gardener as he hastened to open it, heard the gate turn upon its hinges, then the measured tramp of soldiers in the courtyard. A loud voice commanded: "Halt!" The priest looked at Maurice and saw that he was as pale as death. "Be calm," he entreated. "Do not be alarmed. Do not lose your self possession, and do not forget my instructions." "Let them come," replied Maurice. "I am prepared." The drawing room door was flung violently open, and a young man, wearing the uniform of a captain of grenadiers, entered. He was scarcely 25 years of age, tall, fair haired, with blue eyes and a little waxed mustache. His whole person betokened an excessive elegance exaggerated to the verge of the ridiculous. His face ordinarily must have indicated extreme self complacency, but at the present moment it wore a really ferocious expression. Behind him in the passage were a number of armed soldiers. He cast a suspicious glance around the room, then, in a harsh voice: "Who is the master of this house?" he demanded. "The Baron d'Escorval, my father, who is absent," replied Maurice. "Where is he?" The abbe, who until now had remained seated, rose. "On hearing of the unfortunate outbreak of this evening," he replied, "the baron and myself went to these peasants in hope of inducing them to relinquish their foolish undertaking. They would not listen to us. In the confusion that ensued, I became separated from the baron. I returned here very anxious, and am now awaiting his return." The captain twisted his mustache with a sneering air. "Not a bad invention," said he; "only I do not believe a word of this fiction." A light gleamed in the eyes of the priest. His lips trembled, but he held his peace. "Who are you?" rudely demanded the officer. "I am the cure of Sairmeuse." "Honest men ought to be in bed at this hour, and you are racing about the country after rebellious peasants. Really, I do not know what prevents me from ordering your arrest." That which did prevent him was the priestly robe, all powerful under the Restoration. With Maurice he was more at ease. "How many are there in this family?" "Three: my father, my mother, ill at this moment, and myself." "And how many servants?" "Seven: 4 men and 3 women." "You have neither received nor concealed anyone this evening?" "No one." "It will be necessary to prove this," said the captain, and turning toward the door: "Corporal Bavois!" he called. This man was one of those old soldiers who had followed the Emperor over all Europe. Two small, ferocious gray eyes lighted his tanned, weather beaten face, and an immense hooked nose surmounted a heavy, bristling mustache. "Bavois," commanded the officer, "you will take half a dozen men and search this house from top to bottom. You are an old fox that knows a thing or two. If there is any hiding place here, you will be sure to discover it. If anyone is concealed here, you will bring the person to me. Go, and make haste." The corporal departed on his mission. The captain resumed his questions. "And now," said he, turning to Maurice, "what have you been doing this evening?" The young man hesitated for an instant, then, with well feigned indifference, replied: "I have not put my head outside the door this evening." "Humph! That must be proved. Let me see your hands." The soldier's tone was so offensive that Maurice felt the angry blood mount to his forehead. Fortunately, a warning glance from the abbe made him restrain his wrath. He offered his hands to the inspection of the captain, who examined them carefully, outside and in, and finally smelled them. "Ah! these hands are too white, and smell too sweet to have been dabbling in powder." He was evidently surprised that this young man should have had so little courage as to remain in the shelter of the fireside, while his father was leading the peasants on to battle. "Another thing," said he, "you must have weapons here." "Yes, hunting rifles." "Where are they?" "In a small room in the ground floor." "Take me there." They conducted him to the room, and on finding that none of the double barreled guns had been used for some days, he seemed considerably annoyed. He appeared furious when the corporal came and told him that he had searched everywhere, but had found nothing of a suspicious character. "Send for the servants," was his next order. But all the servants faithfully repeated the lesson which the abbe had given them. The captain saw that he was not likely to discover the mystery, although he was well satisfied that one existed. Swearing that they should pay dearly for it if they were deceiving him, he again called Bavois. "I must continue my search," said he. "You, with 2 men, will remain here, and render a strict account of all that you see and hear. If Monsieur d'Escorval returns, bring him to me at once. Do not allow him to escape. Keep your eyes open, and good luck to you." He added a few words in a low voice, then left the room as abruptly as he had entered it. The departing footsteps of the soldiers were soon lost in the stillness of the night, and then the corporal gave vent to his disgust in a frightful oath. "Eh!
said he to his men. "You have heard that cadet. Listen, watch, arrest, report. So he takes us for spies. Ah, if our old leader knew to what base uses his old soldiers were degraded!" The two men responded by a sullen growl. "As for you," pursued the old trooper, addressing Maurice and the abbe, "I, Bavois, corporal of grenadiers, declare in my name and in that of my two men, that you are as free as birds, and that we shall arrest no one. More than that, if we can aid you in any way, we are at your service. The little fool that commanded us this evening thought we were fighting. Look at my gun. I have not fired a shot from it, and my comrades fired only blank cartridges." The man might possibly be sincere, but it was scarcely probable. "We have nothing to conceal," replied the cautious priest. The old corporal gave a knowing wink. "Ah, you distrust me. You are wrong, and I am going to prove it. Because, you see, though it is easy to gull that fool who just left here, it is not so easy to deceive Corporal Bavois. Very well, it was scarcely prudent to leave in the courtyard a gun that certainly had not been charged for firing at swallows." The cure and Maurice exchanged a glance of consternation. Maurice now recollected for the first time that when he sprang from the carriage to lift out Marie Anne, he propped his loaded gun against the wall. It had escaped the notice of the servants. "Secondly," pursued Bavois, "there is someone concealed in the attic. I have excellent ears. Thirdly, I arranged it so that no one should enter the sick lady's room." Maurice needed no further proof. He extended his hand to the corporal, and in a voice trembling with emotion, he said: "You are a brave man." A few moments later, Maurice, the abbe, and Mme. d'Escorval were again assembled in the drawing room, deliberating upon the measures which must be taken, when Marie Anne appeared. She was still frightfully pale, but her step was firm, her manner quiet and composed. "I must leave this house," she said to the baroness. "Had I been conscious, I would never have accepted hospitality which is likely to bring dire misfortune on your family. Alas! your acquaintance with me has caused you too many tears and too much sorrow already. Do you understand now why I wished you to regard us as strangers? A presentiment told me that my family would be fatal to yours." "Poor child!" exclaimed Mme. d'Escorval. "Where will you go?" Marie Anne lifted her beautiful eyes to the heaven in which she placed her trust. "I do not know, Madame," she replied; "but duty commands me to go. I must learn what has become of my father and my brother, and share their fate." "What!" exclaimed Maurice, "still this thought of death? You who no longer " He paused. A secret which was not his own had almost escaped his lips. But visited by a sudden inspiration, he threw himself at his mother's feet. "Oh, my mother, my dearest mother, do not allow her to depart. I may perish in my attempt to save my father. She will be your daughter then, she whom I have loved so much. You will encircle her with your tender and protecting love." Marie Anne remained. End of Chapter 24. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 25 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq, by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 25. The secret which approaching death had wrested from Marie Anne in the fortification at the Croix d'Arcy, Mme. d'Escorval was ignorant of when she joined her entreaties to those of her son to induce the unfortunate girl to remain. But the fact occasioned Maurice scarcely an uneasiness. His faith in his mother was complete, absolute. He was sure that she would forgive when she learned the truth. Loving and chaste wives and mothers are always most indulgent to those who have been led astray by the voice of passion. Such noble women can with impunity despise and brave the prejudices of hypocrites. These reflections made Maurice feel more tranquil in regard to Marie Anne's future, and he now thought only of his father. Day was breaking. He declared that he would assume some disguise and go to Montaignac at once. On hearing these words, Mme. d'Escorval turned and hid her face in the sofa cushions to stifle her sobs.
She was trembling for her husband's life, and now her son must precipitate himself into danger. Perhaps, before the sun sank to rest, she would have neither husband nor son. And yet she did not say no. She felt that Maurice was only fulfilling a sacred duty. She would have loved him less had she supposed him capable of cowardly hesitation. She would have dried her tears, if necessary, to bid him go. Moreover, what was not preferable to the agony of suspense which they had been enduring for hours? Maurice had reached the door when the abbe stopped him. "You must go to Montaignac," said he. "But it would be folly to disguise yourself. You would certainly be recognized, and the saying, 'He who conceals himself is guilty,' will assuredly be applied to you. You must go openly, with head erect, and you must even exaggerate the assurance of innocence. Go straight to the Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu. I will accompany you. We will go in the carriage." Maurice seemed undecided. "Obey these counsels, my son," said Mme. d'Escorval. "The abbe knows much better than we do what is best." "I will obey, mother." The cure had not waited for this assent to go and give an order for harnessing the horses. Mme. d'Escorval left the room to write a few lines to a lady friend, whose husband exerted considerable influence in Montaignac. Maurice and Marie Anne were left alone. It was the first moment of freedom and solitude which they had found since Marie Anne's confession. They stood for a moment silent and motionless. Then Maurice advanced, and clasping her in his arms, he whispered:
"Marie Anne, my darling, my beloved, I did not know that one could love more fondly than I loved you yesterday. But now, and you wish for death when another precious life depends upon yours."
She shook her head sadly.
"I was terrified," she faltered. "The future of shame that I saw, that I still, alas, see before me, appalled me. Now I am resigned. I will uncomplainingly endure the punishment for my horrible fault. I will submit to the insults and disgrace that await me."
"Insults to you! Ah, woe to who dares! But will you not be my wife in the sight of men, as you are in the sight of God? The failure of your father's scheme set you free." "No, no, Maurice, I am not free. Ah, it is you who are pitiless. I see only too well that you curse me, that you curse the day we met for the first time. Confess it, say it." Marie Anne lifted her streaming eyes to his. "Ah, I should lie if I said that. My cowardly heart has not that much courage. I suffer, I am disgraced and humiliated, but—" He could not finish. He drew her to him, and their lips and their tears met in one long kiss. "You love me!" exclaimed Maurice. "You love me in spite of all. We shall succeed. I will save your father and mine. I will save your brother." The horses were neighing and stamping in the court yard. The abbe cried: "Come, let us start." Mme. d'Escorval entered with a letter, which she handed to Maurice. She clasped in a long and convulsive embrace the son whom she feared she should never see again. Then, summoning all her courage, she pushed him away, uttering only a single word: "Go!" He departed, and when the sound of the carriage wheels had died away in the distance, Mme. d'Escorval and Marie Anne fell upon their knees, imploring the mercy and aid of a just God. They could only pray. The cure and Maurice could act. Abbe Midon's plan, which he explained to young d'Escorval as the horses dashed along, was as simple as the situation was terrible. "If, by confessing your own guilt, you could save your father, I should tell you to deliver yourself up, and to confess the whole truth. Such would be your duty. But this sacrifice would be not only useless, but dangerous. Your confession of guilt would only implicate your father still more. You would be arrested, but they would not release him, and you would both be tried and convicted. Let us then allow, I will not say justice, for that would be blasphemy, but these bloodthirsty men who call themselves judges, to pursue their course, and attribute all that you have done to your father. When the trial comes, you will prove his innocence, and produce alibis so incontestable that they will be forced to acquit him. And I understand the people of our country so well that I am sure not one of them will reveal our stratagem." "And if we should not succeed?" asked Maurice, gloomily. "What could I do then?" The question was so terrible that the priest dared not respond to it. He and Maurice were silent during the remainder of the drive. They reached the city at last, and Maurice saw how wise the abbe had been in preventing him from assuming a disguise. Armed with the most absolute power, the Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu had closed all the gates of Montaignac save one. Through this gate all who desired to leave or enter the city were obliged to pass, and 2 officers were stationed there to examine all comers and goers, to question them, and to take their name and residence. At the name d'Escorval, the 2 officers evinced such surprise that Maurice noticed it at once. "Ah! you know what has become of my father!" he exclaimed. "The Baron d'Escorval is a prisoner, Monsieur," replied one of the officers. Although Maurice had expected this response, he turned pale. "Is he wounded?" he asked, eagerly. "He has not a scratch. But enter, sir, and pass on." From the anxious looks of these officers, one might have supposed that they feared they should compromise themselves by conversing with the son of so great a criminal. The carriage rolled beneath the gateway, but it had not traversed 200 yards of the Grand Rue before the abbe and Maurice had remarked several posters and notices affixed to the walls. "We must see what this is," they said in a breath. They stopped near one of these notices, before which a reader had already stationed himself. They descended from the carriage and read the following order: Article 1. The inmates of the house in which the elder Lacheneur shall be found will be handed over to a military commission for trial. Article 2. Whoever shall deliver the body of the elder Lacheneur, dead or alive, will receive a reward of 20,000 francs. This was signed Duc de Sairmeuse. "God be praised!" exclaimed Maurice. "Marie Anne's father has escaped. He had a good horse, and in 2 hours " A glance and a nudge of the elbow from the abbe checked him. The abbe drew his attention to the man standing near them. This man was none other than Chupin. The old scoundrel had also recognized them, for he took off his hat to the cure, and with an expression of intense covetousness in his eyes, he said: "20,000 francs! What a sum! A man could live comfortably all his life on the interest of it." The abbe and Maurice shuddered as they re entered their carriage. "Lacheneur is lost if this man discovers his retreat," murmured the priest. "Fortunately, he must have crossed the frontier before this," replied Maurice. 100 to 1 he is beyond reach." "And if you should be mistaken? What if wounded and faint from loss of blood, Lacheneur has had only strength to drag himself to the nearest house and ask the hospitality of its inmates? Oh, even in that case he is safe. I know our peasants. There is not one who is capable of selling the life of a proscribed man." The noble enthusiasm of youth drew a sad smile from the priest. "You forget the dangers to be incurred by those who shelter him. Many a man who would not soil his hands with the price of blood might deliver up a fugitive from fear." They were passing through the principal street, and they were struck with the mournful aspect of the place. The little city, which was ordinarily so bustling and gay, fear and consternation evidently reigned there. The shops were closed. The shutters of the houses had not been opened. A lugubrious silence pervaded the town. One might have supposed that there was general mourning, and that each family had lost one of its members. The manner of the few persons seen upon the thoroughfare was anxious and singular. They hurried on, casting suspicious glances on every side. 2 or 3 who were acquaintances of the Baron d'Escorval averted their heads on seeing his carriage, to avoid the necessity of bowing. The abbe and Maurice found an explanation of this evident terror on reaching the hotel to which they had ordered the coachman to take them. They had designated the Hotel de France, where the baron always stopped when he visited Montaignac, and whose proprietor was none other than Laugeron, that friend of Lacheneur, who had been the first to warn him of the arrival of the Duc de Sairmeuse. This worthy man, on hearing what guests had arrived, went to the courtyard to meet them, with his white cap in his hand. On such a day, politeness was heroism. Was he connected with the conspiracy? It has always been supposed so. He invited Maurice and the abbe to take some refreshments in a way that made them understand he was anxious to speak with them, and he conducted them to a retired room where he knew they would be secure from observation, thanks to one of the Duc de Sairmeuse's valets de chambre who frequented the house. The host knew as much as the authorities; he knew even more, since he had also received information from the rebels who had escaped capture. From him the abbe and Maurice received their first positive information. In the first place, nothing had been heard of Lacheneur or of his son Jean. Thus far they had escaped the most rigorous pursuit. In the second place, there were at this moment 200 prisoners in the citadel, and among them the Baron d'Escorval and Chanlouineau. And lastly, since morning there had been at least 60 arrests in Montaignac. It was generally supposed that these arrests were the work of some traitor, and all the inhabitants were trembling with fear. But Monsieur Laugeron knew the real cause. It had been confided to him under pledge of secrecy by his guest, the duke's valet de chambre.
"It is certainly an incredible story, gentlemen," he said. "Nevertheless, it is true. 2 officers belonging to the Montaignac militia, on returning from their expedition this morning at daybreak, on passing the Croix d'Arcy, found a man clad in the uniform of the Emperor's bodyguard lying dead in the fosse."
Maurice shuddered. The unfortunate man, he could not doubt, was the brave old soldier who had spoken to Lacheneur.
"Naturally,"
pursued Monsieur Laugeron,
"the 2 officers examined the body of the dead man. Between his lips they found a paper which they opened and read. It was a list of all the conspirators in the village. The brave man, knowing he was mortally wounded, endeavored to destroy this fatal list, but the agonies of death prevented him from swallowing it."
But the abbe and Maurice had not time to listen to the commentaries with which the hotel proprietor accompanied his recital. They dispatched a messenger to Mme. d'Escorval and to Marie Anne in order to reassure them, and without losing a moment, and fully determined to brave all, they went to the house occupied by the Duc de Sairmeuse. A crowd had gathered about the door. At least 100 persons were standing there, men with anxious faces, women in tears, soliciting, imploring an audience. They were the friends and relatives of the unfortunate men who had been arrested. 2 footmen in gorgeous livery and pompous in bearing had all they could do to keep back the struggling throng. The abbe, hoping that his priestly dress would win him a hearing, approached and gave his name, but he was repulsed like the others. "Monsieur le Duc is busy and can receive no one," said the servant. "Monsieur le Duc is preparing his report for His Majesty." And in support of this assertion, he pointed to the horses standing saddled in the courtyard, and the couriers who were to bear the despatches. The priest sadly rejoined his companions. "We must wait," said he. Intentionally or not, the servants were deceiving these poor people. The duke just then was not troubling himself about despatches. A violent altercation was going on between the Marquis de Courtornieu and himself. Each of these noble personages aspired to the leading role, the one which would be most generously rewarded, undoubtedly. It was a conflict of ambitions and of wills. It had begun by the exchange of a few recriminations, and it quickly reached stinging words, bitter allusions, and at last even threats. The marquis declared it necessary to inflict the most frightful, he said, the most salutary punishment upon the offender. The duke, on the contrary, was inclined to be indulgent. The marquis declared that since Lacheneur, the prime mover, and his son had both eluded pursuit, it was an urgent necessity to arrest Marie Anne. The other declared that the arrest and imprisonment of this young girl would be impolitic, that such a course would render the authorities odious and the rebels more zealous. As each was firmly wedded to his own opinion, the discussion was heated, but they failed to convince each other.
"These rebels must be put down with a strong hand,"
urged Monsieur de Courtornieu. "I do not wish to exasperate the populace," replied the duke.
"Bah! What does public sentiment matter?"
"It matters a great deal when you cannot depend upon your soldiers."
"Do you know what happened last night? There was powder enough burned to win a battle. There were only 15 peasants wounded. Our men fired in the air. You forget that the Montaignac militia is composed, for the most part, at least of men who formerly fought under Bonaparte, and who are burning to turn their weapons against us."
But neither the one nor the other dared to tell the real cause of his obstinacy. Mademoiselle Blanche had been at Montaignac that morning. She had confided her anxiety and her sufferings to her father, and she made him swear that he would profit by this opportunity to rid her of Marie Anne. On his side, the duke, persuaded that Marie Anne was his son's mistress, wished at any cost to prevent her appearance before the tribunal. At last the marquis yielded. The duke had said to him: "Very well, let us end this dispute," at the same time glancing so meaningly at a pair of pistols that the worthy marquis felt a disagreeable chilliness creep up his spine. They then went together to examine the prisoners, preceded by a detachment of soldiery, who drove back the crowd which gathered again to await the duke's return. So all day Maurice watched the aerial telegraph established upon the citadel, and whose black arms were moving incessantly. "What orders are travelling through space?" he said to the abbe. "Is it life or is it death?"
Chapter 26, Albuquerque. Chapter 26 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 26. "Above all, make haste," Maurice had said to the messenger charged with bearing a letter to the baroness. Nevertheless, the man did not reach Escorval until nightfall. Beset by 1,000 fears, he had taken the unfrequented roads and had made long circuits to avoid all the people he saw approaching in the distance. Mme. d'Escorval tore the letter rather than took it from his hands. She opened it, read it aloud to Marie Anne, and merely said: "Let us go at once." But this was easier said than done. They kept but 3 horses at Escorval. One was nearly dead from its terrible journey of the previous night. The other 2 were in Montaignac. What were the ladies to do? To trust to the kindness of their neighbors was the only resource open to them. But these neighbors, having heard of the baron's arrest, firmly refused to lend their horses. They believed they would gravely compromise themselves by rendering any service to the wife of a man upon whom the burden of the most terrible of accusations was resting. Mme. d'Escorval and Marie Anne were talking of pursuing their journey on foot, when Corporal Bavois, enraged at such cowardice, swore by the sacred name of thunder that this should not be. "One moment," said he, "I will arrange the matter." He went away, but reappeared about a quarter of an hour afterward, leading an old plough horse by the mane. This clumsy and heavy steed he harnessed into the cabriolet as best he could. But even this did not satisfy the old trooper's complaisance. His duties at the chateau were over, as Monsieur d'Escorval had been arrested, and nothing remained for Corporal Bavois but to rejoin his regiment. He declared that he would not allow these ladies to travel at night and unattended on the road where they might be exposed to many disagreeable encounters, and that he, in company with 2 grenadiers, would escort them to their journey's end. "And it will go hard with soldier or civilian who ventures to molest them, will it not, comrades?" he exclaimed. As usual, the 2 men assented with an oath. So, as they pursued their journey, Mme. d'Escorval and Marie Anne saw the 3 men preceding or following the carriage, or oftener walking beside it. Not until they reached the gates of Montaignac did the old soldier forsake his proteges, and then not without bidding them a respectful farewell, in the name of his companions as well as himself; not without telling them, if they had need of him, to call upon Bavois,
corporal of grenadiers, company first, stationed at the citadel. The clocks were striking 10 when Mme. d'Escorval and Marie Anne alighted at the Hotel de France. They found Maurice in despair, and even the abbe disheartened. Since Maurice had written to them, events had progressed with fearful rapidity. They knew now the orders which had been forwarded by signals from the citadel. These orders had been printed and affixed to the walls. The signals had said: Montaignac must be regarded as in a state of siege. The military authorities have been granted discretionary power. A military commission will exercise jurisdiction instead of and in place of the courts. Let peaceable citizens take courage. Let the evil disposed tremble. As for the rabble, the sword of the law is about to strike. Only 6 lines in all, but each word was a menace. That which filled the abbe's heart with dismay was the substitution of a military commission for a court martial. This upset all his plans, made all his precautions useless, and destroyed his hopes of saving his friend. A court martial was, of course, hasty and often unjust in its decisions, but still it observes some of the forms of procedure practiced in judicial tribunals. It still preserves something of the solemnity of legal justice, which desires to be enlightened before it condemns. A military commission would infallibly neglect all legal forms, and summarily condemn and punish the accused parties, as in time of war a spy is tried and punished. "What!" exclaimed Maurice, "they dare to condemn without investigating, without listening to testimony, without allowing the accused time to prepare any defense?" The abbe was silent. This exceeded his most sinister apprehensions. Now he believed anything possible. Maurice spoke of an investigation. It had commenced that day, and it was still going on by the light of the jailer's lantern. That is to say, the Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu were passing the prisoners in review. They numbered 300, and the duke and his companion had decided to summon before the commission 30 of the most dangerous conspirators. How were they to select them? By what method could they discover the extent of each prisoner's guilt? It would have been difficult for them to explain. They went from one to another, asking any question that entered their minds, and after the terrified man replied, according as they thought his countenance good or bad, they said to the jailer who accompanied them: "Keep this one until another time," or "this one for tomorrow." By daylight they had 30 names upon their list, and the names of the Baron d'Escorval and Chanlouineau led all the rest. Although the unhappy party at the Hotel de France could not suspect this fact, they suffered an agony of fear and dread through the long night which seemed to them eternal. As soon as day broke, they heard the beating of the reveille at the citadel. The hour when they might commence their efforts anew had come. The abbe announced that he was going alone to the duke's house, and that he would find a way to force an entrance. He had bathed his red and swollen eyes in fresh water, and was prepared to start on his expedition, when someone rapped cautiously at the door of the chamber. Maurice cried: "Come in!" and Monsieur Laugeron instantly entered the room. His face announced some dreadful misfortune, and the worthy man was really terrified. He had just learned that the military commission had been organized. In contempt of all human laws and the commonest rules of justice, the presidency of this tribunal of vengeance and of hatred had been bestowed upon the Duc de Sairmeuse, and he had accepted it, he who was at the same time to play the part of participant, witness, and judge. The other members of the commission were military men. "And when does the commission enter upon its functions?" inquired the abbe.
"Today,"
replied the host, hesitatingly.
"This morning, in an hour, perhaps sooner."
The abbe understood what Monsieur Laugeron meant, but dared not say: "The commission is assembling, make haste." "Come," he said to Maurice, "I wish to be present when your father is examined." Ah, what would not the baroness have given to follow the priest and her son! But she could not. She understood this, and submitted. They set out, and as they stepped into the street they saw a soldier a little way from them, who made a friendly gesture. They recognized Corporal Bavois, and paused; but he, passing them with an air of the utmost indifference, and apparently without observing them, hastily dropped these words:
"I have seen Chanlouineau. Be of good cheer. He promises to save Monsieur d'Escorval."
Chapter 26. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 27 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 27. In the citadel of Montaignac, within the second line of fortifications, stands an old building known as the chapel. Originally consecrated to worship, the structure had, at the time of which we write, fallen into disuse. It was so damp that it would not even serve as an arsenal for an artillery regiment, for the guns rusted there more quickly than in the open air. A black mold covered the walls to a height of 6 or 7 feet. This was the place selected by the Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu for the assembling of the military commission. On first entering it, Maurice and the abbe felt a cold chill strike to their very hearts, and an indefinable anxiety paralyzed all their faculties. But the commission had not yet commenced its seance, and they had time to look about them. The arrangements which had been made in transforming this gloomy hall into a tribunal attested the precipitancy of the judges and their determination to finish their work promptly and mercilessly. The arrangements denoted an absence of all form, and one could divine at once the frightful certainty of the result. 3 large tables, taken from the mess room and covered with horse blankets instead of tapestry, stood upon the platform. Some unpainted wooden chairs awaited the judges, but in the centre glittered the president's chair, a superbly carved and gilded fauteuil sent by the Duc de Sairmeuse. Several wooden benches had been provided for the prisoners. Ropes stretched from one wall to the other divided the chapel into 2 parts. It was a precaution against the public. A superfluous precaution, alas! The abbe and Maurice had expected to find the crowd too great for the hall, large as it was, and they found the chapel almost unoccupied. There were not 20 persons in the building. Standing back in the shadow of the wall were perhaps a dozen men, pale and gloomy, a sullen fire smoldering in their eyes, their teeth tightly clenched. They were army officers, retired on half pay. 3 men, attired in black, were conversing in low tones near the door. In a corner stood several country women, with their aprons over their faces. They were weeping bitterly, and their sobs alone broke the silence. They were the mothers, wives, or daughters of the accused men. 9 o'clock sounded. The rolling of the drum made the panes of the only window tremble. A loud voice outside shouted: "Present arms!" The military commission entered, followed by the Marquis de Courtornieu and several civil functionaries. The duke was in full uniform, his face a little more crimson and his air a trifle more haughty than usual.
"The session is open," pronounced the Duc de Sairmeuse, the president.
Then, in a rough voice, he added:
"Bring in the culprits."
He had not even the grace to say the accused. They came in one by one, to the number of 20, and took their places on the benches at the foot of the platform. Chanlouineau held his head proudly erect and looked composedly about him. Baron d'Escorval was calm and grave, but not more so than when, in days gone by, he had been called upon to express his opinion in the councils of the Empire. Both saw Maurice, who was so overcome that he had to lean upon the abbe for support. But while the baron greeted his son with a simple bend of the head, Chanlouineau made a gesture that clearly signified: "Have confidence in me, fear nothing." The attitude of the other prisoners betrayed surprise rather than fear. Perhaps they were unconscious of the peril they had braved, and the extent of the danger that now threatened them. When the prisoners had taken their places, the chief counsel for the prosecution rose. His presentation of the case was characterized by intense violence, but lasted only 5 minutes. He briefly narrated the facts, exalted the merits of the government, of the Restoration, and concluded by a demand that sentence of death should be pronounced upon the culprits. When he ceased speaking, the duke, addressing the first prisoner upon the bench, said rudely: "Stand up." The prisoner rose. "Your name and age?" "Eugene Michel Chanlouineau, aged 29, farmer by occupation." "An owner of national lands, probably."
"The owner of lands which, having been paid for with good money, made fertile by labor, are rightfully mine." The duke did not wish to waste time on discussion.
"You have taken part in this rebellion," he pursued.
"Yes."
"You are right in avowing it, for witnesses will be introduced who will prove this fact conclusively." 5 grenadiers entered. They were the men whom Chanlouineau had held at bay while Maurice, the abbe, and Marie Anne were entering the carriage. These soldiers declared upon oath that they recognized the accused, and one of them even went so far as to pronounce a glowing eulogium upon him, declaring him to be a solid fellow of remarkable courage. Chanlouineau's eyes during this deposition betrayed an agony of anxiety. Would the soldiers allude to this circumstance of the carriage? No, they did not allude to it. "That is sufficient," interrupted the president. Then turning to Chanlouineau: "What were your motives?" he inquired.
"We hope to free ourselves from a government imposed upon us by foreigners, to free ourselves from the insolence of the nobility, and to retain the lands that were justly ours."
"Enough! You were one of the leaders of the revolt?"
"One of the leaders, yes."
"Who were the others?"
A faint smile flitted over the lips of the young farmer as he replied: "The others were Monsieur Lacheneur, his son Jean, and the Marquis de Sairmeuse." The duke bounded from his gilded armchair.
"Wretch!" he exclaimed; "rascal! Vile scoundrel!"
He caught up a heavy inkstand that stood upon the table before him, and one would have supposed that he was about to hurl it at the prisoner's head. Chanlouineau stood perfectly unmoved in the midst of the assembly, which was excited to the highest pitch by his startling declaration. "You question me," he resumed, "and I replied. You may gag me if my responses do not please you. If there were witnesses for me as there are against me, I could prove the truth of my words. As it is, all the prisoners here will tell you that I am speaking the truth. Is it not so, you others?" With the exception of Baron d'Escorval, there was not one prisoner who was capable of understanding the real bearing of these audacious allegations; but all, nevertheless, nodded their assent. "The Marquis de Sairmeuse was so truly our leader," exclaimed the daring peasant, "that he was wounded by a sabre thrust while fighting by my side." The face of the duke was more purple than that of a man struck with apoplexy, and his fury almost deprived him of the power of speech.
"You lie, scoundrel! You lie!"
he gasped. "Send for the marquis," said Chanlouineau, tranquilly, "and see whether or not he is wounded." A refusal on the part of the duke could not fail to arouse suspicion. But what could he do? Martial had concealed his wound the day before. It was now impossible to confess that he had been wounded. Fortunately for the duke, one of the judges relieved him of his embarrassment. "I hope, Monsieur, that you will not give this arrogant rebel the satisfaction he desires. The commission opposes his demand." Chanlouineau laughed loudly. "Very naturally," he exclaimed. "To morrow my head will be off, and you think nothing will then remain to prove what I say. I have another proof, fortunately, material and indestructible proof, which it is beyond your power to destroy, and which will speak when my body is 6 feet underground."
"What is the proof?" demanded another judge, upon whom the duke looked askance. The prisoner shook his head.
"I will give it to you when you offer me my life in exchange for it," he replied. "It is now in the hands of a trusty person who knows its value.
It will go to the King if necessary. We would like to understand the part which the Marquis de Sairmeuse has played in this affair, whether he truly was with us, or whether he was only an instigating agent." A tribunal regardful of the immutable rules of justice, or even of its own honor, would, by virtue of its discretionary powers, have instantly demanded the presence of the Marquis de Sairmeuse. But the military commission considered such a course quite beneath its dignity. These men, arrayed in gorgeous uniforms, were not judges charged with the vindication of a cruel law, but still a law. They were the instruments commissioned by the conquerors to strike the vanquished in the name of that savage code which may be summed up in two words, Vae victis. The president, the noble Duc de Sairmeuse, would not have consented to summon Martial on any consideration. Nor did his associate judges wish him to do so. Had Chanlouineau foreseen this? Probably. Yet why had he ventured so hazardous a blow? The tribunal, after a short deliberation, decided that it would not admit this testimony which had so excited the audience, and stupefied Maurice and Abbe Midon. The examination was continued, therefore, with increased bitterness. "Instead of designating imaginary leaders," resumed the duke, "you would do well to name the real instigator of this revolt, not Lacheneur, but an individual seated upon the other end of the bench, the elder d'Escorval." "Monsieur le Baron d'Escorval was entirely ignorant of the conspiracy. I swear it by all that I hold most sacred." "Hold your tongue," interrupted the counsel for the prosecution. "Instead of wearying the patience of the commission by such ridiculous stories, try to merit its indulgence." Chanlouineau's glance and gesture expressed such disdain that the man who interrupted him was abashed. "I wish no indulgence," he said. "I have played, I have lost. Here is my head. But if you were not more cruel than wild beasts, you would take pity on the poor wretches who surround me. I see at least 10 among them who were not our accomplices, and who certainly did not take up arms. Even the others did not know what they were doing. No, they did not." Having spoken, he resumed his seat, proud, indifferent, and apparently oblivious to the murmur which ran through the audience, the soldiers of the guard, and even to the platform, at the sound of his vibrant voice. The despair of the poor peasant women had been reawakened, and their sobs and moans filled the immense hall. The retired officers had grown even more pale and gloomy, and tears streamed down the wrinkled cheeks of several. "That one is a man," they were thinking. The abbe leaned over and whispered in the ear of Maurice: "Evidently Chanlouineau has some plan. He intends to save your father. How, I cannot understand." The judges were conversing in low tones with considerable animation. A difficulty had presented itself. The prisoners, ignorant of the charges which would be brought against them, and not expecting instant trial, had not thought of procuring a defender; and this circumstance, bitter mockery, frightened this iniquitous tribunal, which did not fear to trample beneath its feet the most sacred rules of justice. The judges had decided. Their verdict was, as it were, rendered in advance, and yet they wished to hear a voice raised in defense of those who were already doomed. It chanced that 3 lawyers, retained by the friends of several of the prisoners, were in the hall. They were the 3 men that Maurice, on his entrance, had noticed conversing near the door of the chapel. The duke was informed of this fact. He turned to them and motioned them to approach. Then pointing to Chanlouineau: "Will you undertake this culprit's defense?" he demanded. For a moment the lawyers made no response. This monstrous seance had aroused a storm of indignation and disgust within their breasts, and they looked questioningly at each other. "We are all disposed to undertake the prisoner's defense," at last replied the eldest of the 3; "but we see him for the first time. We are ignorant of his grounds of defense. We must ask a delay. It is indispensable, in order to confer with him." "The court can grant you no delay," interrupted Monsieur de Sairmeuse. "Will you accept the defense, yes or no?" The advocate hesitated; not that he was afraid, for he was a brave man. but he was endeavoring to find some argument strong enough to trouble the conscience of these judges. "I will speak on his behalf," said the advocate, at last, "but not without first protesting with all my strength against these unheard of modes of procedure." "Oh, spare us your homilies, and be brief." After Chanlouineau's examination, it was difficult to improvise there, on the spur of the moment, a plea in his behalf. Still, his courageous advocate, in his indignation, presented a score of arguments which would have made any other tribunal reflect. But all the while he was speaking, the Duc de Sairmeuse fidgeted in his gilded armchair, with every sign of angry impatience. "The plea was very long," he remarked, when the lawyer had concluded; "terribly long. We shall never get through with this business if each prisoner takes up as much time." He turned to his colleagues as if to consult them, but suddenly changing his mind, he proposed to the prosecuting counsel that he should unite all the cases, try all the culprits in a body, with the exception of the elder d'Escorval. "This will shorten our task, for in case we adopt this course, there will be but two judgments to be pronounced," he said. "This will not, of course, prevent each individual from defending himself." The lawyers protested against this. A judgment in a lump like that suggested by the duke would destroy all hope of saving a single one of these unfortunate men from the guillotine. "How can we defend them," the lawyers pleaded, "when we know nothing of the situation of each of the prisoners? We do not even know their names. We shall be obliged to designate them by the cut of their coats and by the color of their hair." They implored the tribunal to grant them a week for preparation, 4 days, even 24 hours. Futile efforts. The president's proposition was adopted. Consequently, each prisoner was called to the desk according to the place which he occupied upon the benches. Each man gave his name, his age, his abode, and his profession, and received an order to return to his place. 6 or 7 prisoners were actually granted time to say that they were absolutely ignorant of the conspiracy, and that they had been arrested while conversing quietly upon the public highway. They begged to be allowed to furnish proof of the truth of their assertions. They invoked the testimony of the soldiers who had arrested them. Monsieur d'Escorval, whose case had been separated from the others, was not summoned to the desk. He would be interrogated last. "Now the counsel for the defense will be heard," said the duke. "But make haste. Lose no time. It is already 12 o'clock." Then began a shameful, revolting, and unheard of scene. The duke interrupted the lawyers every other moment, bidding them be silent, questioning them, or jeering at them. "It seems incredible," said he, "that anyone can think of defending such wretches." Or again: "Silence! You should blush with shame for having constituted yourself the defender of such rascals." But the lawyers persevered even while they realized the utter uselessness of their efforts. But what could they do under such circumstances? The defense of these 29 prisoners lasted only 1 hour and a half. Before the last word was uttered, the Duc de Sairmeuse gave a sigh of relief, and in a tone which betrayed his delight, said: "Prisoner d'Escorval, stand up." Thus called upon, the baron rose, calm and dignified. Terrible as his sufferings must have been, there was no trace of it upon his noble face. He had even repressed the smile of disdain which the duke's paltry affection, in not giving him the title which belonged to him, brought to his lips. But Chanlouineau sprang up at the same time, trembling with indignation, his face all aglow with anger. "Remain seated," ordered the duke, "or you shall be removed from the court room." Chanlouineau nevertheless declared that he would speak, that he had some remarks to add to the plea made by the defending counsel. Upon a sign from the duke, 2 gendarmes approached and placed their hands upon his shoulders. He allowed them to force him back into his seat, though he could easily have crushed them with one pressure of his brawny arm. An observer would have supposed that he was furious. Secretly he was delighted. The aim he had had in view was now attained. In the glance he cast upon the abbe, the latter could read: "Whatever happens, watch over Maurice. Restrain him. Do not allow him to defeat my plans by any outbreak." This caution was not unnecessary. Maurice was terribly agitated. He could not see; he felt that he was suffocating, that he was losing his reason. "Where is the self control you promised me?" murmured the priest. But no one observed the young man's condition. The attention was rapt, breathless. So profound was the silence that the measured tread of the sentinels without could be distinctly heard. Each person present felt that the decisive moment for which the tribunal had reserved all its attention and efforts had come. To convict and condemn the poor peasants, of whom no one would think twice, was a mere trifle; but to bring low an illustrious man, who had been the counselor and faithful friend of the emperor, what glory, and what an opportunity for the ambitious! The instinct of the audience spoke the truth. If the tribunal had acted informally in the case of the obscure conspirators, it had carefully prepared its suit against the baron. Thanks to the activity of the Marquis de Courtornieu, the prosecution had found 7 charges against the baron, the least grave of which was punishable by death.
"Which of you," demanded Monsieur de Sairmeuse, "will consent to defend this great culprit?"
"I!" exclaimed 3 advocates in a breath.
"Take care," said the duke, with a malicious smile. "The task is not light."
Not light! It would have been better to say dangerous. It would have been better to say that the defender risked his career, his peace, and his liberty, very probably his life.
"Our profession has its exigencies,"
nobly replied the oldest of the advocates. And the 3 courageously took their places beside the baron, thus avenging the honor of their robe, which had just been miserably sullied, in a city where, among more than 100,000 souls, 2 pure and innocent victims of a furious reaction had not, oh shame, been able to find a defender.
"Prisoner," resumed Monsieur de Sairmeuse, "state your name and profession." "Louis Guillaume, Baron d'Escorval, Commander of the Order of the Legion of Honor, formerly Councillor of State under the Empire." "So you avow these shameful services? You confess?" "Pardon, Monsieur, I am proud of having had the honor of serving my country, and of being useful to her in proportion to my ability."
With a furious gesture, the duke interrupted him.
"That is excellent!" he exclaimed. "These gentlemen, the commissioners, will appreciate that. It was undoubtedly in the hope of regaining your former position that you entered into a conspiracy against a magnanimous prince with these vile wretches." "These peasants are not vile wretches, but misguided men, Monsieur. Moreover, you know, yes, you know as well as I do myself, that I have had no hand in this conspiracy." "You were arrested in the ranks of the conspirators with weapons in your hands."
"I was unarmed, Monsieur, as you are well aware; and if I was among the peasantry, it was only because I hoped to induce them to relinquish their senseless enterprise."
"You lie!"
The baron paled beneath the insult, but he made no reply. There was, however, one man in the assemblage who could no longer endure this horrible and abominable injustice, and this man was Abbe Midon, who only a moment before had advised Maurice to be calm. He brusquely quitted his place and advanced to the foot of the platform. "The Baron d'Escorval speaks the truth," he cried, in a ringing voice. "The 300 prisoners in the citadel will swear to it. These prisoners here would say the same if they stood upon the guillotine. And I, who accompanied him, who walked beside him, I, a priest, swear before the God who will judge all men, Monsieur de Sairmeuse, I swear that all which it was in human power to do to arrest this movement, we have done." The duke listened with an ironical smile.
"They did not deceive me, then, when they told me that this army of rebels had a chaplain. Ah, Monsieur, you should sink to the earth with shame. You, a priest, mingle with such scoundrels as these, with these enemies of our good king and of our holy religion. Do not deny this. Your haggard features, your swollen eyes, your disordered attire soiled with dust and mud betray your guilt. Must I, a soldier, remind you of what is due your sacred calling? Hold your peace, Monsieur, and depart."
The counsel for the prisoner sprang up. "We demand," they cried, "that this witness be heard. He must be heard. Military commissions are not above the laws that regulate ordinary tribunals." "If I do not speak the truth," resumed the abbe, "I am a perjured witness, worse yet, an accomplice. It is your duty, in that case, to have me arrested." The duke's face expressed a hypocritical compassion.
"No, Monsieur le Cure," said he, "I shall not arrest you. I would avert the scandal which you are trying to cause. We will show your priestly garb the respect the wearer does not deserve. Again, and for the last time, retire, or I shall be obliged to employ force."
What would further resistance avail? Nothing. The abbe, with a face whiter than the plastered walls and eyes filled with tears, came back to his place beside Maurice. The lawyers, meanwhile, were uttering their protests with increasing energy; but the duke, by a prolonged hammering upon the table with his fists, at last succeeded in reducing them to silence.
"Ah, you wish testimony!" he exclaimed. "Very well, you shall have it. Soldiers, bring in the first witness."
A movement among the guards, and almost immediately Chupin appeared. He advanced deliberately, but his countenance betrayed him. A close observer could have read his anxiety and his terror in his eyes, which wandered restlessly about the room. And there was a very appreciable terror in his voice when, with hand uplifted, he swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
"What do you know regarding the prisoner d'Escorval?"
demanded the duke.
"I know that he took part in the rebellion on the night of the 4th."
"Are you sure of this?"
"I can furnish proofs."
"Submit them to the consideration of the commission."
The old scoundrel began to gain more confidence.
"First," he replied, "it was to the house of Monsieur d'Escorval that Lacheneur hastened after he had, much against his will, restored to Monsieur le Duc the chateau of Monsieur le Duc's ancestors. Monsieur Lacheneur met Chanlouineau there, and from that day dates the plot of this insurrection."
"I was Lacheneur's friend," said the baron. "It was perfectly natural that he should come to me for consolation after a great misfortune."
Monsieur de Sairmeuse turned to his colleague.
"You hear that?" said he. "This d'Escorval calls the restitution of a deposit a great misfortune. Go on, witness."
"In the second place," resumed Chupin, "the accused was always prowling about Lacheneur's house."
"That is false," interrupted the baron. "I never visited the house but once, and on that occasion I implored him to renounce."
He paused, comprehending only when it was too late the terrible significance of his words. But having begun, he would not retract, and he added:
"I implored him to renounce this project of an insurrection." "Ah! then you knew his wicked intentions?" "I suspected them. Not to reveal a conspiracy makes one an accomplice, and means the guillotine."
Baron d'Escorval had just signed his death warrant. Strange caprice of destiny! He was innocent, and yet he was the only one among the accused whom a regular tribunal could have legally condemned. Maurice and the abbe were prostrated with grief; but Chanlouineau, who turned toward them, had still upon his lips a smile of confidence. How could he hope when all hope seemed absolutely lost? But the commissioners made no attempt to conceal their satisfaction. Monsieur de Sairmeuse, especially, evinced an indecent joy.
"Ah, well, messieurs," he said to the lawyers, in a sneering tone.
The counsel for the defense poorly dissimulated their discouragement, but they nevertheless endeavored to question the validity of such a declaration on the part of their client. He had said that he suspected the conspiracy, not that he knew it. It was quite a different thing.
"Say at once that you wish still more overwhelming evidence," interrupted the duke. "Very well, you shall have it. Continue your deposition, witness."
"The accused," continued Chupin, "was present at all the conferences held at Lacheneur's house. The proof of this is as clear as daylight. Being obliged to cross the Oiselle to reach the Reche, and fearing the ferryman would notice his frequent nocturnal voyages, the baron had an old boat repaired, which he had not used for years."
"Ah, that is a remarkable circumstance, prisoner. Do you recollect having your boat repaired?" "Yes, but not for the purpose which this man mentions." "For what purpose, then?"
The baron made no response. Was it not in compliance with the request of Maurice that the boat had been put in order?
"And finally," continued Chupin, "when Lacheneur set fire to his house to give the signal for the insurrection, the prisoner was with him."
"That," exclaimed the duke, "is conclusive evidence." "I was indeed at the Reche," interrupted the baron; "but it was, as I have already told you, with the firm determination of preventing this outbreak." Monsieur de Sairmeuse gave utterance to a little disdainful laugh. "Ah, gentlemen," he said, addressing the commissioners, "can you not see that the prisoner's courage does not equal his depravity? But I will confound him. What did you do, prisoner, when the insurgents left the Reche?" "I returned to my home with all possible haste, took a horse, and repaired to the Croix d'Arcy." "Then you knew that this was the spot appointed for the general rendezvous?" "Lacheneur had just informed me." "If I believed your story, I should tell you that it was your duty to have hastened to Montaignac and informed the authorities. But what you say is untrue. You did not leave Lacheneur, you accompanied him." "No, monsieur, no." "And what if I could prove this fact beyond all question?" "Impossible, monsieur, since such was not the case."
By the malicious satisfaction that lighted Monsieur de Sairmeuse's face, the abbe knew that this wicked judge had some terrible weapon in his hands, and that Baron d'Escorval was about to be overwhelmed by one of those fatal coincidences which explain, although they do not justify, judicial errors. At a sign from the counsel for the prosecution, the Marquis de Courtornieu left his seat and came forward to the platform.
"I must request you, Monsieur le Marquis," said the duke, "to have the goodness to read to the commission the deposition written and signed by your daughter."
This scene must have been prepared in advance for the audience. Monsieur de Courtornieu cleaned his glasses, drew from his pocket a paper which he unfolded, and amid a death like silence, he read: "I, Blanche de Courtornieu, do declare upon oath that on the evening of the 4th of February, between 10 and 11 o'clock, on the public road leading from Sairmeuse to Montaignac, I was assailed by a crowd of armed brigands. While they were deliberating as to whether they should take possession of my person and pillage my carriage, I overheard one of these men say to another, speaking of me: 'She must get out.' Must she not, Monsieur d'Escorval?" I believe that the brigand who uttered these words was a peasant named Chanlouineau, but I dare not assert it on oath." A terrible cry, followed by inarticulate moans, interrupted the marquis. The suffering which Maurice endured was too great for his strength and his reason. He was about to spring forward and cry: "It was I who addressed those words to Chanlouineau. I alone am guilty. My father is innocent." But fortunately the abbe had the presence of mind to hold him back, and place his hand over the poor youth's lips. But the priest would not have been able to restrain Maurice without the aid of the retired army officers who were standing beside him. Divining all, perhaps, they surrounded Maurice, took him up, and carried him from the room by main force, in spite of his violent resistance. All this occupied scarcely 10 seconds.
"What is the cause of this disturbance?" inquired the duke, looking angrily over the audience. No one uttered a word. "At the least noise, the hall shall be cleared," added Monsieur de Sairmeuse. "And you, prisoner, what have you to say in self justification after this crushing accusation by Mademoiselle de Courtornieu?" "Nothing," murmured the baron. "So you confess your guilt?" Once outside, the abbe confided Maurice to the care of the 3 officers, who promised to go with him to carry him by main force, if need be, to the hotel, and keep him there. Relieved on on this score, the priest re entered the hall just in time to see the baron seat himself without making any response, thus indicating that he had relinquished all intention of defending his life. Really, what could he say? How could he defend himself without betraying his son? Until now, there had not been one person who did not believe in the baron's entire innocence. Could it be that he was guilty? His silence must be accepted as a confession of guilt. At least, some present believed so. Baron d'Escorval appeared to be guilty. Was that not a sufficiently great victory for the Duc de Sairmeuse? He turned to the lawyers, and with an air of weariness and disdain, he said: "Now speak, since it is absolutely necessary. But no long phrases. We should have finished here an hour ago." The oldest lawyer rose, trembling with indignation, ready to dare anything for the sake of giving free utterance to his thought. But the baron checked him. "Do not try to defend me," he said, calmly. "It would be labor wasted. I have only a word to say to my judges. Let them remember what the noble and generous Marshal Moncey wrote to the king: 'The scaffold does not make friends.'" This recollection was not of a nature to soften the hearts of the judges. The marshal, for that saying, had been deprived of his office, and condemned to 3 months' imprisonment. As the advocates made no further attempt to argue the case, the commission retired to deliberate. This gave Monsieur d'Escorval an opportunity to speak with his defenders. He shook them warmly by the hand, and thanked them for their devotion and for their courage. The good man wept. Then the baron, turning to the oldest among them, quickly and in a low voice said: "I have a last favor to ask of you. When the sentence of death shall have been pronounced upon me, go at once to my son. You will say to him that his dying father commands him to live. He will understand you. Tell him it is my last wish that he live for his mother." He said no more. The judges were returning. Of the 30 prisoners, 9 were declared not guilty and released. The remaining 21, and Monsieur d'Escorval and Chanlouineau were among the number, were condemned to death. But the smile had not once forsaken Chanlouineau's lips. Chapter 27. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 28 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq, by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 28. The abbe had been right in feeling he could trust the officers to whose care he had confided Maurice. Finding their entreaties would not induce him to leave the citadel, they seized him and literally carried him away. He made the most desperate efforts to escape. Each step was a struggle. "Leave me!" he exclaimed. "Let me go where duty calls me. You only dishonor me in pretending to save me." His agony was terrible. He had thrown himself headlong into this absurd undertaking, and now the responsibility of his acts had fallen upon his father. He, the culprit, would live, and his innocent father would perish on the guillotine. It was to this his love for Marie Anne had led him, that radiant love which in other days had smiled so joyously. But our capacity for suffering has its limits. When they had carried him to the room in the hotel where his mother and Marie Anne were waiting in agonized surprise, that irresistible torpor which follows suffering too intense for human endurance crept over him. "Nothing is decided yet," the officers answered in response to Mme. d'Escorval's questions. "The cure will hasten here as soon as the verdict is rendered." Then, as they had promised not to lose sight of Maurice, they seated themselves in gloomy silence. The house was silent. One might have supposed the hotel deserted. At last, a little before 4 o'clock, the abbe came in, followed by the lawyer, to whom the baron had confided his last wishes. "My husband!" exclaimed Mme. d'Escorval, springing wildly from her chair. The priest bowed his head. She understood. "Death!" she faltered. They have condemned him!" And overcome by the terrible blow, she sank back inert with hanging arms. But the weakness did not last long. She again sprang up, her eyes brilliant with heroic resolve.
"We must save him!" she exclaimed. "We must wrest him from the scaffold. Up, Maurice! Up, Marie Anne! No more weak lamentations. We must to work. You also, gentlemen, will aid me. I can count upon your assistance, Monsieur le Cure. What are we going to do? I do not know, but something must be done. The death of this just man would be too great a crime. God will not permit it." She suddenly paused, with clasped hands and eyes uplifted to heaven, as if seeking divine inspiration. "And the King," she resumed, "will the King consent to such a crime? No! A king can refuse mercy, but he cannot refuse justice. I will go to him. I will tell him all. Why did not this thought come to me sooner? We must start for Paris without losing an instant. Maurice, you will accompany me. One of you gentlemen will go at once and order post horses."
Thinking they would obey her, she hastened into the next room to make preparations for her journey. "Poor woman!" the lawyer whispered to the abbe; "she does not know that the sentence of a military commission is executed in 24 hours. Well, it requires 4 days to make the journey to Paris." He reflected a moment, then added: "But, after all, to let her go would be an act of mercy. Did not Ney, on the morning of his execution, implore the King to order the removal of his wife, who was sobbing and moaning in his cell?" The abbe shook his head. "No," said he, "Madame d'Escorval will never forgive us if we prevent her from receiving her husband's last farewell." She, at that very moment, re entered the room, and the priest was trying to gather courage to tell her the cruel truth, when someone knocked violently at the door. One of the officers went to open it, and Bavois, the corporal of grenadiers, entered, his right hand lifted to his cap, as if he were in the presence of his superior officer.
"Is Mademoiselle Lacheneur here?"
he demanded. Marie Anne came forward.
"I am she, Monsieur," she replied. "What do you desire of me?"
"I am ordered, mademoiselle, to conduct you to the citadel."
"Ah!" exclaimed Maurice, in a ferocious tone, "so they imprison women also!" The worthy corporal struck himself a heavy blow upon the forehead.
"I am an old stupid," he exclaimed, "and express myself badly. I mean to say that I came to seek mademoiselle at the request of one of the condemned, a man named Chanlouineau, who desires to speak with her."
"Impossible, my good man," said one of the officers. "They would not allow this lady to visit one of the condemned without special permission."
"Well, she has this permission,"
said the old soldier. Assuring himself with a glance that he had nothing to fear from anyone present, he added, in lower tones:
"This Chanlouineau told me that the cure would understand his reasons."
Had the brave peasant really found some means of salvation? The abbe almost began to believe it. "You must go with this worthy man, Marie Anne," said he. The poor girl shuddered at the thought of seeing Chanlouineau again, but the idea of refusing never once occurred to her. "Let us go," she said, quietly. But the corporal did not stir from his place, and winking according to his habit, when he desired to attract the attention of his hearers:
"In one moment," he said. "This Chanlouineau, who seems to be a shrewd fellow, told me to tell you that all was going well. May I be hung if I can see how. Still, such is his opinion. He also told me to tell you not to stir from this place, and not to attempt anything until mademoiselle returns, which will be in less than an hour. He swears to you that he will keep his promise. He only asks you to pledge your word that you will obey him."
"We will take no action until an hour has passed," said the abbe. "I promise that."
"That is all. Salute, company! And now, mademoiselle, on the double! Quick, march! The poor devil over there must be on coals of fire."
That a condemned prisoner should be allowed to receive a visit from the daughter of the leader of the rebellion, of that Lacheneur who had succeeded in making his escape, was indeed surprising. But Chanlouineau had been ingenious enough to discover a means of procuring this special permission. With this aim in view, when sentence of death was passed upon him, he pretended to be overcome with terror, and to weep piteously. The soldiers could scarcely believe their eyes when they saw this robust young fellow, who had been so insolent and defiant a few hours before, so overcome that they were obliged to carry him to his cell. There his lamentations were redoubled, and he begged the guard to go to the Duc de Sairmeuse or the Marquis de Courtornieu and tell them he had revelations of the greatest importance to make. That potent word "revelations" made Monsieur de Courtornieu hasten to the prisoner's cell. He found Chanlouineau on his knees, his features distorted by what was apparently an agony of fear. The man dragged himself toward him, took his hands and kissed them, imploring mercy and forgiveness, swearing that to preserve his life he was ready to do anything, yes, anything, even to deliver up Monsieur Lacheneur. To capture Lacheneur, such a prospect had powerful attractions for the Marquis de Courtornieu. "Do you know, then, where this brigand is concealed?" he inquired. Chanlouineau admitted that he did not know, but declared that Marie Anne, Lacheneur's daughter, knew her father's hiding place. She had, he declared, perfect confidence in him, and if they would only send for her and allow him 10 minutes of private conversation with her, he was sure he could obtain the secret of her father's place of concealment. So the bargain was quickly concluded. The prisoner's life was promised him in exchange for the life of Lacheneur. A soldier, who chanced to be Corporal Bavois, was sent to summon Marie Anne, and Chanlouineau waited in terrible anxiety. No one had told him what had taken place at Escorval, but he divined it by the aid of that strange prescience which so often illuminates the mind when death is near at hand. He was almost certain that Mme. d'Escorval was in Montaignac. He was equally certain that Marie Anne was with her. And if she were, he knew that she would come. And he waited, counting the seconds by the throbbings of his heart. He waited, understanding the cause of every sound without, distinguishing with the marvelous acuteness of senses excited to the highest pitch by passion, sounds which would have been inaudible to another person. At last, at the end of the corridor, he heard the rustling of a dress against the wall. "It is she," he murmured. Footsteps approached. The heavy bolts were drawn back, the door opened, and Marie Anne entered, accompanied by Corporal Bavois. "Monsieur de Courtornieu promised me that we should be left alone," exclaimed Chanlouineau. "Therefore I go at once," replied the old soldier. "But I have orders to return for mademoiselle in half an hour." When the door closed behind the worthy corporal, Chanlouineau took Marie Anne's hand and drew her to the tiny grafted window. "Thank you for coming," said he. "Thank you. I can see you and speak to you once more. Now that my hours are numbered, I may reveal the secret of my soul and of my life. Now I can venture to tell you how ardently I have loved you, how much I still love you." Involuntarily, Marie Anne drew away her hand and stepped back. This outburst of passion, at such a moment, seemed at once unspeakably sad and frightful. "Have I, then, offended you?" said Chanlouineau, sadly. "Forgive one who is about to die. You cannot refuse to listen to the voice of one who after tomorrow will have vanished from earth forever. I have loved you for a long time, Marie Anne, for more than 6 years. Before I saw you, I loved only my possessions. To raise fine crops and to amass a fortune seemed to me then the greatest possible happiness here below. Why did I meet you? But at that time you were so high, and I so low, that never in my wildest dreams did I aspire to you. I went to church each Sunday only that I might worship you as peasant women worship the Blessed Virgin. I went home with my eyes and my heart full of you, and that was all. Then came the misfortune that brought us nearer to each other, and your father made me as insane, yes, as insane as himself. After the insults he received from the Sairmeuse, your father resolved to revenge himself upon these arrogant nobles, and he selected me for his accomplice. He had read my heart. On leaving the house of Baron d'Escorval, on that Sunday evening which you must remember, the compact that bound me to your father was made. 'You love my daughter, my boy,' said he. 'Very well, aid me, and I promise you, in case we succeed, she shall be your wife. Only,' he added, I must warn you that you hazard your life. But what was life in comparison with the hope that dazzled me? From that night I gave body, soul, and fortune to the cause. Others were influenced by hatred or by ambition, but I was actuated by neither of these motives. What did the quarrels of the great matter to me, a simple laborer? I knew that the greatest were powerless to give my crops a drop of rain in season of drought, or a ray of sunshine during the rain. I took part in this conspiracy because I loved you."
"Ah, you are cruel!"
exclaimed Marie Anne.
"You are pitiless!"
It seemed to the poor girl that he was reproaching her for the horrible fate which Lacheneur had brought upon him, and for the terrible part which her father had imposed upon her, and which she had not been strong enough to refuse to perform. But Chanlouineau scarcely heard Marie Anne's exclamation. All the bitterness of the past had mounted to his brain like fumes of alcohol. He was scarcely conscious of his own words. "But the day soon came," he continued, "when my foolish illusions were destroyed. You could not be mine, since you belonged to another. I might have broken my compact. I thought of doing so, but had not the courage. To see you, to hear your voice, to dwell beneath the same roof with you was happiness. I longed to see you happy and honored. I fought for the triumph of another, for him whom you had chosen." A sob that had risen in his throat choked his utterance. He buried his face in his hands to hide his tears, and for a moment seemed completely overcome. But he mastered his weakness after a little, and in a firm voice he said: "We must not linger over the past. Time flies, and the future is ominous." As he spoke, he went to the door, and applied first his eye, then his ear to the opening, to see that there were no spies without. No one was in the corridor. He could not hear a sound. He came back to Marie Anne's side, and tearing the sleeve of his jacket open with his teeth, he drew from it 2 letters, wrapped carefully in a piece of cloth. "Here," he said, in a low voice, "is a man's life." Marie Anne knew nothing of Chanlouineau's promises and hopes, and bewildered by her distress, she did not at first understand.
"This," she exclaimed, "is a man's life!"
"Hush! Speak lower!" interrupted Chanlouineau. "Yes, one of these letters might perhaps save the life of one who has been condemned to death."
"Unfortunate man! Why do you not make use of it and save yourself?"
The young man sadly shook his head. "Is it possible that you could ever love me?" he said, simply. "No, it is not. I have therefore no desire to live. Rest beneath the sod is preferable to the misery I am forced to endure. Moreover, I was justly condemned. I knew what I was doing when I left the Reche with my gun upon my shoulder and my sword by my side. I have no right to complain. But those cruel judges have condemned an innocent man."
"Baron d'Escorval?"
"Yes, the father of Maurice." His voice changed in uttering the name of this man, for whose happiness he would have given 10 lives had they been his to give. "I wish to save him," he added. "I can do it."
"Oh, if what you said were true! But you undoubtedly deceive yourself."
"I know what I am saying." Fearing that some spy outside would overhear him, he came close to Marie Anne and said rapidly and in a low voice:
I never believed in the success of this conspiracy. When I sought a weapon of defense in case of failure, the Marquis de Sairmeuse furnished it. When it became necessary to send a circular warning our accomplices of the date decided upon for the uprising, I persuaded Monsieur Martial to write a model. He suspected nothing. I told him it was for a wedding. He did what I asked. This letter, which is now in my possession, is the rough draft of the circular, and it was written by the hand of the Marquis de Sairmeuse. It is impossible for him to deny it. There is an erasure on each line. Everyone would regard it as the handiwork of a man who was seeking to convey his real meaning in ambiguous phrases."
Chanlouineau opened the envelope and showed her the famous letter which he had dictated, and in which the space for the date of the insurrection was left blank. "My dear friend, we are at last agreed, and the marriage is decided," etc. The light that had sparkled in Marie Anne's eye was suddenly extinguished.
"And you believe that this letter can be of any service?"
she inquired, in evident discouragement. "I do not believe it."
"But "
With a gesture he interrupted her. "We must not lose time in discussion. Listen to me.
Of itself, this letter might be unimportant, but I have arranged matters in such a way that it will produce a powerful effect. I declared before the commission that the Marquis de Sairmeuse was one of the leaders of the movement. They laughed, and I read incredulity on the faces of the judges. But calumny is never without its effect. When the Duc de Sairmeuse is about to receive a reward for his services, there will be enemies in plenty to remember, and to repeat my words. He knew this so well that he was greatly agitated, even while his colleagues sneered at my accusations.
"To accuse a man falsely is a great crime,"
murmured the honest Marie Anne. "Yes, but I wish to save my friend, and I cannot choose my means. I was all the more sure of success as I knew that the marquis had been wounded. I declared that he was fighting against the troops by my side. I demanded that he should be summoned before the tribunal. I told them that I had in my possession unquestionable proofs of his complicity."
"Did you say that the Marquis de Sairmeuse had been wounded?"
inquired Marie Anne. Chanlouineau's face betrayed the most intense astonishment. "What!" he exclaimed, "you do not know?" Then, after an instant's reflection: "Fool that I am!" he resumed. "Who could have told you what had happened? You remember that while we were travelling over the Sairmeuse road on our way to the Croix d'Arcy, and after your father had left us to ride on in advance, Maurice placed himself at the head of one division, and you walked beside him, while your brother Jean and myself stayed behind to urge on the laggards. We were performing our duty conscientiously when suddenly we heard the gallop of a horse behind us. 'We must know who is coming,' Jean said to me. We paused. The horse soon reached us. We caught the bridle and held him. Can you guess who the rider was? Martial de Sairmeuse. To describe your brother's fury on recognizing the marquis would be impossible. 'At last I find you, wretched noble!' he exclaimed. 'And now we will settle our account. After reducing my father, who has just given you a fortune, to despair and penury, you have tried to degrade my sister. I will have my revenge. Down, we must fight.'" Marie Anne could scarcely tell whether she was awake or dreaming.
"My brother," she murmured, "has challenged the marquis. Is it possible?"
"Brave as Monsieur Martial is," pursued Chanlouineau, "he did not seem inclined to accept the invitation. He stammered out something like this: 'You are mad, you are jesting. Have we not always been friends? What does this mean?' Jean ground his teeth in rage. 'This means that we have endured your insulting familiarity long enough,' he replied; 'and if you do not dismount and meet me in open combat, I will blow your brains out.' Your brother, as he spoke, manipulated his pistol in so threatening a manner that the marquis dismounted, and addressing me: 'You see, Chanlouineau,' he said, 'I must fight a duel or submit to assassination. If Jean kills me, there is no more to be said; but if I kill him, what is to be done?' I told him he would be free to depart on condition he would give me his word not to return to Montaignac before 2 o'clock. 'Then I accept the challenge,' said he. 'Give me a weapon.' I gave him my sword. Your brother drew his, and they took their places in the middle of the highway." The young farmer paused to take a breath, then said more slowly: "Marie Anne, your father and I have misjudged your brother. Poor Jean's appearance is terribly against him. His face indicates a treacherous, cowardly nature. His smile is cunning, and his eye always shuns yours. We have distrusted him, but we should ask his pardon. A man who fights as I saw him fight is deserving of confidence. For this combat in the public road and in the darkness of the night was terrible. They attacked each other silently but furiously. At last Jean fell."
"Ah! my brother is dead!"
exclaimed Marie Anne. "No," responded Chanlouineau; "at least we have reason to hope not. I know he has not lacked any attention. This duel had another witness, a man named Poignot, whom you must remember. He was one of your father's tenants. He took Jean, promising me that he would conceal him and care for him. As for the marquis, he showed me that he, too, was wounded, and then he remounted his horse, saying: 'What could I do? He would have it so.'" Marie Anne understood now.
"Give me the letter," she said to Chanlouineau. "I will go to the duke. I will find some way to reach him, and then God will tell me what course to pursue."
The noble peasant handed the girl the tiny scrap of paper which might have been his own salvation. "On no account," said he, "must you allow the duke to suppose that you have upon your person the proof with which you threaten him. Who knows of what he might be capable under such circumstances? He will say at first that he can do nothing, that he sees no way to save the baron. You will tell him that he must find a means, if he does not wish this letter sent to Paris to one of his enemies." He paused. He heard the grating of the bolt. Corporal Bavois reappeared. "The half hour expired 10 minutes ago," he said, sadly. "I have my orders." "Coming," said Chanlouineau. "All is ended." And handing Marie Anne the second letter: "This is for you," he added. "You will read it when I am no more. Pray, pray do not weep thus. Be brave. You will soon be the wife of Maurice, and when you are happy, think sometimes of the poor peasant who loved you so much." Marie Anne could not utter a word, but she lifted her face to his. "Ah! I dare not ask it!" he exclaimed. And for the first time he clasped her to his arms, and pressed his lips to her pallid cheek. "Now, adieu!" he said, once more. "Do not lose a moment. Adieu!" Chapter 28. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 29 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau. Part 2, Chapter 29. The prospect of capturing Lacheneur, the chief conspirator, excited the Marquis de Courtornieu so much that he had not been able to tear himself away from the citadel to return home to his dinner. Remaining near the entrance of the dark corridor leading to Chanlouineau's cell, he watched Marie Anne depart; but as he saw her go out into the twilight with a quick, alert step, he felt a sudden doubt of Chanlouineau's sincerity. "Can it be that this miserable peasant has deceived me?" he thought. So strong was this suspicion that he hastened after her, determined to question her, to ascertain the truth, to arrest her if necessary. But he no longer possessed the agility of youth, and when he reached the gateway the guard told him that Mademoiselle Lacheneur had already passed out. He rushed out after her, looked about on every side, but could see no trace of her. He re entered the citadel, furious with himself for his own credulity. "Still, I can visit Chanlouineau," thought he, "and tomorrow will be time enough to summon this creature and question her." This creature was even then hastening up the long, ill paved street that led to the Hotel de France. Regardless of self, and of the curious gaze of a few passers by, she ran on, thinking only of shortening the terrible anxiety which her friends at the hotel must be enduring. "All is not lost!" she exclaimed, on re entering the room. "My God, Thou hast heard my prayers," murmured the baroness. Then, suddenly seized by a horrible dread, she added: "Do not attempt to deceive me. Are you not trying to delude me with false hopes? That would be cruel."
"I am not deceiving you, Madame. Chanlouineau has given me a weapon which, I hope and believe, places the Duc de Sairmeuse in our power. He is omnipotent in Montaignac. The only man who could oppose him, Monsieur de Courtornieu, is his friend. I believe that Monsieur d'Escorval can be saved."
"Speak!" cried Maurice. "What must we do?"
"Pray and wait, Maurice. I must act alone in this matter; but be assured that I, the cause of all your misfortune, will leave nothing undone which is possible for mortal to do." Absorbed in the task which she had imposed upon herself, Marie Anne had failed to remark a stranger who had arrived during her absence, an old white haired peasant. The abbe called her attention to him. "Here is a courageous friend," said he, "who since morning has been searching for you everywhere, in order to give you news of your father." Marie Anne was so overcome that she could scarcely falter her gratitude.
"Oh, you need not thank me," answered the brave peasant. "I said to myself, the poor girl must be terribly anxious.
I ought to relieve her of her misery. So I came to tell you that Monsieur Lacheneur is safe and well, except for a wound in the leg, which causes him considerable suffering, but which will be healed in 2 or 3 weeks. My son-in-law, who was hunting yesterday in the mountains, met him near the frontier, in company with 2 of his friends. By this time he must be in Piedmont, beyond the reach of the gendarmes."
"Let us hope now," said the abbe, "that we shall soon hear what has become of Jean."
"I know already, Monsieur," responded Marie Anne. "My brother has been badly wounded, and he is now under the protection of kind friends."
She bowed her head, almost crushed beneath her burden of sorrow; but soon rallying, she exclaimed: "What am I doing? What right have I to think of my friends, when upon my promptness and upon my courage depends the life of an innocent man compromised by them?" Maurice, the abbe, and the officers surrounded the brave young girl. They wished to know what she was about to attempt, and to dissuade her from incurring useless danger. She refused to reply to their pressing questions. They wished to accompany her, or at least to follow her at a distance, but she declared that she must go alone. "I will return in less than 2 hours, and then we can decide what must be done," said she, as she hastened away. To obtain an audience with the Duc de Sairmeuse was certainly a difficult matter. Maurice and the abbe had proved that only too well the previous day. Besieged by weeping and heartbroken families, he shut himself up securely, fearing, perhaps, that he might be moved by their entreaties. Marie Anne knew this, but it did not alarm her. Chanlouineau had given her a word, the same which he had used, and this word was a key which would unlock the most firmly and obstinately locked doors. In the vestibule of the house occupied by the Duc de Sairmeuse, 3 or 4 valets stood talking.
"I am the daughter of Monsieur Lacheneur,"
said Marie Anne, addressing one of them.
"I must speak to the duke at once on matters connected with the revolt."
"The duke is absent."
"I came to make a revelation."
The servant's manner suddenly changed. "In that case, follow me, mademoiselle." She followed him up the stairs and through 2 or 3 rooms. At last he opened a door, saying: "Enter." She went in. It was not the Duc de Sairmeuse who was in the room, but his son Martial. Stretched upon a sofa, he was reading a paper by the light of a large candelabra. On seeing Marie Anne, he sprang up, as pale and agitated as if the door had given passage to a spectre. "You!" he stammered. But he quickly mastered his emotion, and in a second his quick mind revolved all the possibilities that might have produced this visit. "Lacheneur has been arrested!" he exclaimed; "and you, wishing to save him from the fate which the military commission will pronounce upon him, have thought of me. Thank you, dearest Marie Anne, thank you for your confidence. I will not abuse it. Let your heart be reassured. We will save your father. I promise you, I swear it. How, I do not yet know. But what does that matter? It is enough that he shall be saved. I will have it so." His voice betrayed the intense passion and joy that was surging in his heart.
"My father has not been arrested," said
Marie Anne coldly. "Then," said Martial, with some hesitation, "then it is Jean who is a prisoner."
"My brother is in safety. If he survives his wounds, he will escape all attempts at capture."
From white, the Marquis de Sairmeuse had turned as red as fire. By Marie Anne's manner, he saw that she knew of the duel. He made no attempt to deny it, but he tried to excuse himself. "It was Jean who challenged me," said he. "I tried to avoid it. I only defended my own life in fair combat, and with equal weapons." Marie Anne interrupted him.
"I reproach you for nothing, Monsieur le Marquis," she said, quietly.
"Ah, Marie Anne, I am more severe than you. Jean was right to challenge me. I deserved his anger. He knew the baseness of which I had been guilty. But you were ignorant of it. Oh, Marie Anne, if I wronged you in thought, it was because I did not know you. Now I know that you, above all others, are pure and chaste." He tried to take her hands. She repulsed him with horror, and broke into a fit of passionate sobbing. Of all the blows she had received, this last was most terrible and overwhelming. What humiliation and shame! Now, indeed, was her cup of sorrow filled to overflowing. "Chaste and pure," he had said. Oh, bitter mockery! But Martial misunderstood the meaning of the poor girl's gesture. "Oh! I comprehend your indignation," he resumed, with growing eagerness; "but if I have injured you, even in thought, I now offer you reparation. I have been a fool, a miserable fool, for I love you. I love and can love you only. I am the Marquis de Sairmeuse. I am the possessor of millions. I entreat you, I implore you to be my wife." Marie Anne listened in utter bewilderment. Vertigo seized her; even reason seemed to totter upon its throne. But now it had been Chanlouineau who, in his prison cell, cried that he died for love of her. Now it was Martial who avowed his willingness to sacrifice his ambition and his future for her sake. And the poor peasant condemned to death, and the son of the all powerful Duc de Sairmeuse had avowed their passion in almost the very same words. Martial paused, awaiting some response, a word, a gesture. But Marie Anne remained mute, motionless, frozen. "You are silent!" he cried, with increased vehemence. "Do you question my sincerity? No, it is impossible. Then why this silence? Do you fear my father's opposition? You need not. I know how to gain his consent. Besides, what does his approbation matter to us? Have we any need of him? Am I not my own master? Am I not rich, immensely rich? I should be a miserable fool, a coward, if I hesitated between his stupid prejudices and the happiness of my life." He was evidently obliging himself to weigh all the possible objections, in order to answer them and overrule them. "Is it on account of your family that you hesitate?" he continued. "Your father and brother are pursued, and France is closed against them. Very well, we will leave France, and they shall come and live near you. Jean will no longer dislike me when you are my wife. We will all live in England or in Italy. Now I am grateful for the fortune that will enable me to make life a continual enchantment for you. I love you, and in the happiness and tender love which shall be yours in the future, I will compel you to forget all the bitterness of the past." Marie Anne knew the Marquis de Sairmeuse well enough to understand the intensity of the love revealed by these astounding propositions. And for that very reason she hesitated to tell him that he had won this triumph over his pride in vain. She was anxiously wondering to what extremity his wounded vanity would carry him, and if a refusal would not transform him into a bitter enemy. "Why do you not answer?" asked Martial, with evident anxiety. She felt that she must reply, that she must speak, say something, but she could not unclose her lips.
"I am only a poor girl, Monsieur le Marquis," she murmured, at last. "If I accepted your offer, you would regret it continually."
"Never!"
"But you are no longer free. You have already plighted your troth. Mademoiselle Blanche de Courtornieu is your promised wife."
"Ah, say one word, only one, and this engagement which I detest is broken." She was silent. It was evident that her mind was fully made up, and that she refused his offer. "Do you hate me, then?" asked Martial, sadly. If she had allowed herself to tell the whole truth, Marie Anne would have answered yes. The Marquis de Sairmeuse did inspire her with an almost insurmountable aversion.
"I no more belong to myself than you belong to yourself, Monsieur," she faltered.
A gleam of hatred, quickly extinguished, shone in Martial's eye. "Always, Maurice," said he.
"Always."
She expected an angry outburst, but he remained perfectly calm. "Then," said he, with a forced smile, "I must believe this and other evidence. I must believe that you have forced me to play a most ridiculous part. Until now I doubted it." The poor girl bowed her head, crimsoning with shame to the roots of her hair, but she made no attempt at denial.
"I was not my own mistress," she stammered. "My father commanded and threatened, and I obeyed him."
"That matters little," he interrupted. "Your role has not been that which a pure young girl should play." It was the only reproach he had uttered, and still he regretted it, perhaps because he did not wish her to know how deeply he was wounded, perhaps because, as he afterward declared, he could not overcome his love for Marie Anne. "Now," he resumed, "I understand your presence here. You come to ask mercy for Monsieur d'Escorval."
not mercy, but justice. The baron is innocent."
Martial approached Marie Anne, and lowering his voice: "If the father is innocent," he whispered, "then it is the son who is guilty." She recoiled in terror. He knew the secret which the judges could not or would not penetrate. But seeing her anguish, he had pity. "Another reason," said he, "for attempting to save the baron. His blood shed upon the guillotine would form an impassable gulf between Maurice and you. I will join my efforts to yours." Blushing and embarrassed, Marie Anne dared not thank him. How was she about to reward his generosity? By vilely traducing him. Ah! she would infinitely have preferred to see him angry and revengeful. Just then a valet opened the door, and the Duc de Sairmeuse, still in full uniform, entered.
"Upon my word," he exclaimed, as he crossed the threshold, "I must confess that Chupin is an admirable hunter. Thanks to him "
He paused abruptly. He had not perceived Marie Anne until now.
"The daughter of that scoundrel Lacheneur," said he, with an air of the utmost surprise. "What does she desire here?"
The decisive moment had come. The life of the baron hung upon Marie Anne's courage and address. The consciousness of the terrible responsibility devolving upon her restored her self control and calmness as if by magic. "I have a revelation to sell to you, Monsieur," she said, resolutely. The duke regarded her with mingled wonder and curiosity. Then, laughing heartily, he threw himself upon a sofa, exclaiming:
"Sell it, my pretty one, sell it."
"I cannot speak until I am alone with you."
At a sign from his father, Martial left the room.
"You can speak now," said the duke.
She did not lose a second.
"You must have read, Monsieur," she began, "the circular convening the conspirators."
"Certainly. I have a dozen copies in my pocket."
"By whom do you suppose it was written?"
"By the elder d'Escorval, or by your father."
"You are mistaken, Monsieur. That letter was the work of the Marquis de Sairmeuse, your son."
The duke sprang up, fire flashing from his eyes, his face purple with anger.
"Zounds, girl, I advise you to bridle your tongue."
"The proof of what I have asserted exists."
"Silence, you hussy, or "
"The lady who sends me here, Monsieur, possesses the original of this circular written by the hand of Monsieur Martial, and I am obliged to tell you "
She did not have the opportunity to complete the sentence. The duke sprang to the door, and in a voice of thunder called his son. As soon as Martial entered the room:
"Repeat," said the duke, "repeat before my son what you have just said to me."
Boldly, with head erect, and clear, firm voice, Marie Anne repeated her accusation. She expected on the part of the marquis an indignant denial, cruel reproaches, or an angry explanation. Not a word. He listened with a nonchalant air, and she almost believed she could read in his eyes an encouragement to proceed, and a promise of protection. When she had concluded:
"Well?"
demanded the duke, imperiously. "First," replied Martial, lightly, "I would like to see this famous circular." The duke handed him a copy.
"Here, read it."
Martial glanced over it, laughed heartily, and exclaimed: "A clever trick!"
"What do you say?"
"I say that this Chanlouineau is a sly rascal. Who the devil would have thought the fellow so cunning to see his honest face? Another lesson to teach one not to trust to appearances." In all his life the Duc de Sairmeuse had never received so severe a shock.
"Chanlouineau was not lying, then?"
he said to his son, in a choked, unnatural voice.
"You were one of the instigators of this rebellion, then?"
Martial's face grew dark, and in a tone of disdainful hauteur, he replied: "This is the fourth time, sir, that you have addressed that question to me, and for the fourth time I answer no. That should suffice. If the fancy had seized me for taking part in this movement, I should frankly confess it. What possible reason could I have for concealing anything from you?"
"The facts!"
interrupted the duke, in a frenzy of passion.
"The facts!"
"Very well," rejoined Martial, in his usual indifferent tone. "The fact is that the model of this circular does exist; that it was written in my best hand on a very large sheet of very poor paper. I recollect that in trying to find appropriate expressions, I erased and rewrote several words. Did I date this writing? I think I did, but I could not swear to it."
"How do you reconcile this with your denials?" exclaimed Monsieur de Sairmeuse.
I can do this easily. Did I not tell you just now that Chanlouineau had made a tool of me?" The duke no longer knew what to believe; but what exasperated him more than all else was his son's imperturbable tranquillity. "Confess, rather, that you have been led to this filth by your mistress," he retorted, pointing to Marie Anne. But this insult Martial would not tolerate. "Mademoiselle Lacheneur is not my mistress," he replied, in a tone so imperious that it was a menace. "It is true, however, that it rests only with her to decide whether she will be the Marquise de Sairmeuse to morrow. Let us abandon these recriminations; they do not further the progress of our business." The faint glimmer of reason which still lighted Monsieur de Sairmeuse's mind checked the still more insulting reply that rose to his lips. Trembling with suppressed rage, he made the circuit of the room several times, and finally paused before Marie Anne, who remained in the same place as motionless as a statue.
"Come, my good girl," said he, "give me the writing."
"It is not in my possession, sir."
"Where is it?"
"In the hands of a certain person who will give it to you only under certain conditions."
"Who is this person?"
"I am not at liberty to tell you." There was both admiration and jealousy in the look that Martial fixed upon Marie Anne. He was amazed by her coolness and presence of mind. Ah, how powerful must be the passion that imparted such a ringing clearness to her voice, such brilliancy to her eyes, such precision to her responses.
"And if I should not accept the conditions which are imposed, what then?" asked Monsieur de Sairmeuse.
"In that case, the writing will be utilized."
"What do you mean by that?"
"I mean, sir, that early to morrow morning a trusty messenger will start for Paris, charged with the task of submitting this document to the eyes of certain persons who are not exactly friends of yours. He will show it to Monsieur Laine, for example, or to the Duc de Richelieu, and he will, of course, explain to them its significance and its value. Will this writing prove the complicity of the Marquis de Sairmeuse? Yes or no? Have you, or have you not, dared to try to condemn to death the unfortunate men who were only the tools of your son?"
"Ah, wretch! hussy, viper!"
interrupted the duke. He was beside himself. A foam gathered upon his lips; his eyes seemed starting from their sockets. He was no longer conscious of what he was saying.
"This," he exclaimed, with wild gestures, "is enough to appall me. Yes, I have bitter enemies, envious rivals who would give their right hand for this execrable letter. Ah, if they obtain it, they will demand an investigation, and then farewell to the rewards due my services. It will be shouted from the housetops that Chanlouineau, in the presence of the tribunal, declared you, Marquis, his leader and his accomplice. You will be obliged to submit to the scrutiny of physicians, who, seeing a freshly healed wound, will require you to tell where you received it and why you concealed it. Of what shall I not be accused? They will say that I expedited matters in order to silence the voices that had been raised against my son. Perhaps they will even say that I secretly favored the insurrection. I shall be vilified in the journals. And who has thus ruined the fortunes of our house that promised so brilliantly? You alone, Marquis. You believe in nothing. You doubt everything. You are cold, skeptical, disdainful, blasé. But a pretty woman makes her appearance on the scene. You go wild like a schoolboy, and are ready to commit any act of folly. It is you who I am addressing, Marquis. Do you hear me? Speak. What have you to say?"
Martial had listened to this tirade with unconcealed scorn, and without even attempting to interrupt it. Now he responded slowly: "I think, sir, if Mademoiselle Lacheneur had any doubts of the value of the document she possesses, she has them no longer." This response fell upon the duke's wrath like a bucket of ice water. He instantly comprehended his folly, and frightened by his own words, he stood stupefied with astonishment. Without deigning to add another word, the marquis turned to Marie Anne. "Will you be so kind as to explain what is required of my father in exchange for this letter?" "The life and liberty of Monsieur d'Escorval." The duke started as if he had received an electric shock. "Ah!" he exclaimed, "I knew they would ask something that was impossible." He sank back in his armchair. A profound despair succeeded his frenzy. He buried his face in his hands, evidently seeking some expedient. "Why did you not come to me before judgment was pronounced?" he murmured. "Then I could have done anything. Now my hands are bound. The commission is spoken. The judgment must be executed." He rose, and in the tone of a man who is resigned to anything, he said: "Decidedly, I should risk more in attempting to save the baron." In his anxiety, he gave Monsieur d'Escorval his title. "1,000 times more than I have to fear from my enemies. So, mademoiselle," he no longer said "my good girl," "you can utilize your document." The duke was about leaving the room, but Martial detained him by a gesture. "Think again before you decide. Our situation is not without a precedent. A few months ago the Count de la Valette was condemned to death. The king wished to pardon him, but his ministers and friends opposed it. Though the king was master, what did he do? He seemed to be deaf to all the supplications made in the prisoner's behalf. The scaffold was erected, and yet La Valette was saved, and no one was compromised. Yes, a jailer lost his position. He is living on his income now." Marie Anne caught eagerly at the idea so cleverly presented by Martial. "Yes," she exclaimed, "the Count de la Valette, protected by royal connivance, succeeded in making his escape." The simplicity of the expedient, the authority of the example, seemed to make a vivid impression upon the duke. He was silent for a moment, and Marie Anne fancied she saw an expression of relief steal over his face. "Such an attempt would be very hazardous," he murmured. "Yet, with care, and if one were sure that the secret would be kept."
"Oh, the secret will be religiously preserved, Monsieur," interrupted Marie Anne. With a glance, Martial recommended silence. Then, turning to his father, he said: "One can always consider an expedient, and calculate the consequences. That does not bind one. When is this sentence to be carried into execution?"
"To morrow,"
responded the duke. But even this terrible response did not cause Marie Anne any alarm. The duke's anxiety and terror had taught her how much reason she had to hope, and she saw that Martial had openly espoused her cause. "We have, then, only the night before us," resumed the marquis. "Fortunately, it is only 7:30, and until 10 o'clock my father can visit the citadel without exciting the slightest suspicion." He paused suddenly. His eyes, in which had shown almost absolute confidence, became gloomy. He had just discovered an unexpected, and, as it seemed to him, almost insurmountable difficulty. "Have we any intelligent men in the citadel?" he murmured. "The assistance of a jailer or of a soldier is indispensable." He turned to his father, and brusquely asked: "Have you any man in whom you can confide?"
"I have 3 or 4 spies. They can be bought."
"No; the wretch who betrays his comrade for a few sous will betray you for a few louis. We must have an honest man who sympathizes with the opinions of Baron d'Escorval, an old soldier who fought under Napoleon, if possible." A sudden inspiration visited Marie Anne's mind. "I know the man that you require!" she cried.
"You?"
"Yes, I, at the citadel." "Take care. Remember that he must risk much. If this should be discovered, those who take part in it will be sacrificed." "He of whom I speak is the man you need. I will be responsible for him." "And he is a soldier?" "He is only an humble corporal, but the nobility of his nature entitles him to the highest rank. Believe me, we can safely confide in him." If she spoke thus, she who would willingly have given her life for the baron's salvation, she must be absolutely certain. So thought Martial. "I will confer with this man," said he. "What is his name?" "He is called Bavois, and he is a corporal in the first company of grenadiers." "Bavois," repeated Martial, as if to fix the name in his memory. "Bavois. My father will find some pretext for desiring him summoned." "It is easy to find a pretext. He was the brave soldier left on guard at Escorval after the troops left the house." "This promises well," said Martial. He had risen and gone to the fireplace in order to be nearer his father. "I suppose," he continued, "the baron has been separated from the other prisoners?"
"Yes, he is alone in a large and very comfortable room."
"Where is it?"
"On the 2nd story of the corner tower. But Martial, who was not so well acquainted with the citadel as his father, was obliged to reflect a moment. "The corner tower," said he, "is not that the tall tower which one sees from a distance, and which is built on a spot where the rock is almost perpendicular?" "Precisely." By the promptness Monsieur de Sairmeuse displayed in replying, it was easy to see that he was ready to risk a good deal to effect the prisoner's deliverance. "What kind of window is that in the baron's room?" inquired Martial. "It is quite large, and furnished with a double row of iron bars, securely fastened into the stone walls." "It is easy enough to cut these bars. On which side does this window look?" "On the country."
That is to say, it overlooks the precipice. The devil! That is a serious difficulty; and yet, in one respect, it is an advantage, for they station no sentinels there, do they?"
"Never. Between the citadel wall and the edge of the precipice there is barely standing room. The soldiers do not venture there even in the daytime."
"There is only one more important question. What is the distance from Monsieur d'Escorval's window to the ground?"
"It is about 40 feet from the base of the tower."
"Good. And from the base of the tower to the foot of the precipice, how far is that?"
"Really, I scarcely know. 60 feet at least, I should think."
"Ah, that is high, terribly high. The baron, fortunately, is still agile and vigorous." The duke began to be impatient.
"Now," said he to his son, "will you be so kind as to explain your plan?"
Martial had gradually resumed the careless tone which always exasperated his father. "He is sure of success," thought Marie Anne. "My plan is simplicity itself," replied Martial. "60 and 40 are 100. It is necessary to procure 100 feet of strong rope. It will make a very large bundle, but no matter. I will twist it around me, envelop myself in a large cloak, and accompany you to the citadel. You will send for Corporal Bavois. You will leave me alone with him in a quiet place. I will explain our wishes." Monsieur de Sairmeuse shrugged his shoulders.
"And how will you procure 100 feet of rope at this hour in Montaignac? Will you go about from shop to shop? You might as well trumpet your project at once."
"I shall attempt nothing of the kind. What I cannot do, the friends of the Escorval family will do." The duke was about to offer some new objection when his son interrupted him. "Pray do not forget the danger that threatens us," he said, earnestly, "nor the little time that is left us. I have committed a fault. Leave me to repair it." And turning to Marie Anne: "You may consider the baron saved," he pursued; "but it is necessary for me to confer with one of his friends. Return at once to the Hotel de France, and tell the cure to meet me on the Place d'Armes, where I go to await him." Chapter 29. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque.
Chapter 30 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 30. Though among the first to be arrested at the time of the panic before Montaignac, the Baron d'Escorval had not for an instant deluded himself with false hopes. "I am a lost man," he thought; and confronting death calmly, he now thought only of the danger that threatened his son. His mistake before the judges was the result of his preoccupation. He did not breathe freely until he saw Maurice led from the hall by Abbe Midon and the friendly officers, for he knew that his son would try to confess connection with the affair. Then, calm and composed, with head erect and steadfast eye, he listened to the death sentence. In the confusion that ensued in removing the prisoners from the hall, the baron found himself beside Chanlouineau, who had begun his noisy lamentations. "Courage, my boy," he said, indignant at such apparent cowardice.
"Ah, it's easy to talk,"
whined the young farmer. Then, seeing that no one was observing them, he leaned toward the baron and whispered:
It is for you I am working. Save all your strength for to night."
Chanlouineau's words and burning glance surprised M. d'Escorval, but he attributed both to fear. When the guards took him back to his cell, he threw himself upon his pallet, and before him rose that vision of the last hour which is at once the hope and despair of those who are about to die. He knew the terrible laws that govern a court martial. The next day, in a few hours, at dawn perhaps, they would take him from his cell, place him in front of a squad of soldiers. An officer would lift his sword, and all would be over. Then what was to become of his wife and his son? His agony on thinking of these dear ones was terrible. He was alone; he wept. But suddenly he started up, ashamed of his weakness. He must not allow these thoughts to unnerve him. He was determined to meet death unflinchingly, resolved to shake off the profound melancholy that was creeping over him. He walked about his cell, forcing his mind to occupy itself with material objects. The room which had been allotted to him was very large. It had once communicated with the apartment adjoining, but the door had been walled up for a long time. The cement which held the large blocks of stone together had crumbled away, leaving crevices through which one might look from one room into the other. M. d'Escorval mechanically applied his eye to one of these interstices. Perhaps he had a friend for a neighbor, some wretched man who was to share his fate. He saw no one. He called, first in a whisper, then louder. No voice responded to his. "If I could only tear down this thin partition," he thought. He trembled, then shrugged his shoulders. And if he did, what then? He would only find himself in another apartment similar to his own, an opening like his upon a corridor full of guards, whose monotonous tramp he could plainly hear as they passed to and fro. What folly to think of escape! He knew that every possible precaution must have been taken to guard against it. Yes, he knew this, and yet he could not refrain from examining his window. 2 rows of iron bars protected it. These were placed in such a way that it was impossible for him to put out his head and see how far he was above the ground. The height, however, must be considerable, judging from the extent of the view. The sun was setting, and through the violet haze the baron could discern an undulating line of hills, whose culminating point must be the land of the Reche. The dark masses of foliage that he saw on the right were probably the forests of Sairmeuse. On the left he divined, rather than saw, nestling between the hills, the valley of the Oiselle and Escorval. Escorval, that lovely retreat where he had known such happiness, where he had hoped to die the calm and serene death of the just. And remembering his past felicity, and thinking of his vanished dreams, his eyes once more filled with tears; but he quickly dried them on hearing the door of his cell open. 2 soldiers appeared. One of the men bore a torch, the other one of those long baskets divided into compartments which are used in carrying meals to the officers on guard. These men were evidently deeply moved, and yet, obeying a sentiment of instinctive delicacy, they affected a sort of gaiety. "Here is your dinner, Monsieur," said one soldier. "It ought to be very good, for it comes from the cuisine of the commander of the citadel." M. d'Escorval smiled sadly. Some attentions on the part of one's jailer have a sinister significance. Still, when he seated himself before the little table which they prepared for him, he found that he was really hungry. He ate with a relish, and chatted quite cheerfully with the soldiers. "Always hope for the best, sir," said one of these worthy fellows. "Who knows? Stranger things have happened." When the baron finished his repast, he asked for pen, ink, and paper. They brought what he desired. He found himself again alone, but his conversation with the soldiers had been of service to him. His weakness had passed, his sang froid had returned. He would now reflect. He was surprised that he had heard nothing from Mme. d'Escorval and from Maurice. Could it be that they had been refused access to the prison? No, they could not be. He could not imagine that there existed men sufficiently cruel to prevent a doomed man from pressing to his heart in a last embrace his wife and his son. Yet how was it that neither the baroness nor Maurice had made an attempt to see him? Something must have prevented them from doing so. What could it be? He imagined the worst misfortunes. He saw his wife writhing in agony, perhaps dead. He pictured Maurice, wild with grief, upon his knees at the bedside of his mother. But they might come yet. He consulted his watch. It marked the hour of 7. But he waited in vain. No one came. He took up his pen and was about to write, when he heard a bustle in the corridor outside. The clink of spurs resounded on the flags. He heard the sharp clink of the rifle as the guard presented arms. Trembling, the baron sprang up, saying: "They have come at last." He was mistaken. The footsteps died away in the distance. "A round of inspection," he murmured. But at the same moment two objects thrown through the tiny opening in the door of his cell fell on the floor in the middle of the room. M. d'Escorval caught them up. Someone had thrown him 2 files. His first feeling was one of distrust. He knew that there were jailers who left no means untried to dishonor their prisoners before delivering them to the executioner. Was it a friend or an enemy that had given him these instruments of deliverance and of liberty? Chanlouineau's words and the look that accompanied them recurred to his mind, perplexing him still more. He was standing with knitted brows, turning and returning the fine and well tempered files in his hands, when he suddenly perceived upon the floor a tiny scrap of paper which had at first escaped his notice. He snatched it up, unfolded it, and read: "Your friends are at work. Everything is prepared for your escape. Make haste." And saw the bars of your window. Maurice and his mother embrace you. Hope, courage. Beneath these few lines was the letter M. But the baron did not need this initial to be reassured. He had recognized Abbe Midon's handwriting. "Oh, he is a true friend," he murmured. Then the recollection of his doubts and despair arose in his mind. "This explains why neither my wife nor son came to visit me," he thought. "And I doubted their energy, and I was complaining of their neglect." Intense joy filled his breast. He raised the letter that promised him life and liberty to his lips, and enthusiastically exclaimed: "To work! To work!" He had chosen the finest of the 2 files, and was about to attack the ponderous bars, when he fancied he heard someone open the door of the next room. Someone had opened it, certainly. The person closed it again, but did not lock it. Then the baron heard someone moving cautiously about. What did all this mean? Were they incarcerating some new prisoner, or were they stationing a spy there? Listening breathlessly, the baron heard a singular sound, whose cause it was absolutely impossible to explain. Noiselessly he advanced to the former communicating door, knelt, and peered through one of the interstices. The sight that met his eyes amazed him. A man was standing in a corner of the room. The baron could see the lower part of the man's body by the light of a large lantern which he had deposited on the floor at his feet. He was turning round and around very quickly, by this movement unwinding a long rope which had been twined around his body as thread is wound around a bobbin. M. d'Escorval rubbed his eyes as if to assure himself that he was not dreaming. Evidently this rope was intended for him. It was to be attached to the broken bars. But how had this man succeeded in gaining admission to this room? Who could it be that enjoyed such liberty in the prison? He was not a soldier, or at least he did not wear a uniform. Unfortunately, the highest crevice was in such a place that the visual ray did not strike the upper part of the man's body, and despite the baron's efforts, he was unable to see the face of this friend he judged him to be such whose boldness verged on folly. Unable to resist his intense curiosity, M. d'Escorval was on the point of rapping on the wall to question him, when the door of the room occupied by this man, whom the baron already called his savior, was impetuously thrown open. Another man entered, whose face was also outside the baron's range of vision, and the newcomer, in a tone of astonishment, exclaimed: "Good heavens! What are you doing?" The baron drew back in despair. "All is discovered," he thought. The man whom M. d'Escorval believed to be his friend did not pause in his labor of unwinding the rope. and it was in the most tranquil voice that he responded: "As you see, I am freeing myself from this burden of rope, which I find extremely uncomfortable. There are at least 60 yards of it, I should think, and what a bundle it makes! I feared they would discover it under my cloak."
"And what are you going to do with all this rope?"
inquired the newcomer. "I am going to hand it to the Baron d'Escorval, to whom I have already given a file. He must make his escape to night." So improbable was this scene that the baron could not believe his own ears. "I cannot be awake. I must be dreaming," he thought. The newcomer uttered a terrible oath, and in an almost threatening tone, he said:
"We will see about that. If you have gone mad, I, thank God, still possess my reason. I will not permit "
"Pardon," interrupted the other, coldly. "You will permit it. This is merely the result of your own credulity. When Chanlouineau asked you to allow him to receive a visit from Mademoiselle Lacheneur, that was the time you should have said: 'I will not permit it.' Do you know what the fellow desired? Simply to give Mademoiselle Lacheneur a letter of mine, so compromising in its nature that if it ever reaches the hands of a certain person of my acquaintance, my father and I will be obliged to reside in London in future. Then farewell to the projects for an alliance between our two families." The newcomer heaved a mighty sigh, accompanied by a half angry, half sorrowful exclamation. But the other, without giving him any opportunity to reply, resumed: "You yourself, Marquis, would doubtless be compromised. Were you not a chamberlain during the reign of Bonaparte? Ah, Marquis, how could a man of your experience, a man so subtle and penetrating and acute, allow himself to be duped by a low, ignorant peasant?" Now Monsieur d'Escorval understood. He was not dreaming. It was the Marquis de Courtornieu and Martial de Sairmeuse who were talking on the other side of the wall. This poor Monsieur de Courtornieu had been so entirely crushed by Martial's revelation that he no longer made any effort to oppose him.
"And this terrible letter?"
he groaned. "Marie Anne Lacheneur gave it to Abbe Midon, who came to me and said: 'Either the baron will escape, or this letter will be taken to the Duc de Richelieu.' I voted for the baron's escape, I assure you. The abbe procured all that was necessary. He met me at a rendezvous which I appointed in a quiet spot. He coiled all his rope around my body, and here I am."
"Then you think if the baron escapes they will give you back your letter?"
"Most assuredly."
"Deluded man! As soon as the baron is safe, they will demand the life of another prisoner, with the same menaces."
"By no means."
"You will see."
"I shall see nothing of the kind, for a very simple reason. I have the letter now in my pocket. The abbe gave it to me in exchange for my word of honor." Monsieur de Courtornieu's exclamation proved that he considered the abbe an egregious fool.
"What!" he exclaimed, "you hold the proof, and but this is madness. Burn this accursed letter by the flames of this lantern, and let the baron go where his slumbers will be undisturbed."
Martial's silence betrayed something like stupor. "What! you would do this? You?" he demanded, at last.
"Certainly, and without the slightest hesitation."
"Ah, well, I cannot say that I congratulate you." The sneer was so apparent that Monsieur de Courtornieu was sorely tempted to make an angry response, but he was not a man to yield to his first impulse. This former chamberlain under the Emperor, now become a grand prevot under the Restoration. He reflected. Should he, on account of a sharp word, quarrel with Martial, with the only suitor who had pleased his daughter? A rupture. Then he would be left without any prospect of a son in law. When would heaven send him such another? And how furious Mademoiselle Blanche would be! He concluded to swallow the bitter pill, and it was with a paternal indulgence of manner that he said:
"You are young, my dear Martial."
The baron was still kneeling by the partition, his ear glued to the crevices, holding his breath in an agony of suspense.
"You are only 20, my dear Martial,"
pursued the Marquis de Courtornieu.
"You possess the ardent enthusiasm and generosity of youth. Complete your undertaking. I shall interpose no obstacle. But remember that all may be discovered, and then "
"Have no fears, sir," interrupted the young marquis. "I have taken every precaution. Did you see a single soldier in the corridor just now? No. That is because my father has, at my solicitation, assembled all the officers and guards under pretext of ordering exceptional precautions. He is talking to them now. This gave me an opportunity to come here unobserved. No one will see me when I go out. Who then will dare suspect me of having any hand in the baron's escape? If the baron escapes, justice will demand to know who aided him." Martial laughed. "If justice seeks to know, she will find a culprit of my providing. Go now. I have told you all. I had but one person to fear; that was yourself. A trusty messenger requested you to join me here. You came. You know all. You have agreed to remain neutral. I am tranquil. The baron will be safe in Piedmont when the sun rises." He picked up his lantern, and added, gayly: "But let us go. My father cannot harangue those soldiers forever." "But," insisted Monsieur de Courtornieu, "you have not told me " "I will tell you all, but not here. Come, come." They went out, locking the door behind them, and then the baron rose from his knees. All sorts of contradictory ideas, doubts, and conjectures filled his mind. What could this letter have contained? Why had not Chanlouineau used it to procure his own salvation? Who would have believed that Martial would be so faithful to a promise wrested from him by threats? But this was a time for action, not for reflection. The bars were heavy, and there were 2 rows of them. Monsieur d'Escorval set to work. He had supposed that the task would be difficult. It was 1,000 times more so than he had expected. He discovered this almost immediately. It was the first time that he had ever worked with a file, and he did not know how to use it. His progress was despairingly slow. Nor was that all. Though he worked as cautiously as possible, each movement of the instrument across the iron produced a harsh, grating sound that froze his blood with terror. What if someone should overhear this noise? And it seemed to him impossible for it to escape notice, since he could plainly distinguish the measured tread of the guards who had resumed their watch in the corridor. So slight was the result of his labors that at the end of 20 minutes he experienced a feeling of profound discouragement. At this rate, it would be impossible for him to sever the first bar before daybreak. What, then, was the use of spending his time in fruitless labor? Why mar the dignity of death by the disgrace of an unsuccessful effort to escape? He was hesitating when footsteps approached his cell. He hastened to seat himself at the table. The door opened, and a soldier entered, to whom an officer who did not cross the threshold remarked: "You have your instructions, Corporal. Keep a close watch. If the prisoner needs anything, call." Monsieur d'Escorval's heart throbbed almost to bursting. What was coming now? Had Monsieur de Courtornieu's counsels carried the day, or had Martial sent someone to aid him?
"We must not be dawdling here," said the corporal as soon as the door was closed.
Monsieur d'Escorval bounded from his chair. This man was a friend. Here was aid in life.
"I am Bavois," continued the corporal. "Someone said to me just now, 'A friend of the Emperor is in danger. Are you willing to lend him a helping hand?' I replied, 'Present, and here I am.'"
This certainly was a brave soul. The baron extended his hand, and in a voice trembling with emotion: "Thanks," said he, "thanks to you who, without knowing me, expose yourself to the greatest danger for my sake." Bavois shrugged his shoulders disdainfully.
"Positively, my old hide is no more precious than yours. If we do not succeed, they will chop off our heads with the same axe. But we shall succeed. Now, let us cease talking and proceed to business."
As he spoke, he drew from beneath his long overcoat a strong iron crowbar and a small vial of brandy, and deposited them upon the bed. He then took the candle and passed it back and forth before the window 5 or 6 times.
"What are you doing?"
inquired the baron in suspense.
"I am signaling to your friends that everything is progressing favorably. They are down there awaiting for us. And see, now they are answering."
The baron looked, and 3 times they saw a little flash of flame, like that produced by the burning of a pinch of gunpowder.
"Now,"
said the corporal,
"we are all right. Let us see what progress you have made with the bars."
"I have scarcely begun," murmured Monsieur d'Escorval. The corporal inspected the work.
"You may indeed say that you have made no progress," said he. "But never mind. I have been a locksmith, and I know how to handle a file."
Having drawn the cork from the vial of brandy which he had brought, he fastened the stopper to the end of one of the files, and swathed the handle of the instrument with a piece of damp linen.
"That is what they call putting a stop on the instrument,"
he remarked by way of explanation. Then he made an energetic attack on the bars. It at once became evident that he had not exaggerated his knowledge of the subject, nor the efficacy of his precautions for deadening the sound. The harsh grating that had so alarmed the baron was no longer heard, and Bavois, finding he had nothing more to dread from the keenest ears, now made preparations to shelter himself from observation. To cover the opening in the door would arouse suspicion at once, so the corporal adopted another expedient. Moving the little table to another part of the room, he placed the light upon it, in such a position that the window remained entirely in shadow. Then he ordered the baron to sit down, and handing him a paper, said:
"Now read aloud without stopping for an instant until you see me cease work."
By this method they might reasonably hope to deceive the guards outside in the corridor. Some of them, indeed, did come to the door and look in, then went away to say to their companions: "We have just taken a look at the prisoner. He is very pale, and his eyes are glittering feverishly. He is reading aloud to divert his mind. Corporal Bavois is looking out the window. It must be dull music for him." The baron's voice would also be of advantage in overpowering any suspicious sound, should there be one. And while Bavois worked, M. d'Escorval read. He had completed the perusal of the entire paper, and was about to begin it again, when the old soldier, leaving the window, motioned him to stop.
"Half the task is completed,"
he said, in a whisper.
"The lower bars are cut."
"Oh, how can I ever repay you for your devotion?"
murmured the baron.
"Hush! Not a word,"
interrupted Bavois.
"If I escape with you, I can never return here, and I shall not know where to go, for the regiment, you see, is my only family. Ah, well, if you will give me a home with you, I shall be content."
Whereupon he swallowed a big draught of brandy, and set to work with renewed ardor. The corporal had cut one of the second row of bars when he was interrupted by Monsieur d'Escorval, who, without discontinuing his reading, had approached and pulled Bavois's long coat to attract his attention. He turned quickly.
"What is it?"
"I heard a singular noise."
"Where?"
"In the adjoining room where the ropes are." Honest Bavois muttered a terrible oath.
"Do they intend to betray us? I risked my life, and they promised me fair play."
He placed his ear against the opening of the partition and listened for a long time. Nothing, not the slightest sound.
"It must have been some rat that you heard,"
he said, at last.
"Resume your reading."
And he began his work again. This was the only interruption, and a little before 4 o'clock everything was ready. The bars were cut, and the ropes, which had been drawn through an opening in the wall, were coiled under the window. The decisive moment had come. Bavois took the counterpane from the bed, fastened it over the opening in the door, and filled up the keyhole. "Now," said he, in the same measured tone which he would have used in instructing his recruits,
"Attention, sir, and obey the word of command."
Then he calmly explained that the escape would consist of two distinct operations: the first in gaining the narrow platform at the base of the tower, the second in descending to the foot of the precipitous rock. The abbe, who understood this, had brought Martial 2 ropes, the one to be used in the descent of the precipice being considerably longer than the other.
"I will fasten the shortest rope under your arms, Monsieur, and I will let you down to the base of the tower. When you have reached it, I will pass you the longer rope and the crowbar. Do not miss them. If we find ourselves without them, on that narrow ledge of rock, we shall either be compelled to deliver ourselves up, or throw ourselves down the precipice. I shall not be long in joining you. Are you ready?"
Monsieur d'Escorval lifted his arms, the rope was fastened securely about him, and he crawled through the window. From there the height seemed immense. Below, in the barren fields that surrounded the citadel, 8 persons were waiting, silent, anxious, breathless. They were Mme. d'Escorval and Maurice, Marie Anne, Abbe Midon, and the 4 retired army officers. There was no moon, but the night was very clear, and they could see the tower quite plainly. Soon after 4 o'clock sounded, they saw a dark object glide slowly down the side of the tower. It was the baron. After a little another form followed very rapidly. It was Bavois. Half of the perilous journey was accomplished. From below they could see the 2 figures moving about on the narrow platform. The corporal and the baron were exerting all their strength to fix the crowbar securely in a crevice of the rock. In a moment or two, one of the figures stepped from the projecting rock and glided gently down the side of the precipice. It could be none other than Monsieur d'Escorval. Transported with happiness, his wife sprang forward with open arms to receive him. Wretched woman! A terrific cry rent the still night air. Monsieur d'Escorval was falling from a height of 50 feet. He was hurled down to the foot of the rocky precipice. The rope had parted. Had it broken naturally? Maurice, who examined the end of it, exclaimed with horrible imprecations of hatred and vengeance that they had been betrayed, that their enemy had arranged to deliver only a dead body into their hands, that the rope, in short, had been foully tampered with, cut. End of chapter 30. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 31 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq, by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 31. Chupin had not taken time to sleep, nor scarcely time to drink, since that unfortunate morning when the Duc de Sairmeuse ordered affixed to the walls of Montaignac that decree in which he promised 20,000 francs to the person who should deliver up Lacheneur, dead or alive. 20,000 francs, Chupin muttered gloomily. 20 sacks with 100 pistoles in each. Ah! if I could discover Lacheneur, even if he were dead and buried 100 feet underground, I should gain the reward, the appellation of traitor which he would receive. The shame and condemnation that would fall upon him and his did not make him hesitate for a moment. He saw but one thing, the reward, the blood money. Unfortunately, he had nothing whatever to guide him in his researches, no clue, however vague. All that was known in Montaignac was that Monsieur Lacheneur's horse was killed at the Croix d'Arcy. But no one knew whether Lacheneur himself had been wounded, or whether he had escaped from the fray uninjured. Had he reached the frontier, or had he found an asylum in the house of one of his friends? Chupin was thus hungering for the price of blood, when, on the day of the trial, as he was returning from the citadel, after making his deposition, he entered a drinking saloon. While there, he heard the name of Lacheneur uttered in low tones near him. 2 peasants were emptying a bottle of wine, and one of them, an old man, was telling the other that he had come to Montaignac to give Mademoiselle Lacheneur news of her father. He said that his son-in-law had met the chief conspirator in the mountains which separate the arrondissement of Montaignac from Savoy. He even mentioned the exact place of meeting, which was near Saint Pavin des Gottes, a tiny village of only a few houses. Certainly, the worthy man did not think he was committing a dangerous indiscretion. In his opinion, Lacheneur had ere this crossed the frontier and was out of danger. In this he was mistaken. The frontier bordering on Savoy was guarded by soldiers who had received orders to allow none of the conspirators to pass. The passage of the frontier, then, presented many great difficulties, and even if a man succeeded in effecting it, he might be arrested and imprisoned on the other side, until the formalities of extradition had been complied with. Chupin saw his advantage, and instantly decided on his course. He knew that he had not a moment to lose. He threw a coin down upon the counter, and without waiting for his change, rushed back to the citadel, and asked the sergeant at the gate for pen and paper. The old rascal generally wrote slowly and painfully. Today it took him but a moment to trace these lines:
I know Lacheneur's retreat, and beg Monseigneur to order some mounted soldiers to accompany me, in order to capture him. Chupin.
This note was given to one of the guards, with a request to take it to the Duc de Sairmeuse, who was presiding over the military commission. 5 minutes later, the soldier reappeared with the same note. Upon the margin the duke had written an order, placing at Chupin's disposal a lieutenant and 8 men chosen from the Montaignac chasseurs, who could be relied upon, and who were not suspected, as were the other troops, of sympathizing with the rebels. Chupin also requested a horse for his own use, and this was accorded him. The duke had just received this note when, with a triumphant air, he abruptly entered the room where Marie Anne and his son were negotiating for the release of Baron d'Escorval. It was because he believed in the truth of the rather hazardous assertion made by his spy that he exclaimed upon the threshold:
"Upon my word, it must be confessed that this Chupin is an incomparable huntsman. Thanks to him."
Then he saw Mademoiselle Lacheneur and suddenly checked himself. Unfortunately, neither Martial nor Marie Anne were in a state of mind to notice this remark and its interruption. Had he been questioned, the duke would probably have allowed the truth to escape him, and Monsieur Lacheneur might have been saved. But Lacheneur was one of those unfortunate beings who seem to be pursued by an evil destiny which they can never escape. Buried beneath his horse, Monsieur Lacheneur had lost consciousness. When he regained his senses, restored by the fresh morning air, the place was silent and deserted. Not far from him he saw 2 dead bodies, which had not yet been removed. It was a terrible moment, and in the depth of his soul he cursed death, which had refused to heed his entreaties. Had he been armed, doubtless he would have ended by suicide, the most cruel mental torture which man was ever forced to endure. But he had no weapon. He was obliged to accept the chastisement of life. Perhaps, too, the voice of honor whispered that it was cowardice to strive to escape the responsibility of one's acts by death. At last he endeavored to draw himself out from beneath the body of his horse. This proved to be no easy matter, as his foot was still in the stirrup, and his limbs were so badly cramped that he could scarcely move them. He finally succeeded in freeing himself, however, and on examination discovered that he, who it would seem ought to have been killed 10 times over, had only one hurt, a bayonet wound in the leg, extending from the ankle almost to the knee. Such a wound, of course, caused him not a little suffering, and he was trying to bandage it with his handkerchief when he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. He had no time for reflection. He sprang into the forest that lies to the left of the Croix d'Arcy. The troops were returning to Montaignac after pursuing the rebels for more than 3 miles. There were about 200 soldiers, and they were bringing back as prisoners about 20 peasants. Hidden by a great oak, scarcely 15 paces from the road, Lacheneur recognized several of the prisoners in the gray light of dawn. It was only by the merest chance that he escaped discovery, and he fully realized how difficult it would be for him to gain the frontier without falling into the hands of the detachment of soldiery, who were doubtless scouring the country in every direction. Still, he did not despair. The mountains lay only 2 leagues away, and he firmly believed that he could successfully elude his pursuers as soon as he gained the shelter of the hills. He began his journey courageously. Alas! he had not realized how exhausted he had become from the excessive labor and excitement of the past few days, and by the loss of blood from his wound, which he could not staunch. He tore up a pole in one of the vineyards to serve as a staff, and dragged himself along, keeping in the shelter of the woods as much as possible, and creeping along beside the hedges and in the ditches when he was obliged to traverse an open space. To the great physical suffering and the most cruel mental anguish was now added an agony that momentarily increased hunger. He had eaten nothing for 30 hours, and he felt terribly weak from lack of nourishment. This torture soon became so intolerable that he was willing to brave anything to appease it. At last he perceived the roofs of a tiny hamlet. He decided to enter it and ask for food. He was on the outskirts of the village when he heard the rolling of a drum. Instinctively he hid behind a wall, but it was only a town crier beating his drum to call the people together. And soon a voice rose so clear and penetrating that each word it uttered fell distinctly on Lacheneur's ears. It said: "This is to inform you that the authorities of Montaignac promise to give a reward of 20,000 francs, 2,000 pistoles, you understand, to him who will deliver up the man known as Lacheneur, dead or alive. Dead or alive, you understand. If he is dead, the compensation will be the same, 20,000 francs. It will be paid in gold." With a bound, Lacheneur had risen, wild with despair and horror. Though he had believed himself utterly exhausted, he found superhuman strength to flee. A price had been set upon his head. This frightful thought awakened in his breast the frenzy that renders a hunted wild beast so dangerous. In all the villages around him he fancied he could hear the rolling of drums and the voice of the criers proclaiming this infamous edict. Go where he would now, he was a tempting bait offered to treason and cupidity. In what human creature could he confide? Under what roof could he ask shelter? And even if he were dead, he would still be worth a fortune. Though he died from lack of nourishment and exhaustion under a bush by the wayside, his emaciated body would still be worth 20,000 francs. And the man who found his corpse would not give it burial. He would place it on his cart and bear it to Montaignac. He would go to the authorities and say: "Here is Lacheneur's body. Give me the reward." How long and by what paths he pursued his flight, he could not tell. But several hours after, as he traversed the wooded hills of Charves, he saw two men who sprang up and fled at his approach. In a terrible voice he called after them: "Hey, you men! Do each of you desire 1,000 pistoles? I am Lacheneur." They paused when they recognized him, and Lacheneur saw that they were two of his followers. They were well to do farmers, and it had been very difficult to induce them to take part in the revolt. These men had part of a loaf of bread and a little brandy. They gave both to the famished man. They sat down beside him on the grass, and while he was eating they related their misfortunes. Their connection with the conspiracy had been discovered. Their houses were full of soldiers who were hunting for them, but they hoped to reach Italy by the aid of a guide who was waiting for them at an appointed place. Lacheneur extended his hand to them. "Then I am saved," said he. "Weak and wounded as I am, I should perish if I were left alone." But the two farmers did not accept the hand he offered. "We should leave you," said the younger man, gloomily, "for you are the cause of our misfortunes. You deceived us, Monsieur Lacheneur." He dared not protest, so just was the reproach. "Nonsense! Let him come all the same," said the other, with a peculiar glance at his companion. So they walked on, and that same evening, after 9 hours of travelling on the mountains, they crossed the frontier. But this long journey was not made without bitter reproaches, and even more bitter recriminations. Closely questioned by his companions, Lacheneur, exhausted both in mind and body, finally admitted the insincerity of the promises with which he had inflamed the zeal of his followers. He acknowledged that he had spread the report that Marie Louise and the young King of Rome were concealed in Montaignac, and that this report was a gross falsehood. He confessed that he had given the signal for the revolt without any chance of success, and without means of action, leaving everything to chance. In short, he confessed that nothing was real save his hatred, his implacable hatred of the Sairmeuse family. A dozen times at least, during this terrible avowal, the peasants who accompanied him were on the point of hurling him down the precipices upon whose verge they were walking. So it was to gratify his own spite, they thought, quivering with rage, that he sets everybody to fighting and killing one another, that he ruins us and drives us into exile. We will see. The fugitives went to the nearest house after crossing the frontier. It was a lonely inn about a league from the little village of Saint Jean de Coche, and was kept by a man named Balstain. They rapped. In spite of the lateness of the hour, it was past midnight. They were admitted, and they ordered supper. But Lacheneur, weak from loss of blood and exhausted by his long tramp, declared that he would eat no supper. He threw himself upon a bed in an adjoining room and was soon asleep. This was the first time since their meeting with Lacheneur that his companions had found an opportunity to talk together in private. The same idea had occurred to both of them. They believed that by delivering up Lacheneur to the authorities, they might obtain pardon for themselves. Neither of these men would have consented to receive a single sou of the money promised to the betrayer, but to exchange their life and liberty for the life and liberty of Lacheneur did not seem to them a culpable act under the circumstances. For did he not deceive us? They said to themselves. They decided at last that as soon as they had finished their supper, they would go to Saint Jean de Coche and inform the Piedmontese guards. But they reckoned without their host. They had spoken loud enough to be overheard by Balstain, the innkeeper, who had learned during the day of the magnificent reward which had been promised to Lacheneur's captor. When he heard the name of the guest who was sleeping quietly under his roof, a thirst for gold seized him. He whispered a word to his wife, then escaped through the window to run and summon the gendarmes. He had been gone half an hour before the peasants left the house, for to muster up courage for the act they were about to commit, they had been obliged to drink heavily. They closed the door so violently on going out that Lacheneur was awakened by the noise. He sprang up and came out into the adjoining room. The wife of the innkeeper was there alone. "Where are my friends?" he asked, anxiously. "Where is your husband?" Moved by sympathy, the woman tried to falter some excuse, but finding none, she threw herself at his feet, crying: "Fly, Monsieur, save yourself; you are betrayed." Lacheneur rushed back into the other room, seeking a weapon with which he could defend himself, an issue through which he could flee. He had thought they might abandon him, but betray him? No, never. "Who has sold me?" he asked, in a strained, unnatural voice. "Your friends, the two men who supped there at that table." "Impossible, madame, impossible!" He did not suspect the designs and hopes of his former comrades, and he could not, he would not believe them capable of ignobly betraying him for gold. "But," pleaded the innkeeper's wife, still on her knees before him, "they have just started for Saint Jean de Coche, where they will denounce you. I heard them say that your life would purchase theirs. They have certainly gone to summon the gendarmes. Is it not enough, or am I obliged to endure the shame of confessing that my own husband, too, has gone to betray you?" Lacheneur understood it all now, and this supreme misfortune, after all the misery he had endured, broke him down completely. Great tears gushed from his eyes, and sinking down into a chair, he murmured: "Let them come; I am ready for them. No, I will not stir from here. My miserable life is not worth such a struggle." But the wife of the traitor rose, and grasping the unfortunate man's clothing, she shook him. She dragged him to the door. She would have carried him had she possessed sufficient strength. "You shall not remain here," said she, with extraordinary vehemence. "Fly, save yourself. You shall not be taken here. It will bring misfortune upon our house." Bewildered by these violent adjurations, and urged on by the instinct of self self-preservation, so powerful in every human heart, Lacheneur stepped out upon the threshold. The night was very dark, and a chilling fog intensified the gloom.
"See, Madame,"
said the poor fugitive, gently,
"how can I find my way through these mountains, which I do not know, and where there are no roads, where the footpaths are scarcely discernible?"
With a quick movement, Balstain' wife pushed Lacheneur out, and turning him as one does a blind man, to set him on the right track.
"Walk straight before you," said she, "always against the wind. God will protect you. Farewell."
He turned to ask further directions, but she had re entered the house and closed the door. Upheld by a feverish excitement, he walked for long hours. He soon lost his way, and wandered on through the mountains, benumbed with cold, stumbling over rocks, sometimes falling. Why he was not precipitated to the depths of some chasm it is difficult to explain. He lost all idea of his whereabouts, and the sun was high in the heavens when he at last met a human being of whom he could inquire his way. It was a little shepherd boy, in pursuit of some stray goats, whom he encountered. But the lad, frightened by the wild and haggard appearance of the stranger, at first refused to approach. The offer of a piece of money induced him to come a little nearer.
"You are on the summit of the mountain, Monsieur," said he, "and exactly on the boundary line. Here is France, there is Savoy."
"And what is the nearest village?"
"On the Savoyard side, Saint Jean de Coche; on the French side, Saint Pavin."
So, after all his terrible exertions, Lacheneur was not a league from the inn. Appalled by this discovery, he remained for a moment undecided which course to pursue. What did it matter? Why should the doomed hesitate? Do not all roads lead to the abyss into which they must sink? He remembered the gendarme that the innkeeper's wife had warned him against, and slowly and with great difficulty descended the steep mountainside leading down to France. He was near Saint Pavin when, before an isolated cottage, he saw a pretty peasant woman spinning in the sunshine. He dragged himself toward her, and in weak tones begged her hospitality. On seeing this man, whose face was ghastly pale, and whose clothing was torn and soiled with dust and blood, the woman rose, evidently more surprised than alarmed. She looked at him closely, and saw that his age, his stature, and his features corresponded with the descriptions of Lacheneur, which had been scattered thickly about the frontier.
"You are the conspirator they are hunting for, and for whom they promise a reward of 20,000 francs," she said.
Lacheneur trembled.
"Yes, I am Lacheneur,"
he replied after a moment's hesitation.
"I am Lacheneur. Betray me, if you will, but in charity's name, give me a morsel of bread, and allow me to rest a little."
At the words "betray me," the young woman made a gesture of horror and disgust.
"We betray you, sir,"
said she.
"Ah, you do not know the Antoine. Enter our house and lie down upon the bed while I prepare some refreshments for you. When my husband comes home, we will see what can be done."
It was nearly sunset when the master of the house, a robust mountaineer with a frank face, returned. On beholding the stranger seated at his fireside, he turned frightfully pale.
"Unfortunate woman," he whispered to his wife, "do you not know that any man who shelters this fugitive will be shot, and his house leveled to the ground?"
Lacheneur rose with a shudder. He had not known this. He knew the infamous reward which had been promised to his betrayer, but he had not known the danger his presence brought upon these worthy people.
"I will go at once, sir,"
said he, gently. But the peasant placed his large hand kindly upon his guest's shoulder, and forced him to resume his seat. "It was not to drive you away that I said what I did," he remarked. "You are at home, and you shall remain here until I can find some means of insuring your safety." The pretty peasant woman flung her arms about her husband's neck, and in tones of the most ardent affection, exclaimed:
"Ah, you are a noble man, Antoine."
He smiled, embraced her tenderly, then pointing to the open door: "Watch," he said. "I feel it my duty to tell you, sir, that it will not be easy to save you," resumed the honest peasant. "The promises of reward have set all evil minded people on the alert. They know that you are in the neighborhood. A rascally innkeeper has crossed the frontier for the express purpose of betraying your whereabouts to the French gendarmes."
"Balstain?"
"Yes, Balstain, and he is hunting for you now. That is not all.
As I passed through Saint Pavin on my return, I saw 8 mounted soldiers guided by a peasant, also on horseback. They declared that they knew you were concealed in the village, and they were going to search every house." These soldiers were none other than the Montaignac chasseurs placed at Chupin's disposal by the Duc de Sairmeuse. It was indeed as Antoine had said. The task was certainly not at all to their taste, but they were closely watched by the lieutenant in command, who hoped to receive some substantial reward if the expedition was crowned with success. Antoine, meanwhile, continued his exposition of his hopes and fears. "Wounded and exhausted as you are," he was saying to Lacheneur, "you will be in no condition to make a long march in less than a fortnight. Until then you must conceal yourself. Fortunately, I know a safe retreat in the mountain not far from here. I will take you there to night, with provisions enough to last you for a week." A stifled cry from his wife interrupted him. He turned and saw her fall, almost fainting, against the door, her face whiter than her coif, her finger pointing to the path that led from Saint Pavin to their cottage.
"The soldiers they are coming!"
she gasped. Quicker than thought, Lacheneur and the peasant sprang to the door to see for themselves. The young woman had spoken the truth. The Montaignac chasseurs were climbing the steep footpath slowly but surely. Chupin walked in advance, urging them on with voice, gesture, and example. An imprudent word from the little shepherd boy, whom Monsieur Lacheneur had questioned, had decided the fugitive's fate. On returning to Saint Pavin, and hearing that the soldiers were searching for the chief conspirator, the lad chanced to say: "I met a man just now on the mountain who asked me where he was, and I saw him go down the footpath leading to Antoine's cottage." And in proof of his words, he proudly displayed the piece of silver which Lacheneur had given him.
"One more bold stroke and we have our man!"
exclaimed Chupin.
"Come, comrades!"
And now the party were not more than 200 feet from the house in which the proscribed man had found an asylum. Antoine and his wife looked at each other with anguish in their eyes. They saw that their visitor was lost.
"We must save him! We must save him!"
cried the woman. "Yes, we must save him," repeated the husband, gloomily. "They shall kill me before I betray a man in my own house."
"If he would hide in the stable behind the bundles of straw."
"They would find him. These soldiers are worse than tigers, and the wretch who leads them on must have the keen scent of a bloodhound." He turned quickly to Lacheneur. "Come, sir," said he, "let us leap from the back window and flee to the mountains. They will see us, but no matter. These horsemen are always clumsy runners. If you cannot run, I will carry you. They will probably fire at us, but they will miss us."
"And your wife?"
asked Lacheneur. The honest mountaineer shuddered, but he said: "She will join us." Lacheneur took his friend's hand and pressed it tenderly.
"Ah, you are noble people!" he exclaimed, "and God will reward you for your kindness to a poor fugitive. But you have done too much already. I should be the basest of men if I consented to uselessly expose you to danger. I can bear this life no longer. I have no wish to escape."
He drew the sobbing woman to him and kissed her upon the forehead.
"I have a daughter, young and beautiful like yourself, as generous and proud. Poor Marie Anne! And I have pitilessly sacrificed her to my hatred. I should not complain, come what may. I have deserved it."
The sound of approaching footsteps became more and more distinct. Lacheneur straightened himself up, and seemed to be gathering all his energy for the decisive moment.
"Remain inside,"
he said, imperiously, to Antoine and his wife.
"I am going out. They must not arrest me in your house."
As he spoke, he stepped outside the door with a firm tread, a dauntless brow, and a calm and assured mien. The soldiers were but a few feet from him. "Halt!" he exclaimed, in a strong, ringing voice.
"It is Lacheneur you are seeking, is it not? I am he. I surrender myself."
An unbroken stillness reigned. Not a sound, not a word replied. The spectre of death that hovered above his head imparted such an imposing majesty to his person that the soldiers paused, silent and awed. But there was one man who was terrified by this resonant voice, and that was Chupin. Remorse filled his cowardly heart, and pale and trembling, he tried to hide behind the soldiers. Lacheneur walked straight to him. "So it is you who have sold my life, Chupin?" he said, scornfully. "You have not forgotten, I see plainly, how often Marie Anne has filled your empty larder, and now you take your revenge." The miserable wretch seemed crushed. Now that he had done this foul deed, he knew what treason really was. "So be it," said Monsieur Lacheneur. "You will receive the price of my blood, but it will not bring you good fortune, traitor." But Chupin, indignant with himself for his weakness, was already trying to shake off the fear that mastered him.
"You have conspired against the king,"
he stammered.
"I have done only my duty in denouncing you."
And turning to the soldiers, he said:
"As for you, comrades, you may rest assured that the Duc de Sairmeuse will testify his gratitude for your services."
They had bound Lacheneur's hands, and the party were about to descend the mountain, when a man appeared, bareheaded, covered with perspiration, and panting for breath. Twilight was falling, but Monsieur Lacheneur recognized Balstain.
"Ah, you have found him!"
he exclaimed, as soon as he was within hearing distance, and pointing to the prisoner:
"The reward belongs to me. I denounced him first on the other side of the frontier. The gendarme at Saint Jean de Coche will testify to that. He would have been captured last night in my house, but he ran away in my absence, and I have been following the bandit for 16 hours."
He spoke with extraordinary vehemence and volubility, beside himself with fear lest he was about to lose his reward, and lest his treason would bring him nothing save disgrace and obloquy. "If you have any right to the reward, you must prove it before the proper authorities," said the officer in command.
"If I have any right," interrupted Balstain, "who contests my right, then?"
He looked threateningly around, and his eyes fell on Chupin.
"Is it you?" he demanded. "Do you dare assert that you discovered the brigand?"
"Yes, it is I who discovered his hiding place."
"You lie, impostor!"
vociferated the innkeeper.
"You lie!"
The soldiers did not move. This scene repaid them for the disgust they had experienced during the afternoon.
"But," continued Balstain, "what else could one expect from a vile knave like Chupin? Everyone knows that he has been obliged to flee from France a dozen times on account of his crimes. Where did you take refuge when you crossed the frontier, Chupin? In my house, in the inn kept by honest Balstain. You were fed and protected there. How many times have I saved you from the gendarmes and from the galleys? More times than I can count. And to reward me, you steal my property. You steal this man who was mine."
"He is insane,"
said the terrified Chupin.
He is mad."
Then the innkeeper changed his tactics.
"At least you will be reasonable," he exclaimed. "Let us see, Chupin. What will you do for an old friend? Divide, will you not? No? You say no? What will you give me, comrade? A third? Is that too much? A quarter, then?"
Chupin felt that all the soldiers were enjoying his terrible humiliation. They were sneering at him, and only an instant before they had avoided coming in contact with him with evident horror. Transported with anger, he pushed Balstain violently aside, crying to the soldiers:
"Come, are we going to spend the night here?"
An implacable hatred gleamed in the eye of the Piedmontese. He drew his knife from his pocket, and making the sign of the cross in the air:
"Saint Jean de Coche!"
he exclaimed, in a ringing voice,
"and you, Holy Virgin, hear my vow. May my soul burn in hell if I ever use a knife at my repasts until I have plunged this, which I now hold, into the heart of the scoundrel who has defrauded me."
Having said this, he disappeared in the woods, and the soldiers took up their line of march. But Chupin was no longer the same. All his accustomed impudence had fled. He walked on with bowed head, a prey to the most sinister presentiments. He felt assured that an oath like that of Balstain's, and uttered by such a man, was equivalent to a death warrant, or at least to a speedy prospect of assassination. This thought tormented him so much that he would not allow the detachment to spend the night at Saint Pavin, as had been agreed upon. He was impatient to leave the neighborhood. After supper, Chupin sent for a cart. The prisoner, securely bound, was placed in it, and the party started for Montaignac. The great bell was striking two when Lacheneur was brought into the citadel. At that very moment, M. d'Escorval and Corporal Bavois were making their preparations for escape. Chapter 31. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque.
Chapter 32 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by O123. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2. Chapter 32. Alone in his cell, Chanlouineau, after Marie Anne's departure, abandoned himself in the most frightful despair. He had just given more than life to the woman he loved so fervently. For had he not, in the hope of obtaining an interview with her, periled his honor by simulating the most ignoble fear? While doing so, he thought only of the success of his ruse. But now he knew only too well what those who had witnessed his apparent weakness would say of him. This Chanlouineau is only a miserable coward after all. He fancied he could hear them saying among themselves, "We have seen him on his knees, begging for mercy and promising to betray his accomplices." The thought that his memory would be tarnished with charges of cowardice and treason drove him nearly mad. He actually longed for death, since it would give him an opportunity to retrieve his honor. "They shall see then," he cried dreadfully, "if I turn pale and tremble before the soldiers." He was in this state of mind when the door opened to admit the Marquis de Courtornieu, who, after seeing Mademoiselle Lacheneur leave the prison, came to Chanlouineau to ascertain the result of her visit. "Well, my good fellow," began the Marquis, in his most condescending manner. "Leave," cried Chanlouineau, in a fury of passion, "leave or—" Without waiting to hear the end of the sentence, the Marquis made his escape, greatly surprised and not a little dismayed by this sudden change. "What a dangerous and bloodthirsty rascal!" he remarked to the guard. "It would perhaps be advisable to put him in a strait-jacket." Ah, there was no necessity for that. The heroic peasant had thrown himself upon his straw pallet, oppressed with feverish anxiety. Would Marie Anne know how to make the best use of the weapon which he had placed in her hands? If he hoped so, it was because she would have as a counsellor and guide a man in whose judgment he had the most implicit confidence, Abbe Midon. "Martial will be afraid of the latter," he said to himself again and again. "Certainly you will be afraid." In this, Chanlouineau was entirely mistaken. His discernment and intelligence were certainly above his station, but he was not sufficiently acute to read a character like that of the young Marquis de Sairmeuse. The document which he had written in a moment of abandon and blindness was almost without influence in determining his course. He pretended to be greatly alarmed in order to frighten his father, but in reality he considered the threat puerile. Marie Anne would have obtained the same assistance from him if she had not possessed this letter. Other influences had decided him, the difficulties and dangers of the undertaking, the risks to be incurred, the prejudices to be braved. To save the life of Baron d'Escorval, an enemy, to wrest him from the execution on the very steps of the scaffold, as it were, seemed to him a delightful enterprise. And to assure the happiness of the woman he adored by saving the life of an enemy, even after his suit had been refused, seemed a chivalrous act worthy of him. Besides, what an opportunity it afforded for the exercise of his sang-froid, his diplomatic talent, and the finesse upon which he prided himself. It was necessary to make his father his dupe. That was an easy task. It was necessary to impose upon the credulity of the Marquis de Courtornieu. This was a difficult task, yet he succeeded. But poor Chanlouineau could not conceive of such contradictions, and he was consumed with anxiety. Willingly would he have consented to be put to the torture before receiving his death blow, if he might have been allowed to follow Marquis M. in her undertakings. What was she doing? How could he ascertain? A dozen times during the evening he called his guards under every possible pretext and tried to compel them to talk with him. He knew very well that these men could no better informed on the subject than he was himself, that he could place no confidence in their reports, but that made no difference. The drums beat for the evening roll call, then for the extinguishment of lights, after that silence. Standing at the window of his cell, Chanlouineau concentrated on his faculties in a superhuman effort of attention. It seemed to him if the Baron regained his liberty, he would be warned of it by some sign. Those whom he had saved owed him, he thought, this slight token of gratitude. A little after 2 o'clock he heard sounds that made him tremble. There was a great bustle in the corridors, guards running to and fro and calling each other, a rattling of keys, and the opening and shutting of doors. The passage was suddenly illuminated. He looked out, and by the uncertain light of the lanterns he thought he saw Lacheneur, as pale as a ghost, pass the cell, led by some soldiers. Lacheneur! Could this be possible? He doubted his own eyesight. He thought it must be a vision born of the fever burning in his brain. Later he heard a despairing cry. But was it surprising that one should hear such a sound in a prison, where 20 men condemned to death were suffering the agony of that terrible night which precedes the day of execution? At last the grey light of early dawn came creeping through the prison bars. Chanlouineau was in despair. The letter was useless, he murmured. Poor generous patient! His heart would have leaped for joy could he have cast a glance on the courtyard of the citadel. More than an hour had passed after the sounding of the reveille, when 2 countrywomen, who were carrying their butter and eggs to market, presented themselves at the gate of the fortress. They declared that while passing through the fields at the base of the precipitous cliff upon which the citadel was built, they had discovered a rope dangling from the side of the rock. A rope. Then one of the condemned prisoners must have escaped. The guards hastened to Baron d'Escorval's room. It was empty. The Baron had fled, taking with him the man who had been left to guard him, Corporal Bavois of the Grenadiers. The amazement was as intense as the indignation, but the fright was still greater. There was not a single officer who did not tremble on thinking of his responsibility, not one who did not see his hopes of advancement blighted forever. What should they say to the formidable Duc de Segmuller and to the Marquis de Coq who, in spite of his calm and polished manners, was almost as much to be feared? It was necessary to warn them, however, and the sergeant was dispatched with the news. Soon they made their appearance, accompanied by Monsieur, all frightfully angry. Monsieur de Segmuller especially seemed beside himself. He swore at everybody, accused everybody, threatened everybody. He began by consigning all the keepers and guards to prison. He even talked of demanding the dismissal of all the officers. "As for that miserable Bavois," he exclaimed, "as for that cowardly deserter, he shall be shot as soon as we capture him, and we will capture him, you may depend upon it." They had hoped to appease the Duke's wrath a little by informing him of Lacheneur's arrest, but he knew this already, for Chupin had ventured to evoke him in the middle of the night to tell him the great news. The Baron's escape afforded the Duke an opportunity to exalt Chupin's merits. "The man who has discovered Lacheneur will know how to find this traitor d'Escorval," he remarked. Monsieur de Coq, who was more calm, took measures for the restoration of a great culprit to the hand of justice. As he said, he sent couriers in every direction, ordering them to make close inquiries throughout the neighborhood. His commands were brief, but to the point. They were to watch the frontier, to submit all travelers to a rigorous examination, to search the house, and to sow the description of d'Escorval broadcast through the land. But first of all he ordered the arrest both of Abbe Midon, the cure of Segmuller, and of the son of Baron d'Escorval. Among the officers present there was one, an old lieutenant, medalled and decorated, who had been deeply wounded by imputations uttered by the Duc de Segmuller. He stepped forward with a gloomy air and said that these measures were doubtless all very well, but the most pressing and urgent duty was to institute an investigation at once, which, while acquainting them with the method of escape, would probably reveal their accomplices. On hearing the word investigation, neither the Duc de Segmuller nor the Marquis de Courtornieu could repress a slight shudder. They could not ignore the fact that their reputations were at stake, and that the merest trifle might disclose the truth. A precaution neglected, the most insignificant detail, a word, a gesture, might ruin their ambitious hopes for ever. They trembled to think that this officer might be a man of unusual shrewdness, who had suspected their complicity, and was impatient to verify his presumptions. No, the old lieutenant had not the slightest suspicion. He had spoken on the impulse of the moment, merely to give vent to his displeasure. He was not even keen enough to remark the rapid glance interchanged between the Marquis and the Duke. Martial noticed this look, however, and with a politeness too studied not to be ridiculed, he addressed the lieutenant. "Yes, we must institute an investigation. That suggestion is as shrewd as it is opportune," he remarked. The old officer turned away with a muttered oath. "That coxcomb is poking fun at me," he thought, "and he and his father and that prig deserve. But what is one to do?" In spite of his bold remark, Martial felt that he must not incur the slightest risk. To whom must the charge of this investigation be entrusted? To the Duke and to the Marquis, of course, since they were the only persons who would know just how much to conceal and just how much to disclose. They began their task immediately with an empressement which could not fail to silence all doubts, in case any existed in the minds of their subordinates. But who could be suspicious? The success of the plot had been all the more certain from the fact that the Baron's escape seemed likely to injure the interests of the very parties who had favoured it. Martial thought he knew the details of the escape as exactly as the fugitives themselves. He had been the author, even if they had been the actors of the drama of the preceding night. He was soon obliged to admit that he was mistaken in this opinion. The investigation revealed facts which seemed incomprehensible to him. It was evident that the Baron d'Escorval and Corporal Bavois had been compelled to accomplish two successive descents. To do this, the prisoners had realized, since they had succeeded, the necessity of having two robes. Martial had provided them. The prisoners must have used them, and yet only one robe could be found. The one which the patient woman had perceived hanging from the rocky platform, where it was made fast to an iron crupper. From the window to the platform there was no rope. "This is most extraordinary," murmured Martial thoughtfully. "Very strange," approved Monsieur de Courtornieu. "How the devil could they have reached the base of the tower? That is what I cannot understand." But Martial found another cause for surprise. On examining the rope that remained, the one which had been used in making the second descent, he discovered that it was not a single piece. Two pieces had been knotted together. The longest piece had evidently been too short. How did this happen? Could the Duke have made a mistake in the height of the cliff, or had the Abbe measured the rope incorrectly? But Martial had also measured it with his eye, and it had seemed to him that the rope was much longer, fully a third longer, than it now appeared. "There must have been some accident," he remarked to his father and to the Marquis. "But what?" "Well, what does it matter?" replied the Marquis. "You have the compromising letter, have you not?" But Martial's was one of those minds that never rest when confronted by an unsolved problem. He insisted on going to inspect the rocks at the foot of the precipice. There they discovered large parts of blood. One of the fugitives must have fallen. said Martial quickly, "and was dangerously wounded." "Upon my word," exclaimed the Duc de Sairmeuse, "if Baron d'Escorval has broken his neck, I shall be delighted." Martial's face turned crimson, and he looked searchingly at his father. "I suppose, Monsieur, that you do not mean one word of what you are saying," Martial said, coldly. "We pledged ourselves, upon the honor of our name, to save Baron d'Escorval. If he has been killed, it will be a great misfortune to us, Monsieur, a great misfortune." When his son addressed him in his haughty and freezing tone, the Duke never knew how to reply. He was indignant, but his son's was the stronger nature. "Nonsense!" exclaimed Monsieur de Cocteau. "If the rascal had merely been wounded, we should have known it." Such was the opinion of Chupin, who had been sent for by the Duke, and who had just made his appearance. But the old scoundrel, who was usually so loquacious and so officious, replied briefly, and, strange to say, did not offer his services. Of his imperturbable assurance, of his wonted impudence, of his obsequious and cunning smile, absolutely nothing remained. His restless eyes, the contraction of his features, his gloomy manner, and the occasional shudder which he could not repress, all betrayed his secret perturbation. So marked was the change that even the Duc de Sairmeuse observed it. "What calamity has happened to you, Master Chupin?" he inquired. "This has happened," he responded sullenly. "When I was coming here, the children of the town threw mud and stones at me, and ran after me, shouting, 'Traitor, traitor!'" He clenched his fists. He seemed to be meditating vengeance, and he added, "The people of Montaigne are pleased. They know that the Baron has escaped, and they are rejoicing." Alas! This joy was destined to be of short duration, for this was the day appointed for the execution of the conspirators. It was Wednesday. At noon the gates of the citadel were closed, and the gloom was profound and universal when the heavy rolling of drums announced the preparations for the frightful holocaust. Consternation and fear spread through the town. The silence of death made itself felt on every side. The streets were deserted, and the doors and shutters of every house were closed. At last, as 3 o'clock sounded, the gates of the fortress were opened to give passage to the 14th doomed man, each accompanied by a priest. 14. For seized by remorse or fright at the last moment, Monsieur de Cocteau and the Duc de Sairmeuse had granted a reprieve to 6 of the prisoners, and at that very hour a courier was hastening toward Paris with 6 petitions for pardons, signed by the military commission. Chanlouineau was not among those for whom royal clemency had been solicited. When he left his cell, without knowing whether or not his letter had availed, he counted the condemned with poignant anxiety. His eyes betrayed such an agony of anguish that the priest who accompanied him leaned toward him and whispered, "For whom you are looking, my son?" "For Baron d'Escorval." "He escaped last night." "Ah, now I shall die content," exclaimed the heroic peasant. He died, as he had sworn he would die, without even changing color, calm and proud, the name of Maggie M upon his lips. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Omar Dutre. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 33. Ah, well, there was one woman, a fair young girl, whose heart had not been touched by the sorrowful scenes of which Montaigne had been the theatre. Mademoiselle Blanche de Cocteau smiled as brightly as ever in the midst of a stricken people, and surrounded by mourners, her lovely eyes remained dry. The daughter of a man who for a week exercised the power of a dictator, she did not lift her finger to save a single one of the condemned prisoners from the executioner. They had stopped her carriage on the public road. This was a crime which Mademoiselle de Cartigny could never forget. She also knew that she owed it to Marie Anne's intercession that she had not been held prisoner. This she could never forgive. So it was with the bitterest resentment that, on the morning following her arrival in Montaignac, she recounted what she styled her humiliations to her father. That is, the inconceivable arrogance of that Lacheneur girl, and the frightful brutality of which the peasants had been guilty. And when the Marquise de Cartigny asked if she would consent to testify against Baron d'Escorval, she coldly replied, "I think that such is my duty, and I shall fulfil it, however painful it may be." She knew perfectly well that her deposition would be the Baron's death warrant, but she persisted in her resolve, veiling her hatred and her insensibility under the name of virtue. But we must do her the justice to admit that her testimony was sincere. She really believed that it was Baron d'Escorval who was with the rebels, and whose opinion Chanlouineau had asked. This error on the part of Mademoiselle Blanche rose from the custom of designating Maurice by his Christian name, which prevailed in the neighborhood. In speaking of him, everyone said Monsieur Maurice. When they said Monsieur d'Escorval, they referred to the Baron. After crushing evidence against the accused had been written and signed in her fine and aristocratic handwriting, Mademoiselle de Cartigny bore herself with partly real and partly affected indifference. She would not on any account have had people suppose that anything related to these plebeians, these low peasants, could possibly disturb her proud serenity. She would not so much as ask a single question on the subject. But this superb indifference was in great measure assumed. In her inmost soul she was blessing this conspiracy which had caused so many tears and so much blood to flow. Had it not removed her rival from her path? Now, she thought, the Marquis will return to me, and I will make him forget the bold creature who has bewitched him. Chimeras! The charm had vanished which had been caused the love of Marshal de Segmur to oscillate between Mademoiselle de Cartigny and the daughter of Lacheneur. Captivated at first by the charms of Mademoiselle Blanche, he soon discovered the calculating ambition and the utter worldliness concealed beneath such seeming simplicity and candour. Nor was he long in discerning her intense vanity, her lack of principle, and her unbounded selfishness, and comparing her with the noble and generous Marie Anne, his admiration was changed into indifference, or rather repugnance. He did return to her, however, or at least he seemed to return to her, actuated perhaps by that inexplicable sentiment that impels us sometimes to do that which is most distasteful to us, and by a feeling of discouragement and despair, knowing that Marie Anne was now lost to him for ever. He also said to himself that a pledge had been interchanged between the Duke and the Marquise de Cartigny, that he too had given his word, and that Mademoiselle Blanche was his betrothed. Was it worth while to break this engagement? Would he not be compelled to marry some day? Why not fulfil the pledge that had been made? He was as willing to marry Mademoiselle de Cartigny as anyone else, since he was sure that the only woman whom he had ever truly loved, the only woman whom he ever could love, was never to be his. Master of himself when near her, and sure that he would ever remain the same, it was easy to play the part of lover with that perfection and that charm which, sad as it is to say, the real passion seldom or never attains. He was assisted by his self-love, and also by that instinct of duplicity which leads a man to contradict his thoughts by his acts. But while he seemed to be occupied only with the thoughts of his approaching marriage, his mind was full of intense anxiety concerning Baron d'Escorval. What had become of the Baron and of Belvoise after their escape? What had become of those who were awaiting them on the rocks? For Martial knew all their plans. Madame d'Escorval and Marie Anne, the Abbe and Maurice, and the 4 officers. There were then 10 persons in all who had disappeared. and Martial asked himself again and again how it could be possible for so many individuals to mysteriously disappear, leaving no trace behind them. It unquestionably denotes a superior ability, thought Martial. I recognized the hand of the priest. It was indeed remarkable, since the search ordered by the Duc de Sagmo and the Marquis had been pursued with feverish activity, greatly to the terror of those who had instituted it. Still, what could they do? They had imprudently excited the chill of their subordinates, and now they were unable to moderate it. But fortunately all efforts to discover the fugitives had proved unavailing. One witness testified, however, that on the morning of the escape he met, just before daybreak, a party of about a dozen persons, men and women, who seemed to be carrying a dead body. This circumstance, taken in connection with the broken rope and the bloodstains, made Martial tremble. He had also been strongly impressed by another circumstance, which was revealed as the investigation progressed. All the soldiers who were on guard that eventful night were interrogated. One of them testified as follows. I was on guard in the corridor, communicating with the prisoner's apartment in the tower, when at about 2:30, after Lacheneur had been placed in his cell, I saw an officer approaching me. I challenged him. He gave me the countersign, and naturally I allowed him to pass. He went down the corridor and entered the room adjoining that in which Monsieur d'Escorval was confined. He remained there about 5 minutes. Did you recognize this officer? Martial eagerly inquired. And the soldier answered, no. He wore a large cloak, the collar of which was turned up so high that it covered his face to the very eyes. Who could this mysterious officer have been? What was he doing in the room where the ropes had been deposited? Martial racked his brain to discover an answer to these questions. The Marquis de Cartagena himself seemed much disturbed. How could you be ignorant that there were many sympathizers with this movement in the garrison? He said angrily. You might have known that this visitor, who concealed his face so carefully, was an accomplice who had been warned by Bavois, and who came to see if he needed a helping hand. This was a plausible explanation, still it did not satisfy Martial. It is very strange, he thought, that Monsieur d'Escorval has not been deigned to let me know he is in safety. The service which I have rendered him deserves that acknowledgment at least. Such was his disquietude that he resolved to apply to Chupin, even though this traitor inspired him with extreme repugnance. But it was no longer easy to obtain the services of the old spy. Since he had received the price of Lacheneur's blood, the 20,000 francs which had so fascinated him, Chupin had deserted the house of the Duc de Sagmo. He had taken up his quarters in a small inn on the outskirts of the town, and he spent his days alone in a large room on the second floor. At night he barricaded the doors and drank, and until daybreak they could hear him cursing and singing or struggling against imaginary enemies. Still he dared not disobey the order brought by a soldier summoning him to the Hotel de Sagmo at once. I wish to discover what has become of Baron d'Escorval, said Martial. Chupin trembled, he who had formerly been bronze, and a flitting colour dyed his cheeks. The Montaigne police are at your disposal, he answered sulkily. They perhaps can satisfy the curiosity of Monsieur le Marquis. I do not belong to the police. Was he in earnest, or was he endeavouring to augment the value of his services by refusing them? Martial inclined to the latter opinion. You shall have no reason to complain of my generosity, said he. I will pay you well. But on hearing the word pay, which would have made his eyes gleam with delight a week before, Chupin flew into a furious passion. So it was to tempt me again that you summoned me here, he exclaimed. You would do better to leave me quietly at my inn. What do you mean, fool? But Chupin did not even hear this interruption, and with increasing fury he continued. They told me that, by betraying Lacheneur, I should be doing my duty and serving the king. I betrayed him, and now I am treated as if I had committed the worst of crimes. Formerly, when I lived by stealing and poaching, they despised me, perhaps, but they did not shun me as they did the pestilence. They called me rascal, robber, and the like, but they would drink with me all the same. Today I have 20,000 francs, and I am treated as if I were a venomous beast. If I approach a man, he draws back. If I enter a room, those who are there leave it. The recollection of the insults he had received made him more and more frantic with rage. Was the act I committed so ignoble and abominable? He pursued. Then why did your father propose it? The shame should fall on him. He should not have tempted a poor man who dwelt like that. If, on the contrary, I have done well, let them make laws to protect me. Martial comprehended the necessity of reassuring the troubled mind. Chupin, my boy, said he, I do not ask you to discover Monsieur d'Escorval in order to denounce him. Far from it. I only desire you to ascertain if anyone at Saint Pave or at Saint Jean de Cachet knows of his having crossed the frontier. On hearing the name Saint Jean de Cachet, Supin's face blanched. Do you wish me to be murdered? He exclaimed, remembering Balstain and his vow. I would have you know that I value my life now that I am rich. And seized with a sort of panic, he fled precipitately. Martial was stupefied with astonishment. One might really suppose that the wretch was sorry for what he had done, he thought. If that was really the case, Chupin was not alone. Monsieur de Cocteau and the Duc de Sagmo were secretly blaming themselves for the exaggerations in their first report, and the manner in which they had magnified the proportions of the rebellion. They accused each other of undue haste, of neglect of the proper forms of procedure, and the injustice of the verdict rendered. Each endeavoured to make the other responsible for the blood which had been spilled. One tried to cast a public odium upon the other. Meanwhile, they were both doing their best to obtain a pardon for the 6 prisoners who had been deprived. They did not succeed. One night a courier arrived at Montignac bearing the following laconic dispatch: The 21 convicted prisoners must be executed. That is to say, the Duc de Richelieu and the Council of Ministers, headed by Monsieur de Cajas, the Minister of Police, had decided that the petitions for clemency must be refused. This dispatch was a terrible blow to the Duc de Sagmo and Monsieur de Cocteau. They knew better than anyone else how little these poor men, whose lives they had tried too late to save, deserved death. They knew it would soon be publicly proven that 2 of the 6 men had taken no part whatever in the conspiracy. What was to be done? Martial desired his father to resign his authority, but the Duke had not courage to do it. Monsieur de Cocteau encouraged him. He admitted that all this was very unfortunate, but declared, since the wine had been drawn, that it was necessary to drink it, and that one could not draw back now without causing a terrible scandal. The next day the dismal rolling of drums was again heard, and the 6 doomed men, 2 of whom were known to be innocent, were led outside the walls of the citadel and shot on the same spot where, only a week before, 14 of their comrades had fallen. And the prime mover in the conspiracy had not yet been tried. Confined in the cell next to that which Chanlouineau had occupied, Lacheneur had fallen into a state of gloomy despondency, which lasted during his whole term of imprisonment. He was terribly broken, both in body and in mind. Once only did the blood mount to his pallid cheek, and that was on the morning when the Duc de Sagmo entered the cell to interrogate him. "It was you who drove me to do what I did," he said. "God sees us and judges us." Unhappy man! His faults had been great. His chastisement was terrible. He had sacrificed his children on the altar of his wounded pride. he had not even the consolation of pressing them to his heart and of asking their forgiveness before he died. Alone in his cell, he could not distract his mind from thoughts of his son and of his daughter. But such was the terrible situation in which he had placed himself that he dared not ask what had become of them. Through a compassionate keeper, he learned that nothing had been heard of John, and that it was supposed Marquis N had gone to some foreign country with the d'Escorval family. When summoned before the court for trial, Lacheneur was calm and dignified in manner. He attempted no defence, but responded with perfect frankness. He took all the blame upon himself, and would not give the name of one of his accomplices. Condemned to be beheaded, he was executed on the following day. In spite of the rain, he desired to walk to the place of execution. When he reached the scaffold, he ascended the steps with a firm tread, and, of his own accord, placed his head upon the block. A few seconds later, the rebellion of the 4th of March counted its 21st victim. And that same evening the people everywhere were talking of the magnificent rewards which were to be bestowed upon the Duc de Sagmo and the Marquise de Coq-de-Gneau, and it was also asserted that the nuptials of the children of these great houses were to take place before the close of the week. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Om123. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 34. That Marshal de Sagmo was to marry Mademoiselle Blanche de Coq-de-Gneau did not surprise the inhabitants of Montaignac in the least. But spreading such a report, with Lacheneur's execution fresh in the minds of everyone, could not fail to bring odium upon these men who had held absolute power, and who had exercised it so mercilessly. Heaven knows that Monsieur de Coq-de-Gneau and the Duc de Sagmo were now doing their best to make the people of Montaignac forget the atrocious cruelty of which they had been guilty during their dictatorship. Of the 100 or more who were confined in the citadel, only 18 or 20 were tried, and they received only some very slight punishment. The others were released. Major Cagini, the leader of the conspirators in Montaignac, who had expected to lose his head, heard himself, with astonishment, sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment. But there are crimes which nothing can efface or extenuate. Public opinion attributed this sudden clemency on the part of the Duke and the Marquise to fear. People excreted them for their cruelty, and despised them for their apparent cowardice. They were ignorant of this, however, and hastened forward the preparations for the nuptials of their children, without suspecting that the marriage was considered a shameless defiance of public sentiment on their part. The 17th of April was the day which had been appointed for the bridal, and the wedding feast was to be held at the Château de Sagmo, which, at a great expense, had been transformed into a fairy palace for the occasion. It was in the church of the little village of Sagmo, on the loveliest of spring days, that this marriage ceremony was performed by the cure who had taken the place of poor Abbe Midon. At the close of the address to the newly wedded pair, the priest uttered these words which he believed prophetic: "You will be, you must be happy." Who would not have believed as he did? Where could 2 young people be found more richly dowered with all the attributes likely to produce happiness, that is, youth, rank, health, and riches? But though an intense joy sparkled in the eyes of the new Marquise de Sagmo, there were those among the guests who observed the bridegroom's preoccupation. One might have supposed that he was making an effort to drive away some gloomy thought. At the moment when his young wife hung upon his arm, proud and radiant, a vision of Marie Anne rose before him, more lifelike, more potent than ever. What had become of her that she had not been seen at the time of her father's execution? Courageous as he knew her to be, if she had made no attempt to see her father, it must have been because she was ignorant of his approaching doom. Ah, if she had but loved him, Martial thought, what happiness would have been his! But now he was bound for life to a woman whom he did not love. At dinner, however, he succeeded in shaking off the sadness that oppressed him, and when the guests rose to repair to the drawing-rooms, he had almost forgotten his dark forebodings. He was rising in his turn when a servant approached him with a mysterious air. "Someone desires to see the Marquis," whispered the valet. "Who?" "A young peasant who will not give his name." "On one's wedding day one must grant an audience to everybody," said Martial, and gay and smiling he descended the staircase. In the vestibule, lined with rare and fragrant plants, stood a young man. He was very pale, and his eyes glittered with feverish brilliancy. On recognizing him, Martial could not restrain an exclamation of surprise. "John Lacheneur!" he exclaimed. "Imprudent man!" The young man stepped forward. "You believed that you were rid of me," he said bitterly. "Instead, I returned from afar. You can have your people arrest me if you choose." Martial's face crimsoned at the insult, but he retained his composure. "What do you desire?" he asked coldly. John drew from his pocket a folded letter. "I am to give you this on behalf of Maurice d'Escorval." With an eager hand Martial broke the seal. He glanced over the letter, turned as pale as death, staggered, and said only one word: "Infamous!" "What must I say to Maurice?" insisted John. "What do you intend to do?" With a terrible effort Martial had conquered his weakness. He seemed to deliberate for 10 seconds, then seizing John's arm, he dragged him up the staircase, saying, "Come, you shall see." Martial's countenance had changed so much during the 3 minutes he had been absent that there was an exclamation of terror when he reappeared, holding an open letter in one hand and leading with the other a young peasant whom no one recognized. "Where is my father?" he demanded in a husky voice. "Where is the Marquis de Cartagena?" The Duke and the Marquis were with Madame Blanche in the little salon at the end of the main hall. Martial hastened there, followed by a crowd of wondering guests, who, foreseeing a stormy scene, were determined not to lose a syllable. He walked directly to Monsieur de Cartagena, who was standing by the fireplace, and handing him the letter. "Read," said he in a terrible voice. Monsieur de Cartagena obeyed. He became livid. The paper trembled in his hands, his eyes fell, and he was obliged to lean against the marble mantel for support. "I do not understand," he stammered. "No, I do not understand." The Duke and Madame Blanche both sprang forward. "What is it?" they asked in a breath. "What has happened?" With a rapid movement Martial tore the paper from the hands of Marquis de Cartagena, and addressing his father, "Listen to this letter," he said imperiously. 300 people were assembled there, but the silence was so profound that the voice of the young Marquis penetrated to the farthest extremity of the hall as he read: "Monsieur le Marquis, in exchange for a dozen lines that threatened you with ruin, you promised us, upon the honour of your name, the life of Baron d'Escorval. You did indeed bring the ropes by which he was to make his escape, but they had been previously cut, and my father was precipitated to the rocks below. You have forfeited your honour, monsieur. You have spoiled your name with ineffaceable opprobrium. While so much as a drop of blood remains in my veins, I will leave no means untried to punish you for your cowardice and vile treason. By killing me you would, it is true, escape the chastisement I am reserving for you. Consent to fight with me. Shall I await you tomorrow on the ridge? At what hour? With what weapons?" If you are the vilest of men, you can appoint a rendezvous, and then send your gendarmes to arrest me. That would be an act worthy of you. Maurice d'Escorval. The duke was in despair. He saw the secret of the baron's flight made public, his political prospects ruined. "Hush!" he said hurriedly, in a low voice. "Hush, wretched man! You will ruin us." But Martial seemed not even to hear him. When he had finished his reading, "Now what do you think?" he demanded, looking the Marquis de Castagneau full in the face. "I am still unable to comprehend," said the old nobleman coldly. Martial lifted his hand. Everyone believed that he was about to strike the man who had been his father-in-law only a few hours. "Very well, I comprehend," he exclaimed. "I know now who that officer was who entered the room in which I had deposited the robes, and I know what took him there." He crumpled the letter between his hands and threw it in Monsieur de Castagneau's face, saying, "Here is your reward, coward." Overwhelmed by this denouement, the Marquis sank into an armchair, and Martial, still holding Jean Lacheneur by the arm, was leaving the room, when his young wife, wild to despair, tried to detain him. "You shall not go," she exclaimed, intensely exasperated. "You shall not. Where are you going?" "To rejoin the sister of the man whom I now recognize." Beside himself, Martial pushed his wife roughly aside. "Wretch!" said he, "how dare you insult the noblest and purest of women? Ah, well, yes, I am going to find Maggie Anne. Farewell." And he passed on. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau. Part 2, Chapter 35. The ledge of rock upon which Baron d'Escorval and Corporal Bavois rested in their descent from the tower was very narrow. In the widest place it did not measure more than a yard and a half, and its surface was uneven, cut by innumerable fissures and crevices, and sloped suddenly at the edge. To stand there in the daytime, with the wall of the tower behind one, and the precipice at one's feet, would have been considered very imprudent. Of course, the task of lowering a man from this ledge at dead of night was perilous in the extreme. Before allowing the baron to descend, honest Bavois took every possible precaution to save himself from being dragged over the verge of the precipice by the weight he would be obliged to sustain. He placed his crowbar firmly in a crevice of the rock. Then, bracing his feet against the bar, he seated himself firmly, throwing his shoulders well back; and it was only when he was sure of his position that he said to the baron: "I am here and firmly fixed, comrade. Now let yourself down." The sudden parting of the rope hurled the brave corporal rudely against the tower wall. Then he was thrown forward by the rebound. His unalterable sang froid was all that saved him. For more than a minute he hung suspended over the abyss into which the baron had just fallen, and his hands clutched at the empty air. A hasty movement, and he would have fallen. But he possessed a marvellous power of will, which prevented him from attempting any violent effort. Prudently, but with determined energy, he screwed his feet and his knees into the crevices of the rock, feeling with his hands for some point of support, and gradually sinking to one side, he finally succeeded in dragging himself from the verge of the precipice. It was time, for a cramp seized him with such violence that he was obliged to sit down and rest for a moment. That the baron had been killed by his fall, Bavois did not doubt for an instant; but this catastrophe did not produce much effect upon the old soldier, who had seen so many comrades fall by his side on the field of battle. What did amaze him was the breaking of the rope, a rope so large that one would have supposed it capable of sustaining the weight of 10 men like the baron. As he could not, by reason of the darkness, see the ruptured place, Bavois felt it with his finger, and to his inexpressible astonishment he found it smooth. No filaments, no rough bits of hemp, as usual after a break. The surface was perfectly even. The corporal comprehended what Maurice had comprehended below.
"The scoundrels have cut the rope!"
he exclaimed, with a frightful oath. And a recollection of what had happened 3 or 4 hours previous arose in his mind.
"This," he thought, "explains the noise which the poor baron heard in the next room. And I said to him, 'Nonsense! It is a rat.'" Then he thought of a very simple method of verifying his conjectures. He passed the cord about the crowbar, and pulled it with all his strength. It parted in 3 places. This discovery appalled him. A part of the rope had fallen with the unfortunate baron, and it was evident that the remaining fragments tied together would not be long enough to reach to the base of the rock. From this isolated ledge it was impossible to reach the ground upon which the citadel was built. "You are in a fine fix, Corporal,"
he growled. Honest Bavois looked the situation full in the face, and saw that it was desperate.
"Well, Corporal, your jig is up,"
he murmured.
"At daybreak they will find that the baron's cell is empty. They will poke their heads out of the window, and they will see you here like a stone saint upon his pedestal. Naturally, you will be captured, tried, condemned, and you will be led out to take your turn in the ditches. Ready, aim, fire, and that will be the end of your story."
He stopped short. A vague idea had entered his mind, which he felt might possibly be his salvation. It came to him in touching the rope which he had used in his descent from the prison to the ledge, and which, firmly attached to the bars, hung down the side of the tower.
"If you had that rope which hangs there useless, Corporal, you could add it to these fragments, and then it would be long enough to carry you to the foot of the rock. But how shall I obtain it? It is certainly impossible to go back after it. How can I pull it down when it is so securely fastened to the bars?"
He sought a way, found it, and pursued it, talking to himself all the while, as if there were 2 corporals, one prompt to conceive, the other a trifle stupid, to whom it was necessary to explain everything in detail.
"Attention, Corporal," said he. "You are going to knot these 5 pieces of rope together and attach them to your waist. Then you are going to climb up to that window, hand over hand. Not an easy matter. A carpeted staircase is preferable to that rope dangling there, but no matter. You are not finical, Corporal, so you climb it, and here you are in the cell again. What are you going to do? A mere nothing. You are unfastening the cord attached to the bars. You will tie it to this, and that will give you 80 feet of good strong rope. Then you will pass the rope about one of the bars that remain intact. The rope will thus be doubled. Then you let yourself down again, and when you are here, you have only to untie one of the knots, and the rope is at your service. Do you understand, Corporal?"
The corporal did understand, so well that in less than 20 minutes he was back again upon the narrow shelf of rock, the difficult and dangerous operation which he had planned accomplished. Not without a terrible effort, not without torn and bleeding hands and knees. But he had succeeded in obtaining the rope, and now he was certain that he could make his escape from his dangerous position. He laughed gleefully, or rather with that chuckle which was habitual to him. Anxiety, then joy, had made him forget Monsieur d'Escorval. At the thought of him he was smitten with remorse.
"Poor man!" he murmured. "I shall succeed in saving my miserable life, for which no one cares. But I was unable to save him. Undoubtedly, by this time, his friends have carried him away." As he uttered these words, he was leaning over the abyss.
He doubted the evidence of his own senses when he saw a faint light moving here and there in the depths below. What had happened? For something very extraordinary must have happened to induce intelligent men like the baron's friends to display this light, which, if observed from the citadel, would betray their presence and ruin them. But Corporal Bavois's moments were too precious to be wasted in idle conjectures.
"Better go down on the double quick," he said aloud, as if to spur on his courage. "Come, my friend, spit on your hands and be off."
As he spoke, the old soldier threw himself flat on his belly and crawled slowly backward to the verge of the precipice. The spirit was strong, but the flesh shuddered. To march upon a battery had always been a mere pastime to the worthy corporal; but to face an unknown peril, to suspend one's life upon a cord, was a different matter. Great drops of perspiration, caused by the horror of his situation, stood out upon his brow when he felt that half his body had passed the edge of the precipice, and that the slightest movement would now launch him into space. He made this movement, murmuring:
"If there is a God who watches over honest people, let him open his eyes this instant."
The God of the just was watching. Bavois arrived at the end of his dangerous journey with torn and bleeding hands, but safe. He fell like a mass of rock, and the rudeness of the shock drew from him a groan resembling the roar of an infuriated beast. For more than a minute he lay there upon the ground, stunned and dizzy. When he rose, two men seized him roughly.
"Ah, no foolishness," he said, quickly. "It is I, Bavois."
This did not cause them to relax their hold.
"How does it happen,"
demanded one in a threatening tone,
"that Baron d'Escorval falls, and you succeed in making the descent in safety a few moments later?"
The old soldier was too shrewd not to understand the whole import of this insulting question. The sorrow and indignation aroused within him gave him strength to free himself from the hands of his captors.
"Mille tonnerres!" he exclaimed. "So I pass for a traitor, do I? No, it is impossible. Listen to me."
Then rapidly, but with surprising clearness, he related all the details of his escape, his despair, his perilous situation, and the almost insurmountable obstacles which he had overcome. To hear was to believe. The men they were, of course, the retired army officers who had been waiting for the baron offered the honest corporal their hands, sincerely sorry that they had wounded the feelings of a man who was so worthy of their respect and gratitude.
"You will forgive us, Corporal," they said, sadly. "Misery renders men suspicious and unjust, and we are very unhappy." "No offense," he growled. "If I had trusted poor Monsieur d'Escorval, he would be alive now."
"The baron still breathes," said one of the officers. This was such astounding news that Bavois was utterly confounded for a moment.
"Ah, I will give my right hand, if necessary, to save him,"
he exclaimed at last. "If it is possible to save him, he will be saved, my friend. That worthy priest whom you see there is an excellent physician. He is examining Monsieur d'Escorval's wounds now. It was by his order that we procured and lighted this candle, which may bring our enemies upon us at any moment. But this is not a time for hesitation." Bavois looked with all his eyes, but from where he was standing he could discover only a confused group of moving figures.
"I would like to see the poor man," he said, sadly.
"Come nearer, my good fellow. Fear nothing." He stepped forward, and by the flickering light of the candle which Marie Anne held, he saw a spectacle which moved him more than the horrors of the bloodiest battlefield. The baron was lying upon the ground, his head supported on Mme. d'Escorval's knee. His face was not disfigured, but he was pale as death itself, and his eyes were closed. At intervals a convulsive shudder shook his frame, and a stream of blood gushed from his mouth. His clothing was hacked, literally hacked in pieces, and it was easy to see that his body had sustained many frightful wounds. Kneeling beside the unconscious man, Abbe Midon, with admirable dexterity, was staunching the blood and applying bandages which had been torn from the linen of those present. Maurice and one of the officers were assisting him.
"Ah, if I had my hands on the scoundrel who cut the rope!" cried the corporal, in a passion of indignation. "But patience, I shall have him yet." "Do you know who it was?" "Only too well." He said no more. The abbe had done all it was possible to do, and he now lifted the wounded man a little higher on Mme. d'Escorval's knee. This change of position elicited a moan that betrayed the unfortunate baron's intense sufferings. He opened his eyes and faltered a few words. They were the first he had uttered. "Firmin," he murmured, "Firmin." It was the name of the baron's former secretary, a man who had been absolutely devoted to his master, but who had been dead for several years. It was evident that the baron's mind was wandering. Still, he had some vague idea of his terrible situation, for in a stifled, almost inaudible voice, he added:
"Oh, how I suffer, Firmin! I will not fall into the hands of the Marquis de Courtornieu alive. You shall kill me, rather. Do you hear me? I command it."
This was all. Then his eyes closed again, and his head fell back a dead weight. One would have supposed that he had yielded up his last sigh. Such was the opinion of the officers, and it was with poignant anxiety they drew the abbe a little aside.
"Is it over?"
they asked.
"Is there any hope?"
The priest sadly shook his head, and pointing to heaven: "My hope is in God," he said, reverently. The hour, the place, the terrible catastrophe, the present danger, the threatening future, all combined to lend a deep solemnity to the words of the priest. So profound was the impression that for more than a minute these men, familiar with peril and scenes of horror, stood in awed silence. Maurice, who approached, followed by Corporal Bavois, brought them back to the exigencies of the present. "Ought we not to make haste and carry away my father?" he asked. "Must we not be in Piedmont before evening?"
"Yes," exclaimed the officers, "let us start at once."
But the priest did not move, and in a despondent voice, he said: "To make any attempt to carry Monsieur d'Escorval across the frontier in his present condition would cost him his life." This seemed so inevitably a death warrant for them all that they shuddered. "My God, what shall we do?" faltered Maurice. "What course shall we pursue?" Not a voice replied. It was clear that they hoped for salvation through the priest alone. He was lost in thought, and it was some time before he spoke. "About an hour's walk from here," he said, at last, "beyond the Croix d'Arcy, is the hut of a peasant upon whom I can rely. His name is Poignot, and he was formerly in Monsieur Lacheneur's employ. With the assistance of his 3 sons, he now tills quite a large farm. We must procure a litter and carry Monsieur d'Escorval to the house of this honest peasant."
"What, Monsieur?" interrupted one of the officers. "You wish us to procure a litter at this hour of the night, and in this neighborhood?"
"It must be done."
"But will it not awaken suspicion?"
"Most assuredly."
"The Montaignac police will follow us."
"I am certain of it."
"The baron will be recaptured."
"No." The abbe spoke in the tone of a man who, by virtue of assuming all the responsibility, feels that he has a right to be obeyed. "When the baron has been conveyed to Poignot's house," he continued, "one of you gentlemen will take the wounded man's place upon the litter. The others will carry him, and the party will remain together until it has reached Piedmontese territory. Then you will separate and pretend to conceal yourselves, but do it in such a way that you are seen everywhere." All present comprehended the priest's simple plan. They were to throw the emissaries sent by the Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu off the track; and at the very moment it was apparently proven that the baron was in the mountains, he would be safe in Poignot's house. "One word more," added the priest. "It will be necessary to make the cortege which accompanies the pretended baron resemble as much as possible the little party that would be likely to attend Monsieur d'Escorval. Mademoiselle Lacheneur will accompany you, Maurice also. People know that I would not leave the baron, who is my friend. My priestly robe would attract attention. One of you must assume it. God will forgive this deception on account of its worthy motive." It was now necessary to procure the litter, and the officers were trying to decide where they should go to obtain it, when Corporal Bavois interrupted them. "Give yourselves no uneasiness," he remarked. "I know an inn not far from here where I can procure one." He departed on the run, and 5 minutes later reappeared with a small litter, a thin mattress, and a coverlid. He had thought of everything. The wounded man was lifted carefully and placed upon the mattress. A long and difficult operation, which, in spite of extreme caution, drew many terrible groans from the baron. When all was ready, each officer took an end of the litter, and the little procession, headed by the abbe, started on its way. They were obliged to proceed slowly on account of the suffering which the least jolting inflicted upon the baron. Still they made some progress, and by daybreak they were about halfway to Poignot's house. It was then that they met some peasants going to their daily toil. Both men and women paused to look at them, and when the little cortege had passed, they still stood gazing curiously after these people who were apparently carrying a dead body. The priest did not seem to trouble himself in regard to these encounters; at least he made no attempt to avoid them. But he did seem anxious and cautious when, after a 3 hours' march, they came in sight of Poignot's cottage. Fortunately, there was a little grove not far from the house. The abbe made the party enter it, recommending the strictest prudence, while he went on in advance to confer with this man, upon whose decision the safety of the whole party depended. As the priest approached the house, a small, thin man, with gray hair and a sunburned face, emerged from the stable. It was Father Poignot.
"What! Is this you, Monsieur le Cure?"
he exclaimed, delightedly.
"Heavens! How pleased my wife will be! We have a great favor to ask of you."
And then, without giving the abbe an opportunity to open his lips, he began to tell him his perplexities. The night of the revolt he had given shelter to a poor man who had received an ugly sword thrust. Neither his wife nor himself knew how to dress the wound, and he dared not call in a physician.
"And this wounded man," he added, "is Jean Lacheneur, the son of my former employer."
A terrible anxiety seized the priest's heart. Would this man, who had already given an asylum to one wounded conspirator, consent to receive another? The abbe's voice trembled as he made known his petition. The farmer turned very pale and shook his head gravely, while the priest was speaking. When the abbe had finished:
"Do you know, sir," he asked, coldly, "that I incur a great risk by converting my house into a hospital for these rebels?"
The abbe dared not answer.
"They told me," Father Poignot continued, "that I was a coward because I would not take part in the revolt. Such was not my opinion. Now I choose to shelter these wounded men. I shelter them. In my opinion, it requires quite as much courage as it does to go and fight."
"Ah! you are a brave man!" cried the abbe.
"I know that very well. Bring Monsieur d'Escorval. There is no one here but my wife and boys. No one will betray him."
A half hour later the baron was lying in a small loft where Jean Lacheneur was already installed. From the window Abbe Midon and Mme. d'Escorval watched the little cortege, organized for the purpose of deceiving the Duc de Sairmeuse's spies, as it moved rapidly away. Corporal Bavois, with his head bound up with blood-stained linen, had taken the baron's place upon the litter. This was one of the troubled epochs in history that try men's souls. There is no chance for hypocrisy. Each man stands revealed in his grandeur or in his pettiness of soul. Certainly much cowardice was displayed during the early days of the Second Restoration, but many deeds of sublime courage and devotion were performed. These officers who befriended Mme. d'Escorval and Maurice, who lent their aid to the abbe, knew the baron only by name and reputation. It was sufficient for them to know that he was the friend of their former ruler, the man whom they had made their idol, and they rejoiced with all their hearts when they saw Monsieur d'Escorval reposing under Father Poignot's roof in comparative security. After this, their task, which consisted in misleading the government's emissaries, seemed to them mere child's play. But all these precautions were unnecessary. Public sentiment had declared itself in an unmistakable manner, and it was evident that Lacheneur's hopes had not been without some foundation. The police discovered nothing, not so much as a single detail of the escape. They did not even hear of the little party that had travelled nearly 3 leagues in the full light of day, bearing a wounded man upon a litter. Among the 2,000 peasants who believed that this wounded man was Baron d'Escorval, there was not one who turned informer, or let drop an indiscreet word. But on approaching the frontier, which they knew to be strictly guarded, the fugitives became even more cautious. They waited until nightfall before presenting themselves at a lonely inn, where they hoped to procure a guide to lead them through the defiles of the mountains. Frightful news awaited them there. The innkeeper informed them of the bloody massacre at Montaignac. With tears rolling down his cheeks, he related the details of the execution, which he had heard from an eye witness. Fortunately or unfortunately, he knew nothing of Monsieur d'Escorval's flight, or of Monsieur Lacheneur's arrest. But he was well acquainted with Chanlouineau, and he was inconsolable over the death of that handsome young fellow, the best farmer in the country. The officers, who had left the litter a short distance from the inn, decided that they could confide at least a part of their secret to this man. "We are carrying one of our wounded comrades," they said to him. "Can you guide us across the frontier to night?" The innkeeper replied that he would do so very willingly, that he would promise to take them safely past the military posts, but that he would not think of going upon the mountain before the moon rose. By midnight the fugitives were en route. By daybreak they set foot on Piedmont territory. They had dismissed their guide some time before. They now proceeded to break the litter in pieces, and handful by handful they cast the wool of the mattress to the wind. "Our task is accomplished," the officer said to Maurice. "We will now return to France. May God protect you. Farewell." It was with tears in his eyes that Maurice saw these brave men, who had just saved his father's life, depart. Now he was the sole protector of Marie Anne, who, pale and overcome with fatigue and emotion, trembled on his arm. But no, Corporal Bavois still lingered by his side. "And you, my friend," he asked, sadly, "what are you going to do?" "Follow you," replied the old soldier. "I have a right to a home with you that was agreed between your father and myself. So do not hurry. The young milady does not seem well, and I see the village only a short distance away." Chapter 35. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 36 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 36. Essentially a woman in grace and beauty, as well as in devotion and tenderness, Marie Anne was capable of a virile bravery. Her energy and her coolness during those trying days had been the admiration and the astonishment of all around her. But human endurance has its limits. Always after excessive efforts comes a moment when the shrinking flesh fails the firmest will. When Marie Anne tried to begin her journey anew, she found that her strength was exhausted. Her swollen feet would no longer sustain her, her limbs sank under her, her head whirled, and an intense freezing coldness crept over her heart. Maurice and the old soldier were obliged to support her, almost carry her. Fortunately, they were not far from the village, whose church tower they had discerned through the gray mists of morning. Soon the fugitives could distinguish the houses on the outskirts of the town. The corporal suddenly stopped short with an oath. "Mille tonnerres!" he exclaimed.
and my uniform. To enter the village in this rig would excite suspicion at once. Before we had a chance to sit down, the Piedmontese gendarme would arrest us." He reflected for a moment, twirling his mustache furiously. Then, in a tone that would have made a passer by tremble, he said: "All things are fair in love and war. The next peasant who passes—" "But I have money," interrupted Maurice, unbuckling a belt filled with gold, which he had put on under his clothing on the night of the revolt. "Eh! we are fortunate!" cried Bavois. "Give me some, and I will soon find some shop in the suburbs where I can purchase a change of clothing."
He departed, but it was not long before he reappeared, transformed by a peasant's costume, which fitted him perfectly. His small, thin face was almost hidden beneath an immense, broad brimmed hat.
"Now, steady! Forward! March!"
he said to Maurice and Marie Anne, who scarcely recognized him in this disguise. The town, which they soon reached, was called Saliente. They read the name upon a guide post. The fourth house after entering the place was a hostelry, the Traveller's Rest. They entered it, and ordered the hostess to take the young lady to a room and assist her in disrobing. The order was obeyed, and Maurice and the corporal went into the dining room and ordered something to eat. The desired refreshments were served, but the glances cast upon the guests were by no means friendly. It was evident that they were regarded with suspicion. A large man, who was apparently the proprietor of the house, hovered around them, and at last embraced a favorable opportunity to ask their names. "My name is Dubois," replied Maurice, without the slightest hesitation. "I am travelling on business, and this man here is my farmer." These replies seemed to reassure the host a little.
"And what is your business?" he inquired.
"I came into this land of inquisitive people to buy mules," laughed Maurice, striking his belt of money. On hearing the jingle of the coin, the man lifted his cap deferentially. Raising mules was the chief industry of the country. This bourgeois was very young, but he had a well filled purse, and that was enough.
"You will excuse me," resumed the host in a quite different tone. "You see, we are obliged to be very careful. There has been some trouble in Montaignac."
The imminence of the peril and the responsibility devolving upon him gave Maurice an assurance unusual to him. And it was in the most careless, offhand manner possible that he concocted a quite plausible story to explain his early arrival on foot, accompanied by a sick wife. He congratulated himself upon his address, but the old corporal was far from satisfied.
"We are too near the frontier to bivouac here," he grumbled. "As soon as the young lady is on her feet again, we must hurry on."
He believed, and Maurice hoped, that 24 hours of rest would restore Marie Anne. They were mistaken. The very springs of life in her existence seemed to have been drained dry. She did not appear to suffer, but she remained in a death-like torpor from which nothing could arouse her. They spoke to her, but she made no response. Did she hear? Did she comprehend? It was extremely doubtful. By rare good fortune, the mother of the proprietor proved to be a good, kind-hearted old woman, who would not leave the bedside of Marie Anne, of Madame Dubois, as she was called at the Traveller's Rest. It was not until the evening of the third day that they heard Marie Anne utter a word. "Poor girl!" she sighed. "Poor, wretched girl!" It was of herself that she spoke. By a phenomenon not very unusual after a crisis in which reason has been temporarily obscured, it seemed to her that it was someone else who had been the victim of all the misfortunes, whose recollections gradually returned to her like the memory of a painful dream. What strange and terrible events had taken place since that August Sabbath, when, on leaving the church with her father, she heard of the arrival of the Duc de Sairmeuse. And that was only 8 months ago. What a difference between those days when she lived happy and envied in that beautiful Chateau de Sairmeuse, of which she believed herself the mistress, and at the present time, when she found herself lying in the comfortless room of a miserable country inn, attended by an old woman whom she did not know, and with no other protection than that of an old soldier, a deserter, whose life was in constant danger, and that of her proscribed lover. From this total wreck of her cherished ambitions, of her hopes, of her fortune, of her happiness, and of her future, she had not even saved her honor. But was she alone responsible? Who had imposed upon her the odious role which she had played with Maurice, Martial, and Chanlouineau? As this last name darted through her mind, the scene in the prison cell rose suddenly and vividly before her. Chanlouineau had given her a letter, saying as he did so:
"You will read this when I am no more."
She might read it now that he had fallen beneath the bullets of the soldiery. But what had become of it? From the moment that he gave it to her until now, she had not once thought of it. She raised herself in bed, and in an imperious voice: "My dress," she said to the old nurse seated beside her; "give me my dress." The woman obeyed. With an eager hand Marie Anne examined the pocket. She uttered an exclamation of joy on finding the letter there. She opened it, read it slowly twice, then, sinking back on her pillows, she burst into tears. Maurice anxiously approached her. "What is the matter?" he inquired, anxiously. She handed him the letter, saying: "Read." Chanlouineau was only a poor peasant. His entire education had been derived from an old country pedagogue, whose school he attended for 3 winters, and who troubled himself much less about the progress of his students than about the size of the books which they carried to and from school. This letter, which was written upon the commonest kind of paper, was sealed with a huge wafer as large as a 2-sou piece, which he had purchased from a grocer in Sairmeuse. The chirography was labored, heavy, and trembling. It betrayed the stiff hand of a man more accustomed to guiding the plough than the pen. The lines zigzagged toward the top or toward the bottom of the page, and faults of orthography were everywhere apparent. But if the writing was that of a vulgar peasant, the thoughts it expressed were worthy of the noblest, the proudest in the land. This was the letter which Chanlouineau had written, probably on the eve of the insurrection:
"Marie Anne, the outbreak is at hand. Whether it succeeds or whether it fails, I shall die. That was decided on the day when I learned that you could marry none other than Maurice d'Escorval. But the conspiracy will not succeed, and I understand your father well enough to know that he will not survive its defeat. And if Maurice and your brother should both be killed, what would become of you? Oh, my God, would you not be reduced to beggary? The thought has haunted me continually. I have reflected, and this is my last will. I give and bequeath to you all my property, all that I possess. My house, the Borderie, with the gardens and the vineyards pertaining thereto, the woodland and the pastures of Berarde, and the 5 lots of land at Valroyer. You will find an inventory of this property and of my other possessions, which I devise to you, deposited with the lawyer at Sairmeuse. You can accept this bequest without fear. For having no parents, my control over my property is absolute. If you do not wish to remain in France, this property will sell for at least 40,000 francs. But it seems to me, be better for you to remain in your own country. The house on the Borderie is comfortable and convenient, since I have had it divided into 3 rooms and thoroughly repaired. Upstairs is a room that has been fitted up by the best upholsterer in Montaignac. I intended it for you. Beneath the hearthstone in this room you will find a box containing 327 louis d'or and 146 livres. If you refuse this gift, it will be because you scorn me even after I am dead. Accept it, if not for your own sake, for the sake of I dare not write it, but you will understand my meaning only too well. If Maurice is not killed, and I shall try my best to stand between him and danger, he will marry you. Then you will perhaps be obliged to ask his consent in order to accept my gift. I hope that he will not refuse it. One is not jealous of the dead. Besides, he knows well that you have scarcely vouchsafed a glance to the poor peasant who has loved you so much. Do not be offended at anything I have said. I am in such agony that I cannot weigh my words. Adieu, adieu, Marie Anne. Chanlouineau.
Maurice also read twice before handing it back this letter, whose every word palpitated with sublime passion. He was silent for a moment; then, in a husky voice, he said: "You cannot refuse; it would be wrong." His emotion was so great that he could not conceal it, and he left the room. He was overwhelmed by the grandeur of soul exhibited by this peasant who, after saving the life of his successful rival at the Croix d'Arcy, had wrested Baron d'Escorval from the hands of his executioners, and who had never allowed a complaint nor a reproach to escape his lips, and whose protection over the woman he adored extended even from beyond the grave. In comparison with this obscure hero, Maurice felt himself insignificant, mediocre, unworthy. Good God! What if this comparison should arise in Marie Anne's mind as well? How could he compete with the memory of such nobility of soul and heroic self sacrifice? Chanlouineau was mistaken. One may, perhaps, be jealous of the dead. But Maurice took good care to conceal this poignant anxiety and these sorrowful thoughts, and during the days that followed, he presented himself in Marie Anne's room with a calm, even cheerful face. For she, unfortunately, was not restored to health. She had recovered the full possession of her mental faculties, but her strength had not yet returned. She was still unable to sit up, and Maurice was forced to relinquish all thought of quitting Saliente, though he felt the earth burn beneath his feet. This persistent weakness began to astonish the old nurse. Her faith in herbs gathered by the light of the moon was considerably shaken. Honest Bavois was the first to suggest the idea of consulting a physician whom he had found in this land of savages. Yes, he had found a really skillful physician in the neighborhood, a man of superior ability, attached at one time to the beautiful court of Prince Eugene. He had been obliged to flee from Milan, and had taken refuge in this secluded spot. This physician was summoned, and promptly made his appearance. He was one of those men whose age it is impossible to determine. His past, whatever it might have been, had wrought deep furrows on his brow, and his glance was as keen and piercing as his lancet. After visiting the sick room, he drew Maurice aside. "Is this young lady really your wife, Monsieur Dubois?" He hesitated so strangely over this name, Dubois, that Maurice felt his face crimson to the roots of his hair. "I do not understand your question," he retorted, angrily. "I beg your pardon, of course; but you seem very young for a married man, and your hands are too soft to belong to a farmer. And when I spoke to this young lady of her husband, she blushed scarlet. The man who accompanies you has terrible mustaches for a farmer. Besides, you must remember that there have been troubles across the frontier at Montaignac." From crimson, Maurice had turned white. He felt that he was discovered, that he was in this man's power. What should he do? What good would denial do? He reflected that confession is sometimes the height of prudence, and that extreme confidence often meets with sympathy and protection. So, in a voice trembling with anxiety, he said: "You are not mistaken, Monsieur. My friend and myself both are fugitives, undoubtedly condemned to death in France at this moment." And without giving the doctor time to respond, he narrated the terrible events that had happened at Sairmeuse, and the history of his unfortunate love affair. He omitted nothing. He neither concealed his own name nor that of Marie Anne. When his recital was completed, the physician pressed his hand. "It is just as I supposed," said he. "Believe me, Monsieur Dubois, you must not tarry here. What I have discovered others will discover. And above all, do not warn the hotel keeper of your departure. He has not been deceived by your explanation. Self interest alone has kept his mouth closed. He has seen your money, and so long as you spend it at his house he will hold his tongue. But if he discovers that you are going away, he will probably betray you." "Ah, sir, how is it possible for us to leave this place?" "In 2 days the young lady will be on her feet again," interrupted the physician. "And take my advice. At the next village, stop and give your name to Mademoiselle Lacheneur." "Ah, sir," Maurice exclaimed, "have you considered the advice you offer me? How can I, a proscribed man, a man condemned to death perhaps, how can I obtain the necessary papers?" The physician shook his head. "Excuse me, you are no longer in France, Monsieur d'Escorval; you are in Piedmont." "Another difficulty." "No, because in this country people marry, or at least they can marry, without all the formalities that cause you so much anxiety."
"Is it possible?" Maurice exclaimed.
"Yes, if you can find a priest who will consent to your union, inscribe your name upon his parish register, and give you a certificate, you will be so indissolubly united, Mademoiselle Lacheneur and you, that the court of Rome would never grant you a divorce." To suspect the truth of these affirmations was difficult, and yet Maurice doubted still. "So, sir," he said, hesitatingly, "in case I was able to find a priest " The physician was silent. One might have supposed he was blaming himself for meddling with matters that did not concern him. Then, almost brusquely, he said: "Listen to me attentively, Monsieur d'Escorval. I am about to take my leave, but before I go, I shall take occasion to recommend a good deal of exercise for the sick lady. I will do this before your host. Consequently, day after to morrow, Wednesday, you will hire mules, and you, Mademoiselle Lacheneur, and your old friend the soldier will leave the hotel as if going on a pleasure excursion. You will push on to Vigano, 3 leagues from here, where I live. I will take you to a priest, one of my friends, and he, upon my recommendation, will perform the marriage ceremony. Now reflect. Shall I expect you on Wednesday?"
"Oh, yes, yes, Monsieur. How can I ever thank you?"
"By not thanking me at all. See, here is the innkeeper. You are Monsieur Dubois again."
Maurice was intoxicated with joy. He understood the irregularity of such a marriage, but he knew it would reassure Marie Anne's troubled conscience. Poor girl! She was suffering an agony of remorse. It was that which was killing her. He did not speak to her on the subject, however, fearing something might occur to interfere with the project. But the old physician had not given his word lightly, and everything took place as he had promised. The priest at Vigano blessed the marriage of Maurice d'Escorval and of Marie Anne Lacheneur, and after inscribing their names upon the church register, he gave them a certificate, upon which the physician and Corporal Bavois figured as witnesses. That same evening the mules were sent back to Saliente, and the fugitives resumed their journey. Abbe Midon had counseled them to reach Turin as quickly as possible. "It is a large city," he said. "You will be lost in the crowd. I have more than one friend there, whose name and address are upon this paper. Go to them, and in that way I will try to send you news of your father." So it was toward Turin that Maurice, Marie Anne, and Corporal Bavois directed their steps. But their progress was very slow, for they were obliged to avoid frequented roads, and renounce the ordinary modes of transportation. The fatigue of travel, instead of exhausting Marie Anne, seemed to revive her. After 5 or 6 days, the color came back to her cheek, and her strength returned. "Fate seems to have relaxed her rigor," said Maurice one day. "Who knows what compensations the future may have in store for us?" No, fate had not taken pity upon them. It was only a short respite granted by destiny. One lovely April morning the fugitives stopped for breakfast at an inn on the outskirts of a large city. Maurice, having finished his repast, was just leaving the table to settle with the hostess, when a despairing cry arrested him. Marie Anne, deadly pale, and with eyes staring wildly at a paper which she held in her hand, exclaimed in frenzied tones: "Here, Maurice, look!" It was a French journal, about a fortnight old, which had probably been left there by some traveler. Maurice seized it and read: "Yesterday, Lacheneur, the leader of the revolt in Montaignac, was executed. The miserable mischief maker exhibited upon the scaffold the audacity for which he has always been famous." "My father has been put to death!" cried Marie Anne. "And I, his daughter, was not there to receive his last farewell." She rose, and in an imperious voice: "I will go no farther," she said. "We must turn back now, without losing an instant. I wish to return to France." To return to France was to expose themselves to frightful peril.
What good would it do? Was not the misfortune irreparable? So Corporal Bavois suggested very timidly. The old soldier trembled at the thought that they might suspect him of being afraid. But Maurice would not listen. He shuddered. It seemed to him that Baron d'Escorval must have been discovered and arrested at the same time that Lacheneur was captured. "Yes, let us start at once on our return!" he exclaimed. They immediately procured a carriage to convey them to the frontier. One important question, however, remained to be decided. Should Maurice and Marie Anne make their marriage public? She wished to do so, but Maurice entreated her, with tears in his eyes, to conceal it. "Our marriage certificate will not silence the evil disposed," said he. "Let us keep our secret for the present. We shall doubtless remain in France only a few days." Unfortunately, Marie Anne yielded. "Since you wish it," said she, "I will obey you. No one shall know it." The next day, which was the 14th of April, the fugitives at nightfall reached Father Poignot's house. Maurice and Corporal Bavois were disguised as peasants. The old soldier had made one sacrifice that drew tears from his eyes. He had shaved off his mustache. Chapter 36. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 37 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau. Part 2, Chapter 37. When Abbe Midon and Martial de Sairmeuse held their conference to discuss and to decide upon the arrangements for the Baron d'Escorval's escape, a difficulty presented itself which threatened to break off the negotiation. "Return my letter," said Martial, "and I will save the baron." "Save the baron," replied the abbe, "and your letter shall be returned." But Martial's was one of those natures which become exasperated by the least shadow of suspicion. The idea that anyone should suppose him influenced by threats, when in reality he had yielded only to Marie Anne's tears, angered him beyond endurance. "These are my last words, Monsieur," he said, emphatically. "Restore to me now, this instant, the letter which was obtained from me by Chanlouineau's ruse, and I swear to you, by the honor of my name, that all which it is possible for any human being to do to save the baron, I will do. If you distrust my word, good evening." The situation was desperate, the danger imminent, the time limited. Martial's tone betrayed an inflexible determination. The abbe could not hesitate. He drew the letter from his pocket, and handing it to Martial: "Here it is, Monsieur," he said, solemnly. "Remember that you have pledged the honor of your name." "I will remember it, Monsieur le Cure. Go and obtain the ropes." The abbe's sorrow and amazement were intense when, after the baron's terrible fall, Maurice announced that the cord had been cut. And yet he could not make up his mind that Martial was guilty of the execrable act. It betrayed a depth of duplicity and hypocrisy which is rarely found in men under 25 years of age. But no one suspected his secret thoughts. It was with the most unalterable sang-froid that he dressed the baron's wounds and made arrangements for the flight. Not until he saw Monsieur d'Escorval installed in Poignot's house did he breathe freely. The fact that the baron had been able to endure the journey proved that in this poor maimed body remained a power of vitality for which the priest had not dared to hope. Some way must now be discovered to procure the surgical instruments and the remedies which the condition of the wounded man demanded. But where and how could he procure them? The police kept a close watch over the physicians and druggists in Montaignac, in the hope of discovering the wounded conspirators through them. But the cure, who had been for 10 years physician and surgeon for the poor of his parish, had an almost complete set of surgical instruments, and a well filled medicine chest. "This evening," said he, "I will obtain what is needful." When night came, he put on a long blue blouse, shaded his face by an immense slouch hat, and directed his steps toward Sairmeuse. Not a light was visible through the windows of the presbytery. Bibiane, the old housekeeper, must have gone out to gossip with some of the neighbors. The priest effected an entrance into the house, which had once been his, by forcing the lock of the door opening on the garden. He found the requisite articles, and retired without having been discovered. That night the abbe hazarded a cruel but indispensable operation. His heart trembled, but not the hand that held the knife, although he had never before attempted so difficult a task. "It is not upon my weak powers that I rely. I have placed my trust in One who is on high." His faith was rewarded. 3 days later, the wounded man, after quite a comfortable night, seemed to regain consciousness. His first glance was for his devoted wife, who was seated by his bedside. His first word was for his son.
"Maurice?"
he asked. "Is in safety," replied the abbe. "He must be on the way to Turin." M. d'Escorval's lips moved as if he were murmuring a prayer. Then, in a feeble voice:
"We owe you a debt of gratitude which we can never pay," he murmured, "for I think I shall pull through."
He did pull through, but not without terrible suffering, not without difficulties that made those around him tremble with anxiety. Jean Lacheneur, more fortunate, was on his feet by the end of the week. 40 days had passed when one evening, it was the 17th of April, while the abbe was reading a newspaper to the baron, the door gently opened, and one of the Poignot boys put in his head, then quickly withdrew it. The priest finished the paragraph, laid down the paper, and quietly went out.
"What is it?" he inquired of the young man. "Ah, monsieur, Monsieur Maurice, Mademoiselle Lacheneur, and the old corporal have just arrived. They wish to come up." In 3 bounds the abbe descended the narrow staircase. "Unfortunate creatures!" he exclaimed, addressing the 3 imprudent travellers; "what has induced you to return here?" Then turning to Maurice: "Is it not enough that for you and through you your father has nearly died? Are you afraid he will not be recaptured, that you return here to set the enemies upon his track? Depart!" The poor boy, quite overwhelmed, faltered his excuse. Uncertainty seemed to him worse than death. He had heard of Monsieur Lacheneur's execution. He had not reflected. He would go at once. He asked only to see his father and to embrace his mother. The priest was inflexible. "The slightest emotion might kill your father," he declared; "and to tell your mother of your return, and of the dangers to which you have foolishly exposed yourself, would cause her untold tortures. Go at once. Cross the frontier again this very night." Jean Lacheneur, who had witnessed this scene, now approached. "It is time for me to depart," said he, "and I entreat you to care for my sister. The place for her is here, not upon the highways." The abbe deliberated for a moment; then he said, brusquely: "So be it; but go at once. Your name is not upon the proscribed list. You will not be pursued." Thus suddenly separated from his wife, Maurice wished to confer with her, to give her some parting advice; but the abbe did not allow him an opportunity. "Go at once," he insisted. "Farewell." The good abbe was too hasty. Just when Maurice stood sorely in need of wise counsel, he was thus delivered over to the influence of Jean Lacheneur's furious hatred. As soon as they were outside: "This," exclaimed Jean, "is the work of the Sairmeuse and of the Marquis de Courtornieu. I do not even know where they have thrown the body of my murdered parent. You cannot even embrace the father who has been traitorously assassinated by them." He laughed a harsh, discordant, terrible laugh, and continued: "And yet, if we ascended that hill, we could see the Chateau de Sairmeuse in the distance, brightly illuminated. They are celebrating the marriage of Martial de Sairmeuse and Blanche de Courtornieu. We are homeless wanderers, without friends, and without shelter for our heads. They are feasting and making merry." Less than this would have sufficed to rekindle the wrath of Maurice. He forgot everything in saying to himself that to disturb this fete by his appearance would be a vengeance worthy of him. "I will go and challenge Martial now, on the instant, in the presence of the revellers," he exclaimed. But Jean interrupted him.
"No, not that. They are cowards. They would arrest you. Write. I will be the bearer of the letter."
Corporal Bavois heard them, but he did not oppose their folly. He thought it all perfectly natural under the circumstances, and esteemed them the more for their rashness. Forgetful of prudence, they entered the first shop, and the challenge was written and confided to Jean Lacheneur. Chapter 37. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 38 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 2, Chapter 38. To disturb the merrymaking at the Chateau de Sairmeuse, to change the joy of the bridal day into sadness, to cast a gloom over the nuptials of Martial and Mademoiselle Blanche de Courtornieu. This, in truth, was all that Jean Lacheneur hoped to do. As for believing that Martial, triumphant and happy, would accept the challenge of Maurice, a miserable outlaw, he did not believe it. While awaiting Martial in the vestibule of the chateau, he armed himself against the scorn and sneers which he would probably receive from this haughty nobleman whom he had come to insult. But Martial's kindly greeting had disconcerted him a little. But he was reassured when he saw the terrible effect produced upon the marquis by the insulting letter. "We have cut him to the quick," he thought. When Martial seized him by the arm and led him upstairs, he made no resistance. While they traversed the brightly lighted drawing rooms and passed through the crowd of astonished guests, Jean thought neither of his heavy shoes nor of his peasant dress. Breathless with anxiety, he wondered what was to come. He soon knew. Leaning against the gilded doorpost, he witnessed the terrible scene in the little salon. He saw Martial de Sairmeuse, frantic with passion, cast into the face of his father-in-law Maurice d'Escorval's letter. One might have supposed that all this did not affect him in the least. He stood so cold and unmoved, with compressed lips and downcast eyes, but appearances were deceitful. His heart throbbed with wild exultation, and if he cast down his eyes, it was only to conceal the joy that sparkled there. He had not hoped for so prompt and so terrible a revenge. Nor was this all. After brutally repulsing Blanche, his newly wedded wife, who attempted to detain him, Martial again seized Jean Lacheneur's arm. "Now," he said, "follow me." Jean followed him, still without a word. They again crossed the grand hall; but instead of going to the vestibule, Martial took a candle that was burning upon a side table, and opened a little door leading to the private staircase. "Where are you taking me?" inquired Jean Lacheneur. Martial, who had already ascended 2 or 3 steps, turned. "Are you afraid?" he asked. The other shrugged his shoulders, and coldly replied: "If you put it in that way, let us go on." They entered the room which Martial had occupied since taking possession of the chateau. It was the same room that had once belonged to Jean Lacheneur, and nothing had been changed. He recognized the brightly flowered curtains, the figures on the carpet, and even an old armchair where he had read many a novel in secret. Martial hastened to a small writing desk and took from it a paper which he slipped into his pocket. "Now," said he, "let us go. We must avoid another scene. My father and my wife will be seeking me. I will explain when we are outside." They hastily descended the staircase, passed through the gardens, and soon reached the long avenue. Then Jean Lacheneur suddenly paused. "To come so far for a simple yes or no is, I think, unnecessary," said he. "Have you decided? What answer am I to give Maurice d'Escorval?" "Nothing. You will take me to him. I must see him and speak with him in order to justify myself. Let us proceed." But Jean Lacheneur did not move. "What you ask is impossible," he replied. "Why?" "Because Maurice is pursued. If he is captured, he will be tried and undoubtedly condemned to death. He is now in a safe retreat, and I have no right to disclose it." Maurice's safe retreat was, in fact, only a neighboring wood, where, in company with the corporal, he was awaiting Jean's return. But Jean could not resist the temptation to make this response, which was far more insulting than if he had simply said: "We fear informers." Strange as it may appear to one who knew Martial's proud and violent nature, he did not resent the insult. "So you distrust me," he said, sadly. Jean Lacheneur was silent. Another insult. "But," insisted Martial, "after what you have just seen and heard, you can no longer suspect me of having cut the ropes which I carried to the baron." "No, I am convinced that you are innocent of that atrocious act." "You saw how I punished the man who dared to compromise the honor of the name of Sairmeuse. And this man is the father of the young girl whom I wedded to day." "I have seen all this, but I must still reply, impossible." Jean was amazed at the patience, we should rather say the humble resignation, displayed by Martial de Sairmeuse. Instead of rebelling against this manifest injustice, Martial drew from his pocket the paper which he had just taken from his desk, and handing it to Jean: "Those who have brought upon me the shame of having my word doubted shall be punished for it," he said, grimly. "You do not believe in my sincerity, Jean. Here is a proof which I expect you to give to Maurice, and which cannot fail to convince even you." "What is this proof?" "The letter written by my hand, in exchange for which my father assisted in the baron's escape. An inexplicable presentiment prevented me from burning this compromising letter. Today, I rejoice that such was the case. Take it, and use it as you will." Anyone save Jean Lacheneur would have been touched by the generosity of soul. But Jean was implacable. His was a nature which nothing can disarm, which nothing can mollify. Hatred in his heart was a passion which, instead of growing weaker with time, increased and became more terrible. He would have sacrificed anything at that moment for the ineffable joy of seeing this proud and detested marquis at his feet. "Very well, I will give it to Maurice," he responded, coldly. "It should be a bond of alliance, it seems to me," said Martial, gently. Jean Lacheneur made a gesture terrible in its irony and menace. "A bond of alliance!" he exclaimed. "You are too fast, Monsieur le Marquis. Have you forgotten all the blood that flows between us? You did not cut the ropes, but who condemned the innocent Baron d'Escorval to death? Was it not the Duc de Sairmeuse? An alliance! You have forgotten that you and yours sent my father to the scaffold. How have you rewarded the man whose heroic honesty gave you back a fortune? By murdering him, and by ruining the reputation of his daughter." "I offered my name and my fortune to your sister."
"I would have killed her with my own hand had she accepted your offer.
Let this prove to you that I do not forget. If any great disgrace ever tarnishes the proud name of Sairmeuse, think of Jean Lacheneur. My hand will be in it." He was so frantic with passion that he forgot his usual caution. By a violent effort he recovered his self possession, and in calmer tones he added: "And if you are so desirous of seeing Maurice, be at the Reche to morrow at midday. He will be there." Having said this, he turned abruptly aside, sprang over the fence, skirting the avenue, and disappeared in the darkness. "Jean!" cried Martial, in almost supplicating tones, "Jean, come back! Listen to me!" No response. A sort of bewilderment had seized the young marquis, and he stood motionless and dazed in the middle of the road. A horse and rider on their way to Montaignac, that nearly ran over him, aroused him from his stupor, and the consciousness of his acts, which he had lost while reading the letter from Maurice, came back to him. Now he could judge his conduct calmly. Was it indeed he, Martial, the phlegmatic skeptic, the man who boasted of his indifference and his insensibility, who had thus forgotten all self-control? Alas, yes. And when Blanche de Courtornieu, now and henceforth the Marquise de Sairmeuse, accused Marie Anne of being the cause of his frenzy, she had not been entirely wrong. Martial, who regarded the opinion of the entire world with disdain, was rendered frantic by the thought that Marie Anne despised him, and considered him a traitor and a coward. It was for her sake that in his outburst of rage he resolved upon such a startling justification. And if he besought Jean to lead him to Maurice d'Escorval, it was because he hoped to find Marie Anne not far off, and to say to her: "Appearances were against me, but I am innocent, and I have proved it by unmasking the real culprit." It was to Marie Anne that he wished this famous letter to be given, thinking that she, at least, could not fail to be surprised at his generosity. His expectations had been disappointed, and now he realized what a terrible scandal he had created. "It will be the devil to arrange," he explained; "but nonsense, it will be forgotten in a month. The best way will be to face those gossips at once. I will return immediately." He said, "I will return," in the most deliberate manner; but in proportion as he neared the chateau his courage failed him. The guests must have departed ere this, and Martial concluded that he would probably find himself alone with his young wife, his father, and the Marquis de Courtornieu. What reproaches, tears, anger, and threats he would be obliged to encounter! "No," he muttered, "I am not such a fool. Let them have a night to calm themselves. I will not appear until to morrow." But where should he pass the night? He was in evening dress and bareheaded. He began to feel cold. The house belonging to the duke in Montaignac would afford him a refuge. "I shall find a bed, some servants, a fire, and a change of clothing there, and to morrow a horse to return." It was quite a distance to walk, but in his present mood this did not displease him. The servant who came to open the door when he rapped was speechless with astonishment on recognizing him. "You, Monsieur!" he exclaimed. "Yes, it is I. Light a good fire in the drawing room for me, and bring me a change of clothing." The valet obeyed, and soon Martial found himself alone, stretched upon a sofa before the cheerful blaze. "It would be a good thing to sleep and forget my troubles," he said to himself. He tried, but it was not until early morning that he fell into a feverish slumber. He awoke about 9 o'clock, ordered breakfast, concluded to return to Sairmeuse, and he was eating with a good appetite when suddenly: "Have a horse saddled instantly!" he exclaimed. He had just remembered the rendezvous with Maurice. Why should he not go there? He set out at once, and thanks to a spirited horse, he reached the Reche at half past 11 o'clock. The others had not yet arrived. He fastened his horse to a tree near by, and leisurely climbed to the summit of the hill. This spot had been the site of Lacheneur's house. The four walls remained standing, blackened by fire. Martial was contemplating the ruins, not without deep emotion, when he heard a sharp crackling in the underbrush. He turned. Maurice, Jean, and Corporal Bavois were approaching. The old soldier carried under his arm a long and narrow package enveloped in a piece of green serge. It contained the swords which Jean Lacheneur had gone to Montaignac during the night to procure from a retired officer. "We are sorry to have kept you waiting," began Maurice, "but you will observe that it is not yet midday, since we scarcely expected to see you." "I was too anxious to justify myself not to be here early," interrupted Martial. Maurice shrugged his shoulders disdainfully. "It is not a question of self justification, but of fighting," he said, in a tone rude even to insolence. Insulting as were the words and the gesture that accompanied them, Martial never so much as winced. "Sorrow has rendered you unjust," said he, gently, "or Monsieur Lacheneur here has told you nothing." "Jean has told me all." "Well, then." Martial's coolness drove Maurice frantic. "Well," he replied, with extreme violence, "my hatred is unabated, even if my scorn is diminished. You have owed me an opportunity to avenge myself, Monsieur, ever since the day we met on the square at Sairmeuse in the presence of Mademoiselle Lacheneur. You said to me on that occasion: 'We shall meet again.' Here we stand now, face to face. What insults must I heap upon you to decide you to fight?" A flood of crimson dyed Martial's face. He seized one of the swords which Bavois offered him, and assumed an attitude of defense. "You will have it so," said he, in a husky voice, "the thought of Marie Anne can no longer save you." But the blades had scarcely crossed before a cry from Jean and from Corporal Bavois arrested the combat. "The soldiers!" they exclaimed; "let us fly!" A dozen soldiers were indeed approaching at the top of their speed. "Ah! I spoke the truth!" exclaimed Maurice. The coward came, but the gendarmes accompanied him. He bounded back, and breaking his sword over his knee, he hurled the fragments in Martial's face, saying: "Here, miserable wretch!" "Wretch!" repeated Jean and Corporal Bavois. "Traitor! Coward!" And they fled, leaving Martial thunderstruck. He struggled hard to regain his composure. The soldiers were very near. He ran to meet them, and addressing the officer in command, he said, imperiously: "Do you know who I am?" "Yes," replied the sergeant, respectfully. "You are the son of the Duc de Sairmeuse." "Very well, I forbid you to follow those men." The sergeant hesitated at first; then, in a decided tone, he replied: "I cannot obey you, sir. I have my orders." And addressing his men: "Forward!" he exclaimed. He was about to set the example when Martial seized him by the arm. "At least, you will not refuse to tell me who sent you here?" "Who sent us? The colonel, of course, in obedience to orders from the Grand Prevot, Monsieur de Courtornieu. He sent the order last night. We have been hidden in that grove since daybreak. But release me. Tonnerre! Would you have my expedition fail entirely?" He hurried away, and Martial, staggering like a drunken man, descended the slope and remounted his horse. But he did not repair to the Chateau de Sairmeuse. He returned to Montaignac, and passed the remainder of the afternoon in the solitude of his own room. That evening he sent 2 letters to Sairmeuse, one to his father, the other to his wife. Chapter 38. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico.